So I'm going to be exploring Revelation 12. If anybody wants to join, they can. Just send me a message in the comments if you're there. I'm just going to play this, see if anybody comes. I invited some people just randomly, but if you show up and you want to, or if someone's there watching and other people come in the room in the comment section, just let them know they can join. I'll post the link in a second. But I just want to discuss Revelation 12, the different perspectives on it. I'm going to start with some stuff from Heiser, and then I have some other stuff too from some other people. Depending on who comes in, we can look at whatever. But if anybody has any suggestions, please tag me in the chat if you're here live.
Turn it hateful.
Yeah, that's not it's not what the Lord would want you to do either. So,
well, Mike,
what can we say?
Revelation 12. There's some stuff in this chapter,
right? So we move from Mike's a Freemason to astral theology. Dun 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 dun. No, actually, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to go into the astronomical, astrotheological stuff for Revelation 12 in this episode because we already did that way back in episode 138, which was actually that uploaded December 25th, 2016, which was sort of a tongue-in-cheek date to put that up. Most of the listeners are going to know that I think that the astral imagery of Revelation 12 is intentional and meaningful, and so I think if this wasn't my idea. I mean, I'm getting this from earlier writers and so on and so forth. But if you plug that into an astronomy program and you match that with the whole Matthew 2 thing, the Star of Bethlehem, what you get is you get a date for Jesus' birthday, and it's not December 25th, which of course basically everybody knows that December 25th is an artificial date anyway. But if you want to know all that stuff as it relates to Revelation 12, go back and listen to episode 138. And to get the date, to get again some good scholarly sources that address different aspects of that date and presumed problems with the date, so on and so forth. You can get that back there. So we're not going to repeat that today. We're going to pick up essentially with Revelation 12 verse 6. Once we get past that imagery, and then tie this in with Revelation 11. I guess in terms of a strategy, and we're going to start Revelation 12:6, and I'm going to just sort of summarize things as the content of Revelation 12:6 and following sort of coincides with or works in tandem with Revelation 11. And when we sort of go through this long summary that I'm going to have here, then we'll go back into Revelation 12 again, beginning in verse 6, and sort of drill down on a few particulars, a few specific things in the passage. So Revelation 12:6 says, "The woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God in which she is to be nourished for 1,260 days." In the last episode, we talked about the context for a lot of these numbers, and again, it was intentionally kind of mind-numbing because I want people to realize how complicated this is. These numbers have a meaning in their original context, which in this case, going back to the book of Daniel, where you get this 1260 or 3.5 years, and you get 1290 and 1335 in Daniel. So we talked about all these numbers and what calendar these numbers make sense in, the 360 days, specifically the Zedekite calendar. So we did all of that. And along the way, I made the comment about the.
So my understanding of using the prophetic calendar, what can be called the prophetic calendar, is that the 360-day year calendar these prophecies should be understood primarily as a day equaling a actual solar year in history. Otherwise, if this is a past event, I don't know how you can make sense of it. You can historically, if you understand prophecy to be stretching through history, which clearly Daniel and Revelation are doing that. if you believe the second coming is future anyway. So just something to keep in mind.
Woman here in Revelation 12:6, because we're trying to link the 1260 in Revelation 12 with some of the numerical language of Revelation 11. And so we spent some time doing that in the last episode to show that these two passages operate in tandem, and so therefore they ought to be interpreted in light of each other. Okay, let one chapter assist us in interpreting the other chapter. So the woman, I said in the last episode, was Israel. Yeah, I'm just going to go through sort of a running summary of a little bit from last week, tying it into Revelation 12, working through Revelation 12, and then we'll
Definitely
drill
agree
down
with that.
specifics and provide some
definitely Israel.
some evidence, from the Old Testament for what you're going to hear here. So the woman I said was Israel, and the 1260 days operates in tandem with the same number in Revelation 11:2. That's where it occurs. And I suggested earlier in that last episode that as Revelation 12:6 is really, descriptive of the persecution of Israel, the people of God. When I say Israel, think people of God here. So Revelation 12:6, the woman, i.e., Israel, the people of God, flee into the wilderness because Israel is the one who gives birth to the Messiah. We know this isn't Mary because there's no New Testament account of Mary like being persecuted and having run into the wilderness. Okay, so
Yeah, I've never heard this, so I'm just watching it or hearing it for the first time. But I would say it is Mary in the sense that she's a virgin giving birth to the Messiah, but more contextually, it is Israel. It's the people of God. That's exactly what I would say. It's it's God's people that He brings the Messiah out of. Because it's obviously talking like sweeping through history in this chapter, I would say also.
this is figurative for Israel, people of God, under persecution in the days following the birth, the death, the resurrection, and of course the ascension of Jesus. So since it's connected with Jesus, it's not just broadly Israel, the people of God, but it's going to sort of narrow to believers. Now that there's a debate among scholars whether we ought to think of the woman as believing Jews plus Gentiles who are the seed of Abraham according to Paul. Again, Revelation.
Just to make my comment before he goes on there, I think it's a mistake to say, oh, it's Israel. No, it's the church. No, it's just the people. It's God's people on earth at a given moment in time. It's God's covenant people, I would say. Let's say that, because there's a theme running through Scripture of God finding the son a bride, right? A woman, a virgin who hasn't bowed the knee to Baal. And so if he's sweeping through history, focusing on the birth of the Messiah, I would argue, which is salvation and pinnacle moment in history, the life and ministry and death and resurrection of Christ, and Satan coming after the child, and the remnant of the seed of the woman. Like Genesis 3, you can think of that. So it all starts back there. Eve's the mother of all living. It's the line from Eve to the seed. It's the people of God.
Is the last book here. So we've had this, we have a sort of an accumulative theology built up before we even get to Revelation. So it's fair again to see Israel, through the lens of some of these other books in the New Testament. So there's a debate whether the Israel here is the true Israel, quote unquote, ethnic Jew plus Gentile, everybody's a follower of Jesus, or if we should sort of divide it up into ethnic Jew just generally, regardless of whether they accept Jesus as Messiah, plus the church. Okay, so let's just set that aside for the moment. We're going to talk in broad language here. So we have the woman fleeing, after the death and the birth, or the birth and the death and the resurrection, ascension of Jesus, the child of Revelation 12, again, who is birthed in the chapter Revelation 12, but also described as being caught up to God and to his throne, again, which is a reference to Jesus' ascension, the ascension of the Messiah. So Revelation 11:2, on the other hand, that has this numerical language, that has the people of God. symbolized both by the temple language and the two witnesses under persecution. So what I'm suggesting is to look at Revelation 11 too, like we did last time. We spent our time in Revelation 11. We wonder, well, what's the temple thing there, and the two witnesses, what are they? I'm suggesting that if we link the number there to the number in Revelation 12, we find out that we should interpret these things symbolically, that the two witnesses are the people of God. The temple also speaks of the people of God, because the temple, which is his body, the body of Christ, which is the temple, which is us. Again, all these New Testament things.
I'm actually amazed. I agree with
So
him
the
so
point
much.
is that if you take Revelation 11:2 and 12:6 together, linked by the 1260-day reference, then the following elements can sort of be listed and interpreted in tandem. Temple.
The temple language he's talking about. I think the two witnesses is the word of God, though. I think it's representing the word of God, like Moses and the two witnesses are Moses and Elijah, the law and the prophets. Let's see what he says then.
Courts being trampled by the Gentiles. Okay, that's a reference to Gentile persecution of the people of God. You have the two witnesses who oppose the Gentile trampling. They preach against it.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah,
ultimately
that works.
succumb to their oppression, but are raised after 3 days. So what's up with that? Again, you've got this, essentially, you've got opposition to persecution, and basically the people of God who are under persecution are going to suffer under it, but they're not going to be left for dead. That sort of thinking. The woman who feels persecution, who is supernaturally rescued in language used to describe Israel's supernatural rescue at the Exodus, is part of that. So this notion about the two witnesses, the people of God, being raised up after 3 days, I'm suggesting, again, this isn't unique to me. This is in a lot of commentaries, that if we go over to Revelation 12 and we look at the woman, and try to sort of align the messaging, what we get here is we have to notice that in the flight of the woman is supernaturally delivered. And there's actually a quote that we'll see a little bit later from Exodus 19 that ties Revelation 12, verse 6, the flight of the woman, back to the Exodus. Okay, and so you have a supernatural deliverance, and that would make sense in the language in chapter 11 of the 3 days, the resurrection, and being snatched from death and alive. Okay, now the wild card with all that, though, is John is writing post Jesus, so he and his followers are, of course, included in the Israel imagery. That's pretty obvious. Offspring of the woman, Israel, are those who, in Revelation 12, verse 17, those who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus, unquote. So it's very clearly followers of Jesus. Okay, the church.
Yeah, that's kind of a key part there. These people being symbolized are described at the end of the chapters keeping the commandments of God, having the testimony of Jesus. So just seems to be like a transition in the sense that it's Israel that brings first the Messiah, or the people under covenant with God, and then of course he brings the new covenant through Christ. And I don't really see how there's anything else that would. He's not going to make another covenant. I wouldn't think. But it is the Gentiles that are you become grafted in, because covenants were given to Israel, national Israel. And it went to the Jew first, then the Gentile. So we get grafted into their covenant promised in Jeremiah 31. So it's not replacement theology. It's God opens up his covenant to the world and we get to join it. That's how I look at it. And so I would quibble a little bit with his comparing of Revelation 12 and 11 in that I think it's more sweeping than that, historically sweeping, like through time, from the past to the pinnacle into the future. So my understanding is that the woman fleeing into the wilderness could be aligned with the Roman persecution through history, like during the Reformation and all that. And if you take those prophecies from the prophetic calendar, which are based on a 360-year calendar, and date for a year, there's major events that happened in the church history there.
Church. Now, as I mentioned before, the question is, does that refer to the church alone, composed of ethnic children of Abraham who believe in Jesus, and Gentiles who believe in Jesus, who are theologically called the seed of Abraham elsewhere in the New Testament, like Galatians 3? Or do we have a reference here to ethnic Old Covenant Jews and then New Covenant Jesus followers, like in separate groups? Again, that's one of those things that scholars will wrangle over.
Unfortunately, the conversation on this has gotten so heated with racism and Jewish, anti-Semitism, which is, obviously a sad history. But I think it's like you can almost feel the tension in his voice because he's being careful. I don't think he's being dishonest. I think he's being honest. But I think, you can almost feel the tension of people feeling like if they don't affirm Israel as a future thing, then you're done, replacement theology. It's too bad that people have to put that kind of pressure on, but maybe it's it's historically understandable. I think I'm not a dispensationalist, so I think people who don't see it, dispensationalism in there, feel like they could be, sideswiped if they aren't careful. But I may be just overthinking that.
The first one makes more sense to me. That is what we have here in the Israel imagery is the church, composed of ethnic children of Abraham who believe in Jesus. They are believers, and then Gentiles who believe in Jesus, who are the spiritual seed of Abraham. And the reason I think that one makes more sense is because of Revelation 12, verses 10 and 11. I'll just read that. Revelation 12:10 says this, "And I heard a loud voice in heaven saying, now the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ have come. Okay, for the accuser of our brothers has been thrown down." It's a reference to the dragon or Satan, who accuses them day and night before our God. Verse 11, "And they have conquered him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, for they love not their lives even unto death." It's a very clear reference to the inauguration of the kingdom of God triggered by the work of the Messiah. So if that's the context for the Israel being persecuted here, it makes more sense to me anyway to say these are followers of Jesus, because in verse 17 that's what you've got. The offspring of the women are, quote, those who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. All right. They are a new Israel, okay, it defined in New Testament terms. Doesn't negate Jewish presence in there. It doesn't negate an eschatological role for national Israel or anything like that. I mean, I've beaten this drum,
Yeah, if anybody wants to join, it's an open mic. But I do want to stay on this topic, please, of Revelation 12. But I'm glad to have anyone join who would like to have a word with this, say what they believe.
repeatedly on this podcast. I don't like any of the systems. So I've said very plainly that I don't think supersessionism is the way to go. I think it says too much. I think it overstates the data. The other side, I think, understates the data, the continuity here between, or the composition of the church as a new Israel, not the new Israel, but a new Israel. Because Israel ethnically, I mean, Paul.
Have some people who want to join. I hope you're not going to, someone here isn't going to be silly, because I just want to stay on the biblical topic here. I'm going to let Richard in and this other person in. I'm not sure who it is. That's fine. But it's probably okay. Hey guys. So I'm going to let you guys in a second. But when I let you in, let's read Revelation 12, because we should just read it real quick since now that some people showed up. 1 second. Okay. Hey guys, thanks for coming. What's up? Is that you, Fifth Trumpet there? Praise, if you're out there, come on back. You can come on in. Love to.
Me.
Okay.
Peace and respect, Jamie.
Hey guys,
Good.
I'm gonna pull up the chapter, but you guys can say whatever you want.
I'm all about the text, but I don't agree with Heiser.
Yeah, I don't completely agree with everything he's been saying. I don't know how much you heard. I've never heard this Naked Bible podcast. I'm just hearing it for the first time. I know I'm familiar with his views, of course, but
I know that when Rob Rowe talks about this section, he refers to Heiser. I feel like I know Heiser good enough through Rowe.
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the points he's making are accurate. I just don't think he aligns it quite well enough historically with Daniel. Maybe, of course, my view is rather particular that I consider any time periods relating to a prophetic calendar, or I mean to a 360-day year calendar. I don't think mixing that in with our 365-day calendar makes a lot of sense. Trying to calculate that way, it seems to me the prophetic idea, any dates prophetically should be a day for a year out of Daniel, and that's a kind of like a principle, I would argue, especially when it gives it in different language, like 42 months, 3.5 years. It seems very much more tidy to think of that as, I know it was an actual historical calendar in the past, but I think for time prophecies, God would know that, all that being an issue. And a day for a year, it kind of fixes that problem, because you can actually go to each day representing a solar year. And so we don't have to worry about trying to like recalculate each year and lose days and all that. It just seems, and everybody accepts a day for a year with Daniel's 70 weeks.
Yeah, except
or not everybody actually, but most do historically. Sorry.
Well, of course, our year is not 365 days.
Yeah, I just meant that, like, it's
well,
not.
That's part of the problem is these calculations are dismissing the negative progression through the zodiac when they say these things.
Well, I think when the Bible said, if you take that principle of a day for a year, which I can establish out of scripture, several scripture, and no matter how you calculate the year, I would argue that you should calculate the years based on, a solar year, a revolution around the sun, because then you don't have to worry about counting days and wondering how much it's being synced off or whatever. There's a cycle of seasons, and to count the years, and that kind of reduces the issue of trying to calculate dates, because you count years, which are adjusted based on the Hebrew calendar. A year is a year.
I don't know which or both or neither of them are old Earth creationists, or if you are, I can't recall right now. I apologize. But if they consider the reverse progression through the zodiac to the northern hemisphere at half the full progression, they wouldn't been able to have seen. They wouldn't have been able to have seen Leo. And they wouldn't be able to have seen Virgo.
You're gonna have to describe what you mean, or what's the issue there. Like, is that they are old Earth, Rob Rowe and Heiser, I would say. Although Heiser doesn't really push a view particularly, I would argue, but I think he obviously is. But
depending on how long ago if they're saying 2,000 years ago, I suppose it's fine. Maybe I'm just being overly picky. I'll be silent for now.
Yeah, because in Daniel, you calculate from the decree of, I would argue, Artaxerxes in 457 BC, and then you count how you would find, there's different theories on that, but I think it's 457, and I think you can calculate that by solar years to get to Christ's baptism, which starts the 70th week, is what I think.
Okay, Jamie, should I make a comment?
Yeah, please. Take your time.
No, that's fine. I mean, I don't really, you wanted my comment. I'll just give my comment. My comment would be that, the word Israel means those who prevail with God. And, those who fail without God. So if it says Israel, that's what it means, right? Do you agree? Regardless of whether you're a Jew or you're this or you're that. That's pretty simple.
Well, you mean as far as just in general? Because I would say a people are, the context is very important on like what's meant by Israel, because in certain contexts you could say I think in general it's a good idea to consider it being, unless it's very specific, if it's just kind of a because it doesn't really say Israel here, it's the woman, right? I would say it's like God's people or God's covenant people, which were the children, the physical children of a particular person, and historically. But then I think the world is allowed into that covenant, which was promised to those ethnic people who, and then it opens up to everyone. And so in the new covenant from, of Christ, which was promised, but they still were established in a particular group of people, in my understanding. But I mean, feel free to make a case for some other way of looking at it. I mean,
Well, I just already did.
Well,
so
it's just in general, you think it's anyone who, I would say it means those who wrestle with God and prevail. That is to seek after God, which is what he asks us to do by faith, right? So
the other couple comments I would say is this idea of the two witnesses being the people of God. I mean, I thought about that and I was like, well, wait a minute. Yeah, the law and the prophets. Okay. So it could be the word, but it's not necessarily the people of God. It's just the law and the prophets, or the word. I could buy that. And then I think what was Jamie was saying, or not Jamie, but Richard was saying, this idea of this, the beginning of Revelation 12 with the stars lining up above Leo, and Jupiter and Saturn make this giant star. I mean, I don't think any of that is valid at all, for a lot of reasons.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you don't buy the astro thing. Right?
Like if you see a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, it looks like nothing. It just looks like Jupiter. It's not like some giant thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And then this idea of the stars, and the 12 stars are lining above Leo. I'm sorry, it's just like, it's ridiculous.
Well, so real quick, Richard, go ahead. Actually,
oh, I had nothing to say except I understand that fifth is correct. A conjunction of Jupiter with anything is not going to result in a bigger, brighter Jupiter. That's just silly.
But they would. But if you're, in that time, people are seeing the stars every night, and then
you can see Jupiter on most given nights.
Oh yeah, I know.
With some pretty good schmog or whatever.
I got binoculars and I can make out Jupiter or Saturn.
You don't need them. You don't need the binoculars to see Jupiter.
No, I mean to see that it's a planet.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, just barely. If you have really good binoculars, you can do it. But I have a telescope as well, and yeah, Jupiter is pretty commonly in the sky as Saturn.
Right. But Jupiter is larger in physicality and brighter in reflectiveness than almost any planet, and in size alone adds up to the rest of the planets, and a little bit more than the rest of the planets combined.
Oh yeah, in mass.
So
right.
In mass. So you say, oh, you have a conjunction of et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, that's not going to make Jupiter look bigger and brighter.
Oh, I see. So you're saying as far as the sign of the Star of Bethlehem, then?
What they assert is the sign of the Star of Bethlehem. Yes, I think that's Fifth's point, that it wouldn't be significantly different is absolutely understandable intuitively and scientifically. It's just true.
Yeah, right. But if they're considered these wandering stars, which are in particular like the ones that move across the sky and then sometimes have they stop and move backwards depending on time of year. So to see those two stars. What?
I don't know who considered them wandering stars. I don't know who considered them that.
Supposedly, the ancient people at the time of Christ, like in the first century and before and after.
That's not factually correct to the time frame.
Well, what did they think? What do you think they thought about
it? They called them planets. They knew they were planets.
Yeah,
that's
fine.
There's ancient Chinese astronomers who There was one who even said he thought he caught a glimpse of a shadow over Jupiter. That it had a moon.
How are they seeing it?
And he may have been noticing using not quite a telescope, but extendable field glasses, best lens. They hadn't invented the parabolic mirror, so they didn't have a very good view, not like we have today. But
yeah, 'cause I thought Newton invented the telescope.
No, that would be Galileo Galilei in 1610.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Right.
But same year as the KJV, by the way, or within a year. So they didn't think of them as quote unquote wandering stars. That's like confusing a little bit of time frame and maybe two different peoples.
Well, okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, okay, so for the common person, those were the bright stars in the sky or bright planets, whatever, and they converge at one point. And they understood certain planets to have certain significance. Like apparently, all the cultures thought of Jupiter as the king's planet or star, and it's like that converges with another one in a certain area. And here we got Bob's here. Hey, Bob.
Well,
Hey,
Jamie,
Bob.
Jamie, if you look at like one of those star mapping programs and you really look at it, I mean, these things repeat all the time, and there are things going left all over the place. So to say that there's this one significant alignment, it's just, to me, it's just when you look at it, it just doesn't make sense because these things happen all the time.
If
the only other thing I'll say,
sorry,
go ahead. Oh, I was just going
to
say,
I could endorse for that purpose, solar system scope.
Okay, yeah, there's a couple.
Why am I in here twice?
But Richard, now there are people that say the 12 stars at the beginning of Revelation basically is referring to the 12 signs of the zodiac.
I believe that
because it tells the biblical story in the zodiac as well.
It does.
I think so. You guys don't buy. You don't think the Revelation 12 sign was of any significance, or?
Sure, it's significant.
Well, me doesn't even think this is an astral prophecy, which is mind-boggling to me. But I know that notion.
I never said those words.
Okay, please correct me. What's your feeling?
Well, I've already said it. I mean, what I said is what I said.
Explain what I missed.
I didn't say astral theology.
Oh, yeah, all I mean by that is that this passage is referring to something that occurred in the sky. That's all I mean.
Well, yeah, because, like I said, there's a lot of people who say those 12 stars means the 12 zodiac.
No, I think it's just it's what was it? Bob knows. It's just it's particular planets and then their constellation.
It's the constellation of Leo, and it was 3 of the wandering stars.
Yeah. Richard was contesting that they didn't know that they actually knew that there were planets, or many cultures did.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him about that. What evidence does he have? Because I've always heard that.
But I'm going to argue. I'm going to read
they used to be called wandering stars before it was clear that they were planets.
Yeah, in Scripture, it doesn't seem to distinguish a planet from a star unless you
because Galileo, wasn't he the first one to come up with geocentricity? And before that, they had this ecliptic model where they would draw extra eclipses inside of their ellipticals. They had this multi-leveled elliptical model where they managed to be able to plot the stars or the planets fairly well, but they had to keep adding more ellipticals to make it more accurate.
Right. And how long ago was that approximately, in what part of the world?
I believe it was like 16 or 1700 in Europe.
That was what's his name's model. What's his name? The T, I think it's the model that he's talking about there. I forget the guy's name.
I only remember the Galileo. I think it's Galileo. Yeah, Galileo is the one who first proposed the geocentric model, which attested that these. Well, actually, I may be getting names mixed up. I'm not good at history.
Ptolemy, I think. Is that right? I'll look it up.
Ptolemy starts with a P.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Ptelomy.
And besides that, I think you're talking about Aristotle, but that's beside the point. Okay, so there has been some argumentation because of some of the writings of some Asian observers, astrologers, they would have called them at the time, but they were also astronomers, that they had seen and marked and counted for several hundred years before Galileo, maybe even as much as 1,000 years before Galileo, and possibly more than that, a shadow that passed in front of Jupiter. So apparently the best guess as to what that person saw was probably Ganymede, because it's just huge. And the largest moon in our solar system, Ganymede. Less popular than Titan, I understand, but bigger.
I swear you can see the moons, 4 moons around Jupiter on a really clear night, but apparently you can't.
Well,
You can with a telescope.
Oh yeah,
Even a good pair of field glasses today are better quality. A cheap pair of field glasses that you might use to look at Jupiter are better in quality than any glass they had, 2,000 years ago.
All right, guys, I'm going to read the verse. I want to stay on the topic here because I want to comment about this, whether this is I think this is definitely something John's seeing as a vision that happened in heaven, because I do think, now I've heard a few different numbers. I can't verify any of them, but someone told me this happens every 300 years. Another person's told me it's only happened like twice in history, if you're a young earth creationist anyway. But I'm just going to read it and then we can talk about it. But this does align with all the biblical data to be a potential birth date, and it only happens on one day that's potentially could be describing Christ's birthday. And the imagery is clearly the Virgin, and she has the imagery, the 12 number.
Look, it's easy to figure this out if you think about it. Jupiter is on a quote unquote 12-year Earth year cycle, right?
I don't know.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'll just tell you. Yes, it is. Now, what that means is because what was the next planet out? Forgive me, my brain. Help me. Rings around Saturn. Thank you. Saturn is on like I think it's I'll have to look it up, but it's like 20 years. Okay. For just as an example, let's just say it's 20 for now. Okay. What that means is because it's comparatively, it's not slower, but it's making circles less often. What that means is Jupiter catches it, right? And Jupiter catches it on a regular basis. You see,
Catches what?
Catch it. They line up on the solar plane. Jupiter would catch Saturn on a regular basis.
As far as that alignment, but all the criteria here.
Yes. Also, I'm not done.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. So,
everybody.
So obviously there's only 12 positions, right? And it's going to catch it in one of those 12 positions, which is obvious, and say it caught it every 26 years, which would be less than that. It would be more like 17 years. But then it's going to appear in one of those zodiac houses and catching it every 17 years or whatever, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it aligning those, it catching it is going to be like, it's going to be like in 12 years, every 1.3 to 1.5, multiply that by 12, and you're going to see how many times it does this. It just does it all the time.
It only appears in one specifically Virgo. That's the one that I've looked at. It only appears in Virgo once every 300 something years.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
I thought you were saying like 12 years or 20 years.
12 times about 1.5 times 12.
Well, sure, that's when the planets would align, based on their orbits around the sun from the perspective of the Earth.
That's
But as
all
far
I'm
as
saying.
being, yeah. But and Bob's saying regarding this sign here, then in this topic here about Revelation 12, for it to be in the particular zodiac, and to also align with the other details like the moon being under the feet of Virgo, the sun being in her. It's actually not explicit in the text, but it happens to be that all these things align at that time and during a candidate for Christ's birthday. The sun happens to be in her belly, the belly area of that during the day. And then, what?
No,
it
the
just kills
sun
my
is near the
brain
head.
actually, because but
The sun. Okay, so it's not.
She's
It's not
clothed.
just that it's in Virgo. There's more variables that do add to it. It has to be in Virgo, and it has to be in Virgo during the time that the sun is at the head of Virgo and the moon is at the feet of Virgo, which is a specific time of day. So it's a specific time of year that Jupiter has to be in this alignment. I think both of those are considered for the 300-year period. But then you also have the 12 stars. Now, as far as my understanding goes, Leo is commonly known to have 9 stars, though I've heard people argue that it has more, but they're not the main points of the constellation. And so then when the 3 wandering stars, which is the case for September 2017, you have to factor in how often that happens. And then there's the inception comment as well.
right. In a geocentric model that was used in that part of the world at the time, it was geocentric, right? Until 1600s,
yeah.
with Galileo.
Yeah.
Galilei. Okay, so it was geocentric. So in a geocentric view of the zodiac, if we are in Virgo and we look toward Virgo, where's the sun located?
That depends on the time of the day.
No. The sun doesn't change position by time of day.
Yeah, what?
In a geocentric model, we looked through the sun to establish our zodiac sign at the time. We looked over it or through it.
Well, you look at the its movement through the sky in a day, but as far as what zodiac it's in from the Earth is what's.
So the sun would be between us and Virgo when we're in Virgo. That's what decides we're in Virgo.
Right.
Okay. So if the moon, which is closer than the sun, we're at the feet of Virgo while the sun is between us and Virgo, what would the moon look like? It would be black. It would be black. It would be a new moon.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to play the
Unless-
claim real quick because this is short, and then we can talk about it so we stay on the same page. This is the claim that I understand to be true. As far as Bob, what you're saying, I believe he says as far as you're thinking of it from a perspective of it being not a past event, and I think the information you're using is saying that this is less precise criteria according to the language of Revelation 12. So let's just listen to this really quick, and then we'll talk about it. So I want to
there's
stand.
simpler explanations for all of this, by the way.
This
This is
red
extremely
line right
complicated.
here is the ecliptic. That's an imaginary line that astronomers use.
I'll give you a
Marks
piece, Richard. Don't worry.
of the constellations of the zodiac. Obviously, we have sun and moon here along the ecliptic in this illustration. Here's an illustration of the, again, familiar constellations, how they follow the ecliptic right here. Now, what we have here, and again, this is part of a lecture I do in Revelation 12, is the constellation Virgo, the Virgin. If you go back and read Revelation 12, it is very obviously about the virgin birth of Jesus, the Messiah. But the signs and symbols that are used in Revelation 12 are well-known astronomical symbols. The constellation Virgo is the only one that represents a woman. For 20 days, Virgo is clothed with the sun. That's an astronomical term that means the sun appears in the constellation. That language comes from Revelation 12. But in Revelation 12, we not only have the sun clothing the woman or inside the woman, we have the moon at her feet. The important note here is that for 20 days, Virgo gets clothed with the sun.
You're probably
The
not going to
exact
want to
date
go
when
over
the
this again,
moon
but I
is
don't
under
know if
her
I should
feet
ask you to pause it or not.
can occur only during an 80-minute window.
What's up?
Well, go ahead.
I don't
Then
know
I
if
gotta
you
say
wanted to
something.
like.
I wanted to let him get through the parts where it gives all the criteria according to the text.
He just said that it's a standard astrological term to say that the sun being in Virgo is when the Virgo is bathed or clothed in the sun.
That's what he
And
said.
that language is from Revelation 12.
Right.
Isn't that begging the question? Isn't that where is it called? Assuming the consequent. Isn't that assuming that you're right when I don't know of that kind of language meaning that in any other place?
Well, I think the point is, if we take this to be an astronomical thing, then clothed with.
Sure, if you just assume that you're right, then you're right. Sure.
Well, no, I imagine he means other writings and such from the time would speak of a particular astronomical sign being clothed with the sun means the period in which the sun is running through it. I mean, he's not debating whether or not this is an prophecy. He's already saying that's the paradigm he's giving right here, which I don't really. I mean, what's wrong with that? I get what you're saying.
We can
I've seen that language in the Bible. I've seen that language nowhere else.
Well, that doesn't mean that it's not there. I mean, this is Heiser, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's borrowing it. This is yeah, let's just see what all the details that he gives, and we can talk about whether they're legitimate or
well,
not.
hey, let me just.
I mean, he's a scholar. He might know stuff we don't know.
Well, see, here's what I'm noticing is it's also the woman that is in the wilderness, right? And he's saying that that's Israel. I'm trying to look at it right now, but the woman is mentioned 2 or 3 times, or 3 or 4 times in this part, right?
Yeah, that's why I do want to try to get to the text, and I want to.
I know, but in all of those other places, we're not talking about the constellation of Virgo. So why is he saying that this woman is Virgo? Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's a good question. But this is where, for me, I'm always surprised when people ask that kind of question, because it's like, I don't know if it has to do with the way you think about the Bible, and I'm just like, I just don't. It's just foreign to me or whatever. But like, the way the Bible uses like imagery and symbology, it's like this. So let me just say this to just kind of get it out there. It's a symbolic book, right? And so there's a sense in which this is Mary, the mother of Jesus, that's being symbolized in this. It's also, in a sense, true that it's this constellation. It's also true that it's John's vision. It's also true that it's God's people. It's also true that it's quote unquote the church. It's also true that it's tied to Eve and human beings. It's also true that it's the people of God. All those things
It's really
are true.
simple. It's really simple.
Yeah,
the reason that we're looking at the constellation is because Revelation 12:1 says, "And there appeared a great wonder in heaven." That's the first clue. Can we watch the rest of this clip and then come back and tear things apart?
Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, because if people want to take this like literally or super straightforward, which I agree with, by the way, that should be the primary reading. At least at first, it does just plainly state that this is a sign he saw in heaven, and John does use language in this book that is borrowed from the non-canonical book of Enoch.
Okay. Well, then I'll just use your explanation, Jamie, and say that, yeah, well, God's people are in the heavens as well, if you want to call them angels or whatever.
Well, sure.
So, yeah, there's many meanings. I agree with that.
I agree. It's a picture of this is like a sweeping idea about the story of salvation from beginning to end, I'm going to argue. And so, yes, it is eventually the people of God in heaven. And we see that in the book of Revelation when they're on the sea of glass. But I'll finish this and then we'll talk about the text.
Within that span of days. So both of these signs, the sun in Virgo and the moon at her feet, are important. And the sun is about midway in her midsection. Again, there's symbology there as far as a pregnancy. If you actually looked up the constellation Virgo in Norton's star atlas, and I'm sure other atlases, there would be 12 visible stars around her head. Again, this is all well-known ancient world symbology and astronomical observable astronomy. If we look at the alignment of constellations, here's Virgo in the middle. I've taken the pictures out and just done the line drawings. Sun in the midst of Virgo, moon at her feet right here. Above Virgo's head is Leo, of course, the lion symbology, the Lion of Judah. Within Jupiter, at the very same time that Virgo is closed with the sun and the moon is at her feet, we have a conjunction between Regulus and Jupiter. Jupiter is known as the king star in ancient astronomy. It's because it's the biggest one.
That happens all the time,
Regulus,
I'm sure.
of course,
Go
if you
ahead.
know Latin, you know that's terminology for the king. That is the king star. So we have the king planet, Jupiter, and the king star, Regulus, in conjunction. If you did any reading on, like out of Martin's book or some other sources, this is very important symbology for a royal birth. It's known all through the ancient world. It just so happens that in this situation, we have this simultaneous conjunction in the constellation Leo, again, which was in Jewish astronomy and Jewish astrology, and that was practiced for many centuries. We have we have the sign of a royal birth in the tribe of Judah, which is obviously messianic. And by the way, the whole thing about Jewish astrology, there have been a number of zodiac mosaics uncovered in Jewish synagogues in Palestine in the early centuries, the early church. Their whole dissertation is written on this subject, Jewish and Christian attitudes toward the stars. There is an orthodox astronomy, an orthodox astrology, if you want to call it that. In the ancient world, astronomy and astrology are pretty blurred. And there are obvious non-orthodox or pagan systems as well. Below here, below the woman, okay, we have the sun in Virgo and the Virgin, moon at her feet. In modern zodiac, we have here Scorpio and then Libra, the scales. In the ancient world, these were combined. If you can conceive of this in your imagination, here's the tail of Scorpio, and then Libra was thought to be the claws that were joined right here. So this entire set of what are now two constellations were in the ancient world viewed as one, and it was known as the dragon. Again, that's right out of Revelation 12. Here's a superimposed picture over it. Now we have Scorpio and Libra, the scales, but in the ancient times, this was one known as the dragon. There's another candidate for the dragon in Revelation 12 on the other side of the ecliptic. We have Hydra right here, but I tend to think that what John is describing is the ancient dragon constellation right here, Scorpio and Libra combined in today's terminology. Now, the important thing about this is that in Revelation 12, all of these signs can occur, again, in only an 80-minute window of each other. So to account for all the signs in Revelation 12 during not just one calendar year, but during a whole series of astronomical periods and ages, you have a very small window of time where all of these things can be present at the same time, where everything is accounted for. The birth of the child in Revelation 12, as I have a note up.
So that's the key thing in that.
There.
I didn't know about the two, the Scorpio and that other one. The scales were originally a single constellation referred to as the dragon.
Yeah, it seems like, isn't that always there, right there, though? As far as those constellations, they're always aligned like that, aren't they?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I just think the point is, somebody show me why it's not true that what he's saying, as far as all the point is, each detail may not be very special on its own. But when you have it being in Virgo and the moon's at the feet and the time when it's closed with the sun and the king's planet aligns with the king's star in the constellation of Leo with those 12, the number 12 around her head, it seems to me if that is a certain window and it fits, and then you align that with all the data of the New Testament, and it seems to be talking about this pinnacle of history as far as this child, right, which comes from the seed of the woman, which is promised in Genesis 3. If all those things, if you stack them all together, and it can only happen in a 20-minute window, that fits the biblical criteria for Jesus' birth, and it's clearly the revelation of Jesus Christ, then why is this not a thing? Somebody tell me that.
Sure. Share screen.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see that. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Well, I hadn't asked till now. So here it is on September the 23rd of 2017. It does all of those things as per listed. Everything they said here, if you want to read all this.
Yeah, but there wasn't a birth of a child that is
So your assumption as to what date needs to fit is what decides which one's right.
No. How
do you know Jesus Christ is not born September the 23rd, 2017? How do you know that?
The Bible.
Because he was already
Because the Bible says he was born 2,000 years ago?
We know it was written before 2017. I specifically remember having one for 10 years before that.
Yes. I appreciate the humor. But it's not that I don't appreciate the humor. I do. But this happens on a regular basis. And we're literally like cherry picking which time that it happens. Here's a listing of them.
Well, but the woman is language is God's people in the Bible, like the bride.
Oh,
right?
Hold on, Jamie. Richard, how many
can be the bride? That's true.
How many factors does this article take into account when it's claiming it happens? How often it happens?
It quotes, which I'm only finding Michael Heiser and that very small group asserting this in the first place, but it quotes them quite well, and it talks about the Vatican Observatory. It talks about all of the specifics, and I mean it could be like quoting Heiser. It doesn't.
Well, he's quoting
Heiser specifically.
Does it mention Jupiter retrograding in Virgo for 9 months?
Aligning with Regulus. See, that was what I was going to say. My understanding is a lot of people got all hyped up about this, and maybe it's true that it also happened now, but they were saying it only happened back in this first century and then now. And I heard other people say that actually this one here in 2017 does not actually fit all the proper criteria. Like there's like one part of it that isn't right. Like it's I believe it had to do with might have been the Jupiter Regulus thing, or it has to do with where the moon is or something. Maybe there's something that it doesn't fit quite all of it. But it's very, very similar. Yes.
I don't know about the Jupiter Regulus thing for the 2017 sign.
Reads here on September 23rd, 2017, the sun will be in the zodiac constellation Virgo, a woman closing the sun. The moon will be at the feet of her, with the moon at her feet. The 9 stars of the zodiac constellation Leo, plus 3 planets, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, will be at the head of Virgo. On her head, a crown of 12 stars. The planet Jupiter will be in the center of Virgo, and as the weeks passed after September 23rd, Jupiter will exit Virgo toward the east in quote-unquote retrograde, past her feet, so to speak. She was with child and wailed aloud in pain as she labored to give birth. Jupiter is the largest of the planets, king of the planets, so to speak. She gave birth to a son, a male child, destined to rule all the nations with an iron rod. Must this not be a sign of something momentous, as the internet sources say? In fact, after reading blah, 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 blah.
Well, I mean, Jesus is already born. So, I mean, the promise seed of the woman. Well, because the Bible, I believe the Bible, and the point of the whole thing he's talking about. Why do I believe it? Because of the testimony.
That's not what I said. I said, how do you know that?
How do I know?
The Bible's true.
By faith.
Oh, okay. How do you know that why do you say that the Bible is claiming that Jesus was born about 2,000 years ago?
Daniel 70
Do
weeks.
you
the
wait,
Bible
no,
says-
hold on. Do you think that it wasn't? Do you think that Jesus was not born 2,000 years ago?
Yes, I think that it's biblically inconsistent to say that he must have been born about 2,000 years ago.
Okay, well, the incarnate person of the Trinity, okay, was born as a man to become the kinsman redeemer promised by God in the Old Testament, and to fulfill Daniel 70 weeks, and Jeremiah 31, and Isaiah or whatever. I know
I
those
believe
would be
all
hard
the
to
prophecies
accept.
will be fulfilled. Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't see how you
I
can
don't
be.
know why you're asking the question if you agree with us that Jesus was born about 2,000 years ago.
I don't agree. That's my
When do you
entire
think he
point. I
was
don't agree. I don't think that's necessary. I think it's defeating of certain parts of the Bible. I think that qualifies as cherry picking the text to confirm
Okay.
whatever bias a person has.
When do you think that he was born and why?
Well, he has to be born at the right time to do his mission during the second half of end times. So he needs to be an adult when end times start.
End times.
That's not, but yes, but it doesn't say that he lives to be 2,000 years old. It doesn't say that anywhere.
Do you think
In fact,
Jesus hasn't been born yet?
Depends on how close we are to end times.
So I thought you would say you're a Christian.
I am a Christian.
I think
Do you
you
think
have
that
to believe Jesus that who's of the lineage of the Bible. Like you're more like a reprobate Jew that's still waiting for the Messiah. In a
Now, why do you
sense.
say that's reprobate? How do you know that you're not reprobate?
Well, no, because no, I mean, well, what is a
Wait,
Jew?
no, okay. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah.
Do you affirm that they were written about 2,000 years ago?
We have no idea when those things were written.
Well, that's not true.
No, scholars have theories on when those things were written.
We know that they were written more than 1,600 years ago. We know that they were written. Okay, I said about
we know that
2,000
creeds
years ago.
exist that are aligned with those scripts, with those texts.
It's
history.
dodging
Let
the
me ask you
point.
guys.
The main point is was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John written more than a century ago?
More than a century, definitely.
Okay. Did they record events that actually happened?
Did they record? Yes.
Did they record that Jesus was born in their time that they wrote of?
Sure.
Then what are you talking about? Jesus was born at least 100 years ago
Mm-hmm.
and was crucified and raised from the dead.
Well, he was born before
What is this?
1983, that's for sure, because that's when I was born. I know he wasn't born since then. Well, actually, I don't even know that. Heck, I don't know anything for sure, but
I don't understand your argument about Jesus having to have been born within a lifetime of the end times.
I don't want to disrespect either one of you, but I'm kind of in a spot here. I thought we were talking about Revelation 12. And Jamie said he wanted to stick to and he said, "Don't come in unless you're going to stick to Revelation 12." Then I came in, which was my promise to stick to and let your yays be yays.
Okay, Jamie. Can we go back to Revelation 12? I think we're past the first verse. I'm gonna go. My take on this is I can equate this first verse to, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, or at least the heavens. So that's where I'm at. But I'm wondering how you, not Michael Heiser, how you are gonna go with this dragon that appears and all that from here.
oh yeah. So I think I would say God is providentially makes the heavens have some correlation, so that when he makes the stars, sun and the moon and the stars, and the planets and everything, right? Because he created it all. He sets things up, and it's not always easy to explain. I just know that that's how it seems that God works. Probably you look back and you see how God made things happen a certain way, and you were free to make your choices, yet things happen so that his will is done. So The reason I really just wanted to get to the text and then read it and then point out some details about it as to why I think this is certainly about Christ's birth. For one, Christ's birth is the pinnacle of history, I'm going to say, because he's the Messiah, he's salvation. It's all about his story. And I'm going to say there's astronomical language all over the scripture. I know Christians don't like that, but he's the in Psalms, the language of the sun coming out of its chamber like a bridegroom, and passes through the heavens. Jesus, comes from the east, like where the sun rises. And first, Peter talks about that language. Malachi, the son of righteousness with healing in his wings. No one can hide from the heat of him. He's the great light, right?
Because God created the heavens and the earth, of course.
Right. So there's this imagery of that. And then we see this in Revelation, which, by the way, is the revelation of Jesus Christ. And so it's, we can look at this. You look at the way Revelation 11 is tied to this, and Revelation 13 ties to Daniel, which is about the Messiah, about the 70 weeks, essentially, and then also more than that. And then Revelation in the next chapter 13, takes over from where Daniel 7 left off. So you got to connect Daniel and Revelation is key. But okay, I'm just going to read this for now, and then we can talk about it. But there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth and pain to be delivered. I would also point out Genesis 3, God promises the seed of the woman. And this is clear. Everybody understands it to be Christ, almost everybody who's Christian anyway, or what in Jewish, right? That even throughout the text, they're wondering if this is the Messiah, right? Maybe even Eve thought her first son was the Messiah even. But okay, and there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads. This seems to be that beast, power of the Rome, right? From Daniel, the fourth empire. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven. It did cast them to the earth. And the dragon
constellation represents Rome.
No, I'm saying this red dragon is the imagery, like Heiser was describing. This is just the vision / in heaven or whatever. Maybe he
keep reading the verse; it'll tell you.
And he drew this dragon drew the. I'm saying there's a correlation with from this.
Oh no, it's right. It's in verse 3.
Yeah.
7 heads, 10 horns, 7 crowns upon his heads. That's the beast that comes out of the sea.
That isn't what I asked you.
Right. Let me finish. Okay. So this dragon drew a third part of the stars of heaven and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered. Before the woman, which was ready to be delivered to devour her child as soon as it was born. She brought forth a man child. Wow. He was fully grown, I guess. I guess we have to take it literally, right? I know a man child right here. Okay. Who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron? I don't know about that. I'm too soft for that. And her child was caught up unto God and to his throne. I thought everybody went to heaven when they died. Well, he's alive. And then the woman fled into the wilderness where she had the place prepared of God. That they should feed her there 1,260 days, which is, I think, 42 months of 30-day months. And there were
3.5 years exactly.
Or a time times and half a time. And there was war in heaven.
Okay, well, do you want to stop there? Because that's like a breaking point. Or if you want to go ahead. I'm just asking if you want to stop there.
I think it's far enough.
We can stop there for a minute.
Okay, well then I'll just chime in with one small point. So we got past the 12 stars. The next thing is she was with child, about to give birth. Okay, so in Matthew 24, we see the birth pains, right? And that's about a birth, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's about the new heavens and the new earth. But there's no child, right? There's no actual child. It's talking about giving birth to this
Sure.
child.
Okay.
Right. I think that's I think that's like an idiom, just like where times get intensified, the idea of the birth things. But if there is a correlation there, I would argue, there's this idea already not yet sort of thing in prophetic things. So we know that like Matthew 24 suggests, I would argue it's because I'm a partial preterist and partial futurist and a historicist. So I think of most views it's, both. And so it's like Jesus brings in the new age and correlates to the last days, which I would argue is the time from Jesus till Jesus returns. And so there is a correlation between after Christ ascended, and then also the church, quote unquote, church age, to his second coming. So there kind of is correlation there as it stands. Matthew 24 displays that clearly. When they ask him the two questions, the end of the age and the sign of your coming, quote unquote, right? Which would be the end of time. So I don't have a problem with that. Are you suggesting something about, do you think this is a future prophecy of some kind?
Well,
or
I'm just pointing it out that, he's not talking about a literal child being born there. So this could be taken.
Right. Sure. Yeah, that's a good point.
Except it points out a singular man-child who is to rule all nations with a rod of iron. We all know who that is.
Right. Okay, well, we can go. I mean, yeah, let's just go through it. You guys give your points on it or whatever.
Yeah,
I think it speaks of the church, because the church is the body of Christ, and we're going to reign and rule with him. The reason I think that is because I find it difficult to find any other prophecy or any other mention in the prophets of going back and saying, hey, I saw this sign and it's something that happened 2,000 years ago, or in John's case, 60 years ago.
Yeah, I think it can be, there can be aspects of it that are talking about the future. I would say, because God speaks, I would argue all the time where he's just like talking about something specific, like the Prince of Tyre, and then all of a sudden he's talking about somebody who is in Eden and this power behind the Prince of Tyre, and he doesn't really give any warning. Or when he talks about, that's probably a clue about how God talks about history, or how the things about Israel get applied to Christ, and in the text it switches from them to he, and things like that. In the actual text.
But specifically about Lucifer, he's talking about the sins of Lucifer.
Yeah, but he describes the one from the past, which alludes to like the Garden of Eden and him falling from heaven, I would argue. But we don't have to get into that. My only point was just to say that don't get overly linear with this text here. I mean,
I get that.
Heiser does, and I don't agree with that totally. I think it's describing a sweep through history, is my opinion anyway. It doesn't. I mean, it could be specific, like is Michael fighting? No, I think Jesus is Michael. So obviously, I'm not going to take that as having to be particularly right during the 1200 days. But in a sense, it can be too. I mean, if you take that historically, which I do at this point, I think that's a shift right there in verse 6.
My point is that in regard to Lucifer, it's apparent. It's incredibly obvious that he's talking about past stuff. But in this, it's not immediately apparent. You would have to have, I think, something that you already know that makes you think that it must be referring to something that happened in the past.
Regarding which part?
That a son was born of Israel, and the son was to rule with a rod of iron, and that he was caught up to heaven. That does sound a lot like what happened with Jesus. Jesus was born of Israel. He was caught up to heaven, and we know that one day he will rule with a rod of iron.
Pretty nice fit.
Yeah. The only thing that throws me off is that it's in the past, and when John writes this, he says he sees a sign in heaven, and I take that to mean it's a sign in heaven, not on earth from heaven or something like that. He just says it's in heaven.
You mean
John
like,
the Revelator would have to be already an adult when this happened.
are you saying that like you mean like he's seeing like when the time is when we're in heaven or something? Is that what you're saying? When he says he sees it in heaven, like he's saying he's in heaven, seeing the future sort of thing? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think the language is like I looked up to heaven and saw a sign. Like that. That's why
Oh,
I
I
think
see.
it's the
Okay.
constellations.
Well, maybe he did see a vision in heaven, and the vision represents an astronomical thing that happened at a certain particular time.
Well, he was in heaven in Revelation 4. Like he was in heaven looking at what was going on. But then in Revelation 12, he says, "I saw a sign in heaven."
Well, what'll really scare you is the idea that when you compare this to the Book of Enoch, this refrain throughout these chapters is "and I saw," and that's
I
so
don't know
the
any
same
way
things
to
are
pronounce
described.
that Enoch.
Huh?
I don't know any way to pronounce that Enoch.
What pronounce what?
Enoch.
It's either
Oh.
Enoch or Enosh or
Okay.
Enosh, but it can't be Enoch.
Well, I'm a Washingtonian, you know.
The
circa.
Mormons say it that way. That's why it bothers me.
Oh,
I don't
that's
think you're
okay.
Mormon.
Jamie, I hate to bring this up. In fact, I'm not even going to do it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
What a teaser.
Enoch, Enosh, whatever.
I wish I could get a chance to talk to Rob Rowe and Michael Heiser on this. I doubt that I will. The scholars who were studying this labeled beginning at 12:3 the red dragon, Satan. Okay, they didn't think it was a constellation, so he's actually arguing with all of. They thought the red dragon represented Satan, not a constellation. Okay, so they're arguing with all those. Worse than that,
What?
there is the Guadalupe, which is also based on Revelation 12, the woman clothed in the stars. The majority of Catholic South America, all the way into Spain, believe that Revelation 12 is talking about Mary. And worse than that, the Bible already had words in the Hebrew to refer to Virgo, the Bethlehem, which literally means house of bread, that constellation. So why didn't they say Bethlehem here?
It's Bethlehem, but yeah. Also, Enoch is
I can't
Chanukah.
pronounce Hebrew. Sorry, what?
See,
Enoch is actually pronounced Chanukah.
I don't get
back
what
far enough.
people are saying. You just reminded me of what and no hard feelings to anyone. I'm just being passionate about it, but I really don't. This is like why everybody has it's like it can't be that, it has to be
wait, just argue with one of my points.
It's symbolism. Like
just argue with one of my points.
It is Mary, but it isn't just Mary. It's Mary, it's Israel, it's God's people, it's the people of God, it's the bride of Christ, it's God's people, it's the woman. It's
okay. The woman clothed with 12 stars, the sun in her, the clothed in the sun and the moon at her feet. Go back and read Joshua's vision, where his father Jacob rebuked him.
Okay, but let me say one more thing about that. My point is just this: did Jesus come from Mary? No, Jesus is the eternal Son of God. Did Jesus come from Israel? No, he's God Almighty. Did Jesus come from God's people? No, he's the leader of God's people. He's eternal. It's like,
yes, you could say both.
Yes, he did. All those things are true. Yeah,
you could say both on all of those.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said no to any of those. Jesus did come from Mary. Jesus did come from Israel.
So, like, is the woman Mary? Well, yes and no in a certain sense, and yes in another sense. I mean, it's just like the point is, you got to look at all the passages that correspond, or all the ideas or concepts. It's not like, oh, it can't be that because the dragon is red and the dragon in the garden wasn't red. It didn't say that.
If you go back a couple hundred more years in that same part of the world, it wasn't a dragon at all. It was Libra and the Akia the eagle.
Well, yeah, but like Michael Heiser's point was, you're talking about the one that is the dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Michael Heiser's point was, apparently he has found that in ancient Jewish cultures, according to what I understood from that video, that they saw those two constellations as one and called it the dragon.
I just haven't looked up the time frame for that, and I don't know that was true right then.
I think many cultures.
I know if you wanted to go, see that's when they were experimenting with lesser or more months trying to make the calendar work, right? That's why they started combining and splitting up and all these. We had 13 constellations at some point in some cultures, right? But if you go back to the most original things, the four corners of the zodiac are literally the eagle, the lion, the calf, and the man. Those are the four corners of the zodiac, which are spelled out in the Bible around God's throne, that parts of the zodiac were named after the beasts around God's throne.
Yep, the four living creatures.
So if you want to be consistent with the Bible and talk about constellations, you need a key of the eagle.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that because there was, did you say 200 years ago, there was a view that constellation was the eagle and then the other thing?
What I'm saying is biblically it has to have an eagle.
Well, okay, but that doesn't necessarily have to be what was under Michael Heiser's claim the dragon of that period of time.
I know, but
he didn't mention what the other constellations were.
This is all within the book of Revelation here.
Well, in a sense, I follow your argumentation, but like it would make a lot of sense if the four corners of the zodiac in Jewish culture, ancient Jewish culture, did have those things: the man, the bull, the eagle, and the what was it? The lion.
The lion. Sorry, I tend to do them in order. Sorry.
Yeah, so I get that. But if Michael Heiser is saying these two, one of which we used to think was the eagle, which we know that the zodiac has been corrupted over the years, a lot of different ideas and stuff. Maybe what I'm proposing is that Michael Heiser has found that, yes, these two constellations that are now referred to as this thing used to be called the dragon. Well, then maybe there were different constellations that were different as well. We don't know how much corruption has occurred in the.
We got a pretty good idea because astrology has been a pretty true religion for a really long time.
True religion.
I mean, it's been true to itself.
Yeah.
They kept good
the
records
thing is,
too.
I've never heard of those two constellations being referred to as the dragon as one constellation.
Right. Well, it was a key of the eagle and Libra. Then it became the dragon, which included Libra and the eagle. And then when they split it back up, they went to Libra and called the remainder Scorpio, which we have today.
Okay, so you know that before it was called the dragon, it was called Libra and the eagle.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna butt in real quick because I want to get back on track here with where I was going here. The just real quick. So is what? Oops, I got it going in the background here. Sorry. Let me kill that. So it doesn't really even matter. There's a second candidate for the dragon anyway, in the constellations, like he was showing. But the whole point is, were you guys trying to make more of this astro theology? Because I don't think I think it just goes on to tell the story, and now it's just talking about this woman in the sense of what it represents.
I don't mean to be the one who points out the forest with all the trees in the way here, but everything said here about in Revelation 12:1, it fits the description of this earth.
Huh?
And it continues to fit the description of this earth because, like, that's where Jesus is born.
Yeah, sure. I think so. Yeah, I think it's establishing Jesus's birth. Okay, because
that's obvious. Yeah,
we all
agree on that point.
Okay, the criteria. So that's the thrust of this. It's talking about the Messiah, like the promised seed, right? And so then,
no arguments from anybody here.
Now the question is, now we go on. Now we know Satan's trying to stop or I would argue, right, that the common understanding and is that he's Satan's trying to kill the child. We know that happened with Herod.
That's pretty obvious, yeah.
And then he's caught up to heaven, right? And then the woman continues on. Another reason to think it's, just in general, we could say it's God's people, right? Because there's a bride of Christ in a sense, right? And the woman, so she flees to the wilderness. Let's see. Let's read this here. So Michael is fighting and the angels are cast out. A common understanding is that that's, happened before, in my opinion. Anyways, it's happening before Eden even, or at least it happens in Eden, you could say, as far as Satan being cast from the guardian position or whatever, because of his iniquity and all that. And I mean, even in the chapter that talks about that in Ezekiel, it goes from him being thrown down out of heaven, the fall or whatever, and then all the way to his death, which hasn't happened yet, as far as I can tell. So, because we're still dealing with sin.
Hey, Jamie, do you mind if I go back?
Yeah, go ahead.
Backtrack. Okay, so I'm gonna because I'm getting something out of this. This is just my opinion. Verse 1, the woman with the stars, God created the heavens, and she's giving birth to something, right? And then there was a dragon. So I'm thinking, okay, well, when's the first time the dragon shows up? Or biblically, the dragon is the devil, is called the devil and Satan. Okay, so that's what I'm going with. So where do we first see the dragon?
Well,
Genesis 2.
Well,
right. Well, the beginning of Genesis, right? The beginning of Genesis. Okay, so that's where I'm at. Then it says, with 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 diadems upon his head. So I would ask Michael Heiser and any of those other people, how are you getting to that?
Okay.
From where you just were?
Because the power behind these empires in Daniel, right? This is imagery of Daniel, out of Rome. It's Rome, right? I mean, I can give you scripture on that. I mean, these are symbols.
Okay, because you're talking about the birth of Christ. Okay. Well, then the other point I would point out is it's got 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns. But that's actually slightly different than the one you see in chapter 13. It has 7 heads, 10 horns, and 10 crowns. So it is different.
I think that's like supposed to represent the kings of the kingdoms. I would say historically the power behind the conquering nations is like the different spiritual powers which are always being spoken of, the principalities. And so this dragon though is the ultimate power behind the forces against God. I mean, I would refer to the idea that's in Psalm 82 and all that picture, right, that Heiser has presented. I think that's a more accurate view of kind of parsing it out of all of Scripture. But we know from Daniel that, I mean, these are the kingdoms that come through Nebuchadnezzar's dream, right, and the statue and the succession of kingdoms, which we know is historically accurate, ending in Rome. And we know that Rome is the final power that is struck with the rock, which is obviously talking about Christ, and that the miry clay doesn't mix with the iron, all that. And then we have 10 kingdoms.
No, that's all good. But okay, so then it says.
Wait, before we go forward, what's the other verse? So Revelation 12 is I understood your point. I want to look at it. So
and then he says he swept away a third of the stars and flung them to the earth. Now that's the first time I'm seeing the earth. So again, I'm putting this all in the beginning. God created the heavens and the earth, beginning of Genesis, because she's giving birth to something. So go ahead, but that's what I was just saying.
What is the other reference to the beast that comes out of the sea?
That's in Revelation 14?
13 at the beginning. 13 at the beginning.
Because Revelation 13 takes off from Daniel 7 as far as the beast's power, and then it continues the story, I would argue, because it's Rome, and then the beast that looks like a lamb, it speaks like a dragon, hands the power to that original beast power. So there's like an interlude historically of Rome having the power, okay? And then some beast that looks like a lamb, it speaks like a lion. I'm going to argue that that's literally the power when before the time of Jacob's trouble, because this is the deadly head wound, quote unquote, being healed sort of thing, right? Like we know the last kingdom is Rome if you believe Daniel. But there's like this interlude where Rome doesn't have the power anymore, but it comes back, and then we see the rest of the prophecies in Revelation happen.
Fifth Trumpet does make a good point that the description of the dragon in Revelation 12 is slightly different from the beast that comes out of the sea in Revelation 13. I just checked. Revelation 12, it's the 7 heads, the 10 crowns, and the seven crowns. And then in Revelation 13, it's 7, 10, 10.
Right.
So, and you're saying that has to do with the changing in powers? Because we do see that.
That was a question for you, Fifth.
I wasn't saying that. Jamie said that.
Oh, okay. So let me see here. Daniel 7, okay, verse 20. Let me see
My
here.
fault. Sorry.
Let's see if I can. Okay, let's see. After I saw the night, this is Daniel. After this, I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, exceedingly strong. It had huge iron teeth. It was devouring, breaking in pieces, and trampling the residue with its feet. It was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. This is Rome, and how it breaks up into, I would argue historically, into 10 kingdoms, I believe. But the iron would be associated with Rome. I was considering the horns, and there was another horn. So these are 7 kingdoms, I think, from the 10 splitting up of the Roman Empire, I think is what it is, if I recall. But we know it's the fourth. Look, a fourth beast. It's the fourth beast, and the fourth beast is Rome. It's Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, and then Rome. Rome's the fourth beast, and then historically that gets split up. And we know Rome is the last, the fourth beast, right? And then we see in Revelation 13 is a continuation from where Daniel essentially leaves that idea off with Rome. But we know the rock, I believe, strikes that, right? In the Nebuchadnezzar's dream. I'd have to look all that up. I didn't know where we were going to go with this, but do you guys agree?
It seems Babylon revives as well. So I think that there's some combination or coalition between Rome and ancient Babylon.
Well, ancient Babylon in the sense that God refers to the world as Babylon. It's the merchant ships of Babylon are, it's the perversions, the false doctrine, the false system, religious system that came from Babylon was the head of gold, right? So it's not being.
Yeah, and there's a book by Alexander Hislop, The Two Babylons, and I'm going through it right now. I just started it today, and I got it recommended to me by Andy Woods, so I figured it's probably good. And the claim is that he can trace the ancient Babylonian paganism and how Roman Catholicism is today's version of ancient Babylonian paganism. And they also are Roman Catholics.
Well, we know the Antichrist comes out of Rome. I'm just gonna say that it's just a fact. It's a Roman. It's in some way it comes from Rome, whether it be a Roman.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't think geographically he comes from Rome. It's more spiritual.
Well, it's
Maybe
either the Vatican or it's a system like the Roman Empire in Christ's day. So as far as Revelation 12 goes, okay, this dragon I think this is trying to tell you, or it's a really big clue that this is Jesus, partly because the dragon at the time that the birth happens has this imagery of what I just read in Daniel 7, which is Rome. It's the fourth power from Daniel, which I just read the culmination of that. And so this is telling you that the dragon that tries to kill him is happening when the Roman Empire is there. And sure enough, that's what's happening. Herod is under Rome. He's a proxy or whatever. And that's so the dragon is Satan essentially behind the empire of Rome, which is trying to devour the child. I mean, that tells me right there that it correlates
So
with
you're saying
Christ.
it's like trying to get to Jesus before he gets to the crucifixion and resurrection. Is that what you're saying?
Or right, whether Satan knows it or not, but he's going to try to kill him because he knows the Messiah is supposed to come, just like Herod knew, and he felt threatened by the promise of this Jewish king. Right? He's the Jewish king set by the Roman Empire, and so and then we see that in the story. So he's, and that's part of the criteria for this date as well. All those astronomical signs, Herod's. This is right before Herod dies in history. That's part of this correlation because that has to be part of the story. This because according to Scripture, Herod tries to kill the child, right, and they flee to Egypt and then there's a census and all that, and he's born in the.
So Jamie, I'm going to cut out, and I wish you guys a great night. And Bob, I'd love to discuss why I think it's justified to say that the Bible demands that Jesus did not happen 2,000 years ago, but does happen. Very important that he does happen at some later time. But Jamie, thanks for letting me on your show, and I want you guys to know
Richard.
that I wish you all peace and respect in your lives, and you have mine.
Same to you, Richard.
Thanks.
See you later. Okay, Jamie, do you mind if I say something? I never know when to say or not to say.
No, you're fine.
Okay,
you can say whatever you want.
Okay, so now I understand what you're saying about Rome and all this and that, and I like that you're able to think in this big scope. That's good. But I'm just going to look at, and the dragon stood in front of the woman who was on the point of being delivered. I mean, you've heard Rob Rowe and those people say that Herod is the dragon like that. I mean, that doesn't track.
Yeah, it isn't that it is Herod, but it's that Herod. The symbolism is that. Yeah, the power that's on the power on Earth. The empire is Rome.
Okay, no. Okay, so with what you're saying, this is like a big scope thing. Rome is the power behind. So I'm saying that the dragon stood in front of the woman. You're saying the woman are God's people who came from heaven, basically.
No.
Now the dragon, but now the dragon is in front of the woman, and to me, the dragon is Satan, and so Satan would be the ruler of this world age, right? So that's why he's in front of the woman. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and it's just so you got to it's all symbolism, and something that's actually in the sky, because God set it up that way, and it's symbolizing the story of what was predestined to happen is regarding Christ anyway, right? And so it's like a providential thing, and it's telling the story in the stars, but it also represents what's happening in history, and that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's all symbolism.
Well, go ahead and expand on that.
Well, I mean, like in some cases, it's clear if you know the Bible, that some parts are symbolic in the sense that they're references to previous visions, like the four horsemen. Zechariah mentions those, and they're clearly defined.
Right, but like in Zechariah, they're actual, probably literal countries, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean that the ultimate fulfillment of that has to be a particular nation, because then you could ask the question: is it the people that live in that geographical spot that's mentioned from in the Old Testament, or is it the people from that geography, or is it the people who were originally from that nation but live somewhere else now, or is it the literal descendants of those people that lived in that spot from the Old Testament, or is it that literal country, which is actually not that same country, but it's the it's the succession of that original country, which is now called something else. It has different borders. It's like I'm not very tempted to try to say like, oh, that has to be the country of Iran, which is the country of Assyria, things like that. It's like, I think that's being overly literal with it. And it's not actually literal, because that actual country and those people are not, you can't correlate it directly. Like it's, you know what I'm saying? Is it geographic? Is it genetic? Is it people who dress the same way? Is it people that hate God's people the same way? I'd say it's more like,
in reference to Zechariah, when he mentions the 4 horsemen, or when he mentions the 4 horses of varying colors, which lines up with the 4 horsemen in Revelation 4 or 5, or is it 6? After the vision in heaven. He does say that 2 of them go north and 2 of them go south. Actually, no, he says 2 of them go north, 1 of them goes south, and he doesn't say where the final one goes, I think. I just read this today, but my memory is still a little fuzzy on it, because I'm not sure about how exactly it lines up yet. But there does seem to be a correlation between it, and I do know that 2 of them definitely go north, 1 of them definitely goes south, and I'm not sure where the last one goes. I would say, based on that, it may not be specific countries or modern day border lines or genetic rate. I would say it would be general directions in relation to Israel.
Sure. And I wasn't trying to like denigrate any specific view. I think we don't necessarily know, and maybe it's something to be debated or thought through, like, because it's not always as simple as like you at first hear or whatever, because it's like they aren't the actual same countries per se. They're definitely different people, and things change. It's like, I suspect it's probably geographical, if anything, at least in particular circumstances, because we see like the King of the North, right? That language, like Daniel 11. And what is that supposed to represent? And, we know God calls, the world, like the the people not of God, right? Or the, flesh and blood kind of thing, right? It's like that he seems to often refer to just like Egypt or Edom or Babylon. It's just kind of like the non-God conformed part, world, like just the non-saved, even, you could say, or whatever, right? He's going to destroy.
Not always. Sometimes it does seem to be very geographically specific. Shinar, for example, is Babylon, and it always means that specific location.
Yeah, but
Shinar,
that is. Sure, but I just mean Egypt, Babylon could mean the same thing, like in the context of like the future referent, I think, because it seems like the whole world, or Babylon seems to be referred to as not a geographical spot in the book of Revelation. I would say, I think it would be silly to think every mention of Babylon has to be the literal reinstated city of Babylon. I remember when Saddam Hussein was trying to like restart it, rebuild it, people were all excited about it. But I think Babylon certainly is a very general term for mystery religion and corruption of God's ways and stuff like that. Do you disagree?
I'll say I wouldn't be surprised if God spoke literally. And generally, I think that's the case.
Well, historically, for no doubt, Babylon was a literal world power and place where they were in captivity and such, right? But we know that Paul says that they were an example for Christians. Like Israel represented Christ, and now we represent Christ as the body of Christ, right? I mean, so there's like this threefold language that's adopted to describe the state of the world from past experience of God's people who represented the message of bringing people back to God, and then they fail, kind of, you could say, in some sense, and then Jesus comes to fulfill it, and then his people, right, are the people of God, anybody who trusts him in the new covenant, and then they in some sense are doing the Great Commission to bring the rest of the people to God. God's calling the nations back in, right? He always was. When he called Abraham, they were to bring in the rest of the nations, and then Jesus takes over, and then he's taken up to heaven, like we
What?
see in this chapter. And now we're called to be the great.
What about Abraham calling the
Nation.
rest of the nations?
Huh?
What about Abraham calling the rest of the nations?
Look, God calls Israel because he's calling back to bring the nations back to his ways, right? That's what Israel, God calls his people, and they're supposed to bring in the nations back to God's ways. Like they're God's people, right?
Okay, I thought you were saying Abraham was supposed to do that.
Well, yeah, he's the father of the nation. That's the first one God calls back to himself after the Tower of Babel, and he splits everybody up. Then he finally he appears to Abraham, right? And then tells Abraham, your descendants, I'm going to bless your descendants, and they're going to be, God's people, and they're doing God's ways. And I would argue that Israel was supposed to bring in the nations to the ways of God. And then,
by the way, don't curse Israel.
Yeah, God's people, Christians.
Oh, yeah, don't curse God's ways.
No, don't curse Israel.
I didn't.
What do you mean?
Okay, Jamie, let me know when we can go back to this Revelation 12.
We can now.
Okay.
I'm talking about Revelation 12. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I feel bad that we didn't get Richard's take on it.
Right. So she says that she's going to give birth. Now we're at the birth part. She gives birth to the male child. He's a shepherd of all nations. He's caught up to the throne. And then the next, it's not even another paragraph or anything. It's the next sentence, a comma. She's in the desert, and we're talking about the 3.5 years, right, of the end time, so to speak, right?
That's a common interpretation. I'd actually argue that those days represent years, and that this is talking about God's covenant people after Jesus ascends, right? Because the man-child is taken up to heaven. And then we're back to talking about the woman again. That's why I kind of started the premise of the idea that they're God's people. In a general sense, we could say the woman is God's people. That Jesus comes out of God's people, which are Israel. And Gentile, after Christ comes and establishes the new covenant, we're grafted in to the new covenant, which was given to Israel first, Daniel 70 weeks. That's my interpretation. But we know Jesus brings in a new covenant. So he ratifies the old, brings in the new.
Does the year for a day thing work out mathematically to where we are now?
I believe so.
I was going to ask the same thing.
Yeah, the 1,260 days would be. So I would argue that I could show a clip of something I have prepared, but
that can't work. 1,260 days. If it's day to a year, that would be 1,260 years. We're talking about like 1,290.
Yeah. No, that would be
Israel didn't become a nation again until 1948, May 14th.
Plus, I don't know if there really is a precedent for these days being years, but
partly it's Second Peter. I think it's First or Second Peter. A day is 1,000 years to the Lord, as 1,000 years or a day. That's partly where we take it. There's also a reference in Deuteronomy, which I still do not remember, but it's supposedly in there.
Okay, so Jamie, I actually got something out of this first paragraph here, the beginning of chapter 12. So that for me, that was pretty good. I don't need to go on because we've all heard this same stuff before, unless you want to.
Well, I don't think you guys understand my historical Protestant.
We've been listening to it all night. I've heard it. Yeah.
No. A day for a year. What as far as that establishing that?
Okay.
Because I don't think. My understanding is what I was setting it up for was the idea that it's a day for a year, and if you want to know where it comes from, that's how we established Daniel 70 weeks being according to Christ. Plus, I can point to where that's established in Scripture as well.
There's precedent for it in Ezekiel.
Yeah, Ezekiel 4:6. I think.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's other verses as well, like let's see if I can find it. This is the Protestant understanding, the Protestant Reformation. This is pretty common. This is why they said Rome and the Antichrist was the Pope, because Rome suppresses the word of God essentially, right? During history. So someone's mic's really messing up.
Yeah, it's not mine. So, I mean, the only other point I can take out of this is that you have a perspective, everybody has a perspective. So I'm glad there's just not one linear, like if man wrote it, it would just be one linear, story without all these other meanings.
Yeah, the thing I think this makes sense. The reason it makes sense for Day for Years because otherwise you've got everything really tight in these short periods of time, and there's just like it's like what about all this time in between? Rome is the last thing, and everybody still believes it comes out of Rome in the end, and I agree with that. It's just like, is any of this stuff happening through history? Whoa, what do you know? These things line up.
Have you ever heard the biblical argument that Satan is the Antichrist, not necessarily a man from Rome?
Oh, well, I think that's weird because it's not necessary, and the witness of Scripture is that there's these spiritual powers behind the people. So I think that's kind of a modern idea, to be honest. But I mean, it's possible, I guess.
Well, wait a minute. There's spiritual powers behind the people. Well, we're talking about that spiritual power in person, not necessarily through a man.
Yeah, sure. I'm okay with that. Like the Antichrist or the
I mean, it is the end times, right? I mean, it would be the end.
What would wound Satan so that his right arm and right eye would be wounded?
Where do you get that from? Nimrod stuff?
No, it's in the Bible.
Oh no, the deadly wound, but that's not the deadly wound. Isn't
the deadly wound is a tie-in to it, but there's something in the Old Testament. I don't.
Okay.
I want to say it's Ezekiel, but I'm not sure.
So I would say this: the deadly head wound just means that the power of Rome is taken out; it's cut off, right? And this is the woman fleeing into the wilderness, and then.
Let me ask you this, Jim. I'm sorry to cut off. I just can't tell who's talking and what.
Bob, your mic. Can you mic? Thank you.
Are we still in the Rome time frame now?
Yeah, the rock strikes Rome. I mean, Rome is the final. There is I'm not saying this is all like past fulfilled. I'm saying it's historical flow through history, and then it culminates when the I should look up the verses here because I'm just kind of being loose here. But the idea when that the beast that speaks like a lamb or whatever, or looks like a lamb and speaks like a dragon, and it hands the power back to the first beast. That's the idea of that's when the mark of the beast would fall, I would argue.
I think we did pretty good with this beginning of 12 because this is not simple. I mean, maybe if you guys have a different perspective, like this is the birth of Christ, okay, but maybe we should go through like Daniel 7 sometime or something.
Yeah, down in Zechariah.
There's so much. Well, like let me say one more thing about this text before we kind of wind down here. But the woman is given wings like an eagle, and she flies to the wilderness. And this is where it says she's nourished for a time, and half a time from the face of the serpent. I would say she escapes the Roman persecution, is what I'm going to argue historically. And I think this is the dragon still going after the woman, right? And who is it that? Why is he going after the woman? Because he's wroth with her, because he wants to make war with the remnant of her seed. Who are the remnant of her seed? Those who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus. So this has to be the church.
I don't see. Wait. Okay.
He's after the people who have
talking about the remnant of her seed.
Right.
Israel's seed.
The remnant of the people of God are the people that have the testimony of Jesus and keep the commandments of God, is what I'm saying.
Right, but that's not what the text says. This text says it's the remnant of the seed of the virgin, which is Israel.
Which is Israel, the people of God, the God's covenant people, right? Well, Jesus brought the new covenant to Israel, to physical Israel. So here's what I'm saying. Jesus, the woman is more
I know
general.
you're trying. It
You don't-
sounds like replacement theology.
I don't think that's a thing.
That's a thing. I like people believe it.
Well,
But
you know
I
what?
want to say,
Hold on. One thing before you do.
okay.
This is what I want to say, because I'm not about taking a dump on any people group out here, but I would say maybe it's not replacement theology. They were promised the 70 weeks. The new covenant came to them first, the physical, actual descendants, right? Which was given to Israel, the new covenant, and anybody can join. And the first people who were the disciples were Jewish, physical descendants of Israel. So it's like it's not replacement; it's continuation of them, and anyone else who wants to be joined to that.
No, because we don't have to become a proselyte. This is a different subject. But to my point earlier, my question about the arm and the eye, it's Zechariah 11:17. Woe to the idol shepherd. Idol is an IDOL, like an idol. You worship an idol. Woe to the idol shepherd that leaveth the flock. The sword shall be upon his arm and upon his right eye. His arm shall be clean dried up, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. Is that not the Antichrist?
I specifically, I'm not sure. I haven't really heard that as far. I know people relate that to Nimrod, who's like a type of the Antichrist in a certain sense, the leading power against God on earth. I mean, you could look at it like that. I don't know that it has to mean any particular detail about the end time prophecy, though. I don't. You'd have to make a connection somehow. But yeah, I think that's just language of him being kind of taken out or whatever, or him being incapable ultimately against God, sort of thing. Maybe I don't know. I don't know all the times.
Okay. Well, I can go back, let's say 2 verses. So verse 15, 2:17. And the Lord said unto me, take unto thee yet the instruments of a foolish shepherd. For lo, I will raise up a shepherd in the land, which shall not visit those that be cut off, neither shall seek the young one, nor heal that is broken, nor feed that standeth still, but he shall eat the flesh of the fat, and tear their claws in pieces. Woe to the idle shepherd that leaveth the flock. The sword shall be upon his arm and upon his right eye. His arm shall be clean, dried up, and his right eye shall be utterly.
Yeah, it sounds like that's I can't hear you if you're still talking, but it seems to me I'd have to look into it more honestly. It could have a tie to the Antichrist in the sense that he's like kind of a counterfeit of Christ, the Good Shepherd, right? So,
Right. The good shepherd and the idle shepherd. Not
and
idle as in lazy. Idle as in a false god.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll have to look at that more. I do recall hearing things like that being applied to the Nimrod typology kind of thing too, and it's clearly like an anti-Trinity going on in Revelation, the 3 unclean frogs, all that stuff. But I really want to get out something about this thing about Israel. Like I'm not even going to say I don't. It's not that I don't think God might not have some future thing for Israel. I think that's probably the case, but
it has to be the case. Israel is blinded in part until the fullness of the Gentiles come in. Then all of Israel will be saved.
Yeah, we're the Gentiles that came in, and anybody who comes into the new covenant.
And when the fullness of the Gentiles come in, all of Israel will be saved.
Yeah, all the people that ever lived that were under God's covenant in right standing with God will be saved. Whether it's Israel or people grafted into the covenant people in the new covenant or the old covenant, all the people, because it's not like the old covenant didn't have people that weren't sons of Abraham get joined to it. You could be joined to Israel and not be a descendant of Abraham then, but you'd be joined to the covenant is what it matters, is the covenant God made with people on earth.
Yeah,
who cares who
tree.
your father is? God is my father. I'm born again.
grafted onto the tree of life.
Right, which God brings through his covenant, which he also brought through a particular people who brought forth the Messiah, who are very highly regarded for that reason, I would say.
Let me go ahead. Sorry.
That's
Go ahead,
all.
Jamie.
I just don't.
Sorry.
I don't know that God's a respecter of persons in that way, in the sense that it has, like, he cares about your ethnicity. I think he cares about you being into his covenant. Whether it is, at this point, whether a descendant, particular person. I know this is a touchy subject. I just think, I mean, any non-believing
I've
Jew
heard that same thing.
Christ.
I've heard that same thing from Kim. She keeps, every time I try to talk to her about the pre-tribulation rapture, she flips out and says, God is not a respecter of persons. It has nothing to do with anything, because I'm not talking about God picking out specific persons. God chose Israel from nearly the beginning, not quite the beginning, but he chose Israel as his nation, and he gave them promises that had no conditions upon them. God will fulfill those promises.
But all those people are dead.
It wasn't to the people.
Oh,
it wasn't,
so it wasn't any person
people.
in particular. It wasn't a particular person. It's the God of promise. How do you make a promise to somebody who's dead? And how do you promise?
Abraham's dead. The promise was, one of the promises was originally given to Abraham, but Abraham died. And it wasn't the promise of salvation. It was the promise of having the land. The one I'm referring to.
Yeah, but that's symbolic of the new heaven and the new earth, or heaven, so to speak.
Well, I get that. I get that idea. Let me ask you.
No.
Go ahead.
No, look.
No, what? I get that idea. What do you want me to say? I don't get it?
Well, I was referring to me.
Okay, go ahead.
Myself and I. No, fifth trumpet. So there's no indication in the Old Testament that what you say is true. There's no indication that this was going to be something after the world was destroyed and then remade. And if you read Revelation, and you can fight on me if you don't think that it's chronological, but I think we can take it largely chronologically and question certain parts as to whether or not they're chronological. But if you take it largely chronological, the new heavens and the new earth is after the millennium, the millennial reign of Jesus.
Right.
So
birth of the new
earth. I would say the millennial reign is the fulfillment of the promise that was given to Abraham as far as the land.
Okay, fair enough. Jamie, I know you want to.
Because if you have a new heaven and new earth, then it's not the land, it's a different land. But he promised him a specific land.
Oh, that's weird. I never even crossed my mind that way. I'm trying to find a verse in Hebrews because
I'm not saying. Get after it. Yeah, I'm not saying that. Anyway.
That's fascinating. What about Hebrews? I think it's 9. I'm looking right now. Hopefully I'll find because I was reading this morning, and I was wondering what a dispensationalist, how they understand this, in good faith here. I mean, but it was talking about like the things Abraham was like. It seemed to be saying to me, anyways. It sounded like it was saying like Abraham really didn't give a damn about the land. He was like a sojourner, and he was the real promise. He was looking all that. Yeah, go ahead.
He was looking for a city that God would build. He was promised something, and he trusted God. That was the idea. So he's not looking to build his own city. He wasn't told where to go. He said, "Go, and I'll show you where it is." And so Abraham just left.
It even says something like the better promises or whatever, like the other promises, nothing, and it was really looking to the true promises which are in Christ, and of a new heavens and a new earth, something like that. I'm looking for it.
There's something there, but it wasn't. I wouldn't say that the original promises were nothing, and he was looking to some other promise. I wouldn't say that. There are two promises that are given to Abraham.
Right. You don't think that's a type. So you're saying it's not like a type for like the better promises. It's like it has to be. But it's like if he promised it to Abraham, it's like, and aren't the promises that he kind of alluded to being to his seed and like in Christ?
Yes,
Like who cares about the land? Like I mean,
God,
people want to live forever. You apes, let's live forever.
God cares about the land.
Well, he's going to destroy it. He doesn't care that much about it.
He's only going to destroy it after the millennium.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm looking at it now is like, Egypt is the land of, what do you call it? Not slavery, but, something bondage. You come out of bondage through the wilderness into the promised land. So that's the same thing as, going through this earth, through the wilderness to the heavens, so to speak.
There's types there. Yes, I agree.
Okay, but Jamie, I know you want to wind it down. I just wanted to ask you one last question. Right? You want to wind it down?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to go back to this Revelation, right where you were talking before. Okay. So the water comes out of the mouth, right? And the earth opens up its mouth and swallows up the water that the dragon had spewed out. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah. I started to try to say what I thought that meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was going to ask you. What do you and Michael Heiser say that this is talking
Michael
about?
Heiser, I think he likely has a different interpretation. So I don't even know that he takes a day for a year. I don't think he does. But I didn't ever get to the part where he was starting to get to that part of it. So I'm not even sure what he thinks. I think it's talking about, like, that's where I was going until we got off on this other thing. But that's why I was saying this. The woman is Israel technically, before the child is born, it is the physical people of Israel. But I would say then the covenant is given to them, and some of them accept it, and they're the first, establishers of the church. And then they don't accept the Messiah; he's died, and then they keep preaching just to the Jews, and then it opens up to the whole world, and that's the church as we understand it, which should be more understood from a Jewish perspective, because for the reasons I just mentioned. But so this is just the people of God now in the new covenant. This is and I would understand it to be like when one example would be, let's say, when people founded America, they fled for a religious freedom. So it's like Satan's still after God's people, just the same, right? All the way up to the end, he will be, because he wants to corrupt people from being saved, so to speak. And so he's persecuting them through Rome, and they flee to America. And so it's like the wilderness is America, essentially. Maybe you could say on one level, that's the greatest example of it. But it's the Protestant Reformation and the people fleeing from religious persecution, from the Inquisition, stuff like that.
So you would say the waters are just general persecution?
Yeah, something like, because it's what the dragon sends out to kill or destroy the woman, God's people.
And then the earth swallowing it up would be what?
It's ineffectiveness to murder God's people. The wilderness gives them reprieve.
Well, I mean, I get the wilderness part, but what's the swallowing up of the river?
The inability to snuff them out. It's falling into the pit because they've gotten away. So it's failed. It's to drown them. Let's say it's very figurative, I guess I would say. Right? It's persecution that fails. That's all. Because the land and the wilderness is like them fleeing to a land where they are able to escape and have freedom, religious freedom. Let's say. I mean, it's not like only people in America are God's people. I'm just saying it represents, and that's why. And then this is the other thing that later on makes sense, because America is the world power, and it does give. It's said to be speak like a lamb, or look like a lamb but speak like a dragon. That's the world. It's like America being the world power that was a Christian nation, but it's going to end up giving power over back to that first beast, right? And that's like where you get into like Revelation 14 and stuff. If you're looking at this historically, trying to figure out what power is. So Yeah, that
I get it. It could make sense. And I don't have an alternative view. It's one of those passages that I've never really been sure what exactly it means.
yeah. I think you have to take those days to be a day for a year, but they do happen to correlate to what I would call the prophetic calendar.
I don't mind taking the view that Revelation 12 covers, nearly 2,000 years. My problem is that I take a problem, or I have a problem with the idea that Revelation 12 is going into the past before AD 90.
Yeah. I'm kind of I'm not decided on that. I think it could be a specific thing happening around Jesus' birth, but then that wouldn't make sense because I think Michael is Jesus. I think it's the pre-incarnate Son, eternal Son.
Yeah, we should probably talk about that again. The whole thing about Michael being one of the chief princes.
That's not a bad translation, right?
Well, it may not be, and that's something we could talk about. Unless you want to do it right now.
It means there's no indication in Scripture that the first that language there, that there's in the Bible, there's no actual evidence that there's more than one archangel, for one. And then two, that can also be it's just a bad translation. It could be understood to be the chief of the angels, or the first of the messengers.
Well, hang on. I gotta push back on that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, ark. You see those two angels over the ark? They're arcing over the covenant. There's two of them there. Two archangels. Arcing.
An archangel
Covering.
for one. Okay, well, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say the archangel just means leader of it's the chief or the head of the angels. So like the captain of the host, but an angel can just mean messenger. Jesus is called an angel, but we know he's not just a merely created being. So the word has different meanings, especially in the Hebrew than it necessarily means in tradition.
Where do you see that?
The word, look up the word Malak.
No, where is Jesus called an angel? In Malachi?
I forget. The angel of the covenant or whatever. Or how about the angel of the Lord?
Angel of the Lord.
Well, that's okay.
So I'm saying Michael is the angel of the Lord, which is this other power, the other Yahweh, the other power in heaven, the eternal Son of God prior to his incarnation.
So the verse in question is Daniel 10:13. I'm looking at the lexicon, which
is the best argument. This is the only argument that's potentially makes me question it.
It's Bible Hub, so take that into account. It's a Calvinistic website. But Vashar, no, it's Vasar, which means the prince, or actually it means and prince. And then Melachot, which is the kingdom, and then Paras is Persia, Omed, which means to take one's stand. It's translated as was withstanding. And then Asarim, let's get down to where it actually talks about Michael, or the prince.
You do agree that he is the one appointed over Israel, right? Like these other.
Oh yeah, he's
the
one who stands. Yeah, he stands for Israel.
Right. So he's the captain of the host of heaven too, right?
That I'd have to check.
I think Daniel, it's in one of the Daniel verses, or maybe it's Joshua, I forget. But the point is, if God appoints all these different beings over the different nations in Psalm 82, right? The sons of God, which are in Babel, I guess too, is that Deuteronomy something, I forget. But I think it's Deuteronomy 32, maybe 31 or 32. But if that whole idea is true about the divine council, and God gives the nations over to these other beings on the divine council, and the one over Israel is Michael, does that not really fit well with Jesus coming incarnate and becoming the one who brings the covenant through Israel, God's people, and like that he's the one that is the power God sends to be over his people, and like that would be Jesus. I mean,
It could. Yeah, that's why I'm looking at the lexicon, because this is one of my questions. Because the translations all say he's one of the
I lost you. Did I get booted? You there? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, Bob, we lost you. I did anyway. There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. If Jesus is not if Michael cannot be, if you can establish that he's a created being for sure or whatever, or not the eternal Son of God, then I'll let it go. But it's going to be hard to do that, I think.
I appreciate that. That's the point that you hinge on. So
yeah, people miss that. They just assume I'm like a Jehovah's Witness and I'm downgrading Jesus. No, I'm just saying Michael is Jesus, who is the eternal Son, creator of all things, part of the Holy Trinity, or whatever. I believe all that.
You don't use the New World Translation.
Yeah, right.
All right,
all
let me
the
try
arguments
to
that people use fail.
let me try to answer that or whatever.
Jude ain't gonna cut it because Yahweh tells Satan, "I rebuke you, Satan." The Lord rebuke you.
But one of the words you can use for an angel is winds, right?
Yeah, in particular, maybe I don't know. Can you? Maybe.
Well, yeah, because you can also say an angel is a spirit, and that means wind or it means air.
Yeah, or right? it means an unseen force or being making things, having causation in the physical world that you can't see. I think maybe that's all that's going on there with that kind of language.
Well, it's breath. It's breath of life. It's wind. That's what ruach is, right?
Right, but it's not necessarily that those two ideas are equivalent exactly.
Okay, so if you fine, but if you buy the idea that the word winds can basically refer to an angel, however you want to parse it out.
Sure.
He created the winds. He created the heavens and the earth.
Yep. And just like Jesus says, the Spirit of God goes where it will, like the wind. He makes a correlation to the wind, but I don't think like every time the wind blows, it is the Holy Spirit, right? So, but yeah, I agree.
So I'm just saying that if he created the heavens, he created the wind and the winds and everything that, all the spirits, so to speak.
So, an initial looking over of the lexicon, I think the translation is correct, that he is one of the chief princes.
Yeah, that's a classically accepted way that it potentially is translated. Yeah, but I would just say it doesn't have to mean that. But that is a very deep traditional idea.
Well, I didn't look at it from my tradition. I looked at the Hebrew and tried to parse it, and it's basically 3 words. Okay. The ones that are in contention, it's echad, which is one, harashanim, and then hasarim. Hasarim is the plural princes. Or
how about could it not be first of the princes?
The word means one.
First of princes.
If you could show me, I'm willing to accept that. If you can show me that the word echad means first in reference to a group of something.
Well, it's like a Genesis 1, right? Couldn't it be like you could translate it day 1 or first day, or they're all potentially viable translations. It's just how you would. Those are translational decisions.
What I'm asking is, can you show me where echad is used in reference to the first of something? And I understand that you went to the days. I can see why you would think that, but it's like commonly translated as this is day 1.
Right. So I would just say
it's not necessarily translated as the first of the days of creation.
No, well, okay, I can't, but the question is that potentially what it's saying? Does the fact that it says one in those words, does that necessitate that there's more than one of these? Or that It's not just saying he's the first of the princes. That
I can't definitively. I don't know Hebrew well enough to definitively state that echad does not. Echad in that verse does not mean the first of.
Well,
all I know
here's
is
another thing I'll say, Bob. It could even mean to be like he's one of many princes. That could be the contextual way to look at it, and that still doesn't mean he's not unique. He could be one of the princes, as in the context is princes, because
I get that too.
Yeah, the princes are used as languages of the divine beings that are behind the rulers of the nations, and Jesus is one of those beings, which doesn't tell you anything whether or not he's God. Just like Elohim doesn't mean God, big G God. It just means, Jesus is an Elohim. Angels are Elohims. The Most High, the Father is an Elohim. It doesn't necessarily mean
Elohim is a plural form of the word God.
Eternal God, right? Well, it's a plural thing of divine beings, I would argue.
Okay, okay. Let me comment on that one. From what I understand, when you say, well, then why is it transferred capital G God, Elohim? Because it means a superior God, like the superior, and the reason he is superior is because he's got all these other people. In other words, you can't be superior unless there's other people. Like you can't be the king of the jungle unless there's something to rule over. So that's why he's capital G God.
Okay, let me say it this way. If you look at all the ways the word is used, okay, Elohim, for instance, Psalm 82, right? God stands amongst God. So Elohim stands amongst the Elohim in the divine council. And you go, well, yeah, that's because that's the Trinity. And then you read on and it says, Elohim tells the Elohim that they're going to die like men. So now you tell me, is that the Trinity? Is God the Father, one of the people of the Trinity, telling the other members of the Trinity that they're going to die like men? No.
Well, tell me the psalm. I know it's the Psalms.
Psalm 82. You want me to pull it up? Look at it in the Hebrew, Bob.
Jamie, I've got to ask you something. I don't mean to get personal or whatever, but I'm just curious. I mean, in other words, let me ask you this: Who else thinks that Jesus is Michael is the archangel? Where does this
John
come from?
Gill? Let's see, John Gill and
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Jehovah's Witnesses. Deadly heretics, but see, you're with the Jehovah's Witnesses because you also, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, think Michael is a created being. I don't. I think Michael is the same person as the Eternal Son. You think this created being named Michael, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, who also think Michael is a created being, raises the dead like Jesus does. And I'm saying no created being can do that. No created being. His voice raises the dead on the last day. No created being stands up and ushers in the end time. No, I say that's the eternal Son of God that does that.
I have a question for Fifth Trumpet.
Witnesses, you guys are heretics. I'm being specific.
Yeah. Fifth Trumpet. Do you believe in the Trinity?
I'm not going to answer that question. I'm looking at it right now.
If you have specific qualms, okay. I'm not. Just answer the question, please. I'm not going to fight you on it. If you have,
I'm not going to argue with anybody about the Trinity. Like I said, I'm actually looking at that subject right now. So
my purpose was not to argue about the Trinity. I was asking, do you affirm the Trinity?
And what did I tell you? I'm not going to answer that.
Well, see, then that just like makes me want to pry you on that.
Well, then you do want to argue. Then you do want to argue.
Well, yeah, in my flesh, I do. I'm not going to deny it.
What do you think I was
going to? If you say no, I will move on because it's a step in an argument. It's not. Do you believe in the Trinity? No. Oh, well, okay. Now I have to condemn you, or I have to find out why you.
Well, just tell me what you want to say, Bob.
I'm more interested if you think Jesus is the eternal God and the Father is the eternal God and the Holy Spirit's the eternal God.
The way I'm looking at it now, it's
no. The point that I was trying to drive was that there are beliefs that heretical presumably heretical cult groups hold to that are not wrong.
No, I follow that. Of course. Yeah. Like I have the
That's
same
what I was trying
beliefs
to
as
get
some
at.
other, yeah. I have the same belief as some other group, like whatever, Jehovah's, but I'm not with them. I think differently. Sure.
Right. So my plan was, my idea was, okay, Biff, do you believe in the Trinity? Yes. Okay. Well, then you're Catholic. To point out the idea that, well, you can't just say because I affirm this belief, which happens to
No,
be
that's fine.
true,
I agree
that
with
you
you.
must
So
be some. Okay.
yeah, I follow. I wasn't trying to argue. I was just curious where that
Well,
came
I felt that you were defensive, and I didn't want to put you on the defensive.
I love turning it on other people because they don't listen and they say, "You're a Jehovah's Witness." I'm going, "No, I don't. You're a Jehovah's Witness. You think Michael, this created angel, can just raise the dead like Jesus and raise the dead on the final day and stand up and usher in the end times? You are like Jehovah's Witnesses saying that this guy who does these things that only Jesus can do
Where are you getting
are a
this?
created being." I'm
Where
not
are
there
you
to.
getting this idea that like, for lack of a better word, Orthodox Christianity thinks that Michael raises the dead?
Well, he contends over Moses' body, and Moses gets resurrected. We see him in the Mount of Transfiguration. Jesus has the voice of the archangel, and it's his voice. John 5 says, Jesus says, the voice of the Son is going to raise the dead on the last day. And then in Thessalonians, it says, with the voice of the archangel, Jesus has the voice of the archangel, who's Michael, and raises the dead. And Jesus tells us that with his voice, he raises the dead. There you go. And you're saying, no, Michael's a created being. And I'm saying, you're a Jehovah's Witness then, not me. I think Michael is Jesus, the one who raises the dead, is the eternal Son. So there. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just
no.
saying that you can turn the argument the other way around because I don't agree
Right.
with Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't think Michael's created. I think he's the eternal Son of God.
Yeah, no, I wasn't
So
trying to
I win,
combat
you
you.
lose, heretic.
Who, me?
No, I'm just
I
teasing.
wasn't trying to argue with you. I was just
No, I
curious.
know. I'm just teasing.
Because I
What
get the
just
same
happened?
problem.
You must have gotten knocked off because I didn't knock you out. Why did you just get kicked?
Well, no, I don't know. Something happened with my tab.
That happens to me all the time, man. I don't know why. I thought it was because I was ugly, but
It was a
so,
bummer because I missed a little bit of what you were saying.
oh, just making that funny. I love making that argument because people are like, they don't listen and they're like, "You're a Jehovah's Witness," and I go, "No, you are." We should look at it. John 5, Jesus literally says that it's with his voice, the voice of the Son of God will raise the dead on the last day. I think it is in John 5, and then Paul says he has the voice of the archangel when he raises the dead, which we know is Michael. So I think some translations may even say that the voice of the archangel Michael or something, or what everybody I think understands that it's referring to Michael when it says the
I don't
archangel.
think any translation specifically says Michael, but I do believe every translation says the archangel,
Right. And that's
or
only
with the voice of an archangel.
right. There's some way to tie it to that. But my point is, look, that means Jesus said the voice of the archangel. He says, "My voice raises the dead on the last day." And then Paul says that Jesus has the voice of the archangel. I mean, what do you do with that?
Okay, well, I don't even have to look at it, and I can already say, well, the angel of the Lord.
I do want to say that
that's
you're
fine.
right on Psalm 82. It's Elohim in both cases. That's what I was looking at earlier.
There you go.
But
So my definition of Elohim,
Revelation 3, or the
look,
very beginning of Revelation 4, John sees a window or a door open in heaven. And then he hears a voice, as it were, a trumpet, saying to him, "Come up hither." Therefore, God is a trumpet. Is that what you're telling me? Jamie?
what? Say that again. I think I know where you're trying to go with this.
All right, so the end of Revelation 3 or the beginning of chapter 4.
It's like a voice like a trumpet, right?
Yeah, as it were a trumpet. Is the wording
that's a metaphor for saying it's a loud announcing voice.
Well, it's an analogy.
He says he has the voice with the voice of an archangel.
All right, let me go read it again.
I get what you're saying. You're saying he's just saying Jesus sounds a lot like an archangel, right? Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
But why is that, or why would that be a metaphor like a trumpet though? What is it about?
I don't know. I'm trying to fight you.
I know, but like, I mean, I kind of get the point. I mean, but
No,
an archangel is a being, so a trumpet is clearly like a metaphorical idea to compare it to its quality, right? But what quality of an archangel does Jesus need to have in his voice, which he specifically says he uses to raise the dead? What's the reference?
The Lord himself shall descend from heaven. This is 1 Thessalonians 4, verse 16. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. So it says that he shouts with the voice of the archangel and with the trump of God.
Yeah. So the question is, why is the archangel's voice being? I would argue that's essentially referencing Michael, because it's alluding who he is with the one who contended over the body of Moses, which has.
Do you say that the angel of the Lord is Michael?
I don't usually say it that way, but I would essentially, yeah, I think so. I think it is.
I would think that you have to, unless you deny.
Well, right. It's a logical, and it's a necessary conclusion.
Entailment.
Yeah, and so I would just say, like, just like, is Jesus the Son of Man, or is he the Son of God? Different writers had different purposes to use different language, and they all indications of something that when with the whole picture put together, they're not just random, but they were in history when they were written. They're just different people writing, and God's providence used different terms for different purposes and through different people.
Well, I'll tell you, this is interesting enough. If I do talk to Graham this Friday, we try to talk every Friday. I'll bring this up to him, and I've tried to. I think that you understand that I've tried to hear your arguments and listen to them fairly. And
I talked to Graham about this, buddy. Want to guess what he said?
That you're wrong, and he didn't really give a reason for why you're wrong.
I'll let you have a surprise. No, I can't hold it in. I have to say, he said, actually, I think you're right. He essentially said, sounds right. Can you believe that?
What did he say?
He essentially damn near just affirmed it. He's like, yeah, I think you might be right.
Okay. I think you have good points. The only question really is, like, we don't have a lot on Michael, but there's not a lot said about him specifically. Now, there is something that I remember hearing from somebody in the past that makes it seem like there's a logical contradiction, but I haven't been able to remember it.
It's something in Daniel, like Daniel 10, and because Gabriel's there with the Daniel, and then the other angel, Michael, shows up after he's stuck for 23 days praying. And
well, see, that's a problem, right? Because if it were Michael that was stuck for 20 days and then needed, it's 20, not 23, for 20 days, and then needed Gabriel to come help him, then okay, that doesn't sound like God. But I read it recently after we had our discussion. It's not. It's Gabriel needed Michael to come help him. So, okay, right. Whoever this Michael is, he's very powerful. He's more powerful. He may not necessarily be more powerful than Satan from that scripture.
Well, I think the reason
other points that you bring up make it sound like, okay, this could be Jesus.
Yeah, his name can be translated the one who is like God, or the one who is as God is. So it'd be like, who is the one like God? It's like hinting at you that this is like this other Yahweh, right? It's like if you make too much of the name that it's
His
not.
name, his name
There's no reason
literally
it
means
can't be the angel of the Lord. Yeah.
His name, Michael, literally it's Michael, means who like God. That's what it literally means. Like to translate it into English, it would be who is like God, and that would be a question.
Then it says that shows that Jesus existed, before his incarnation, obviously, and it would show it's hinting that there's a messenger that's like there's other reasons to think there's this. It's just if you make too much of like, well, why isn't the angel Lord always called Michael? Well, because different writers wrote at different times and referred to it in different senses. It's just don't make too much.
Well, there's another thing is that there was early in the Old Testament, like in Judges, I believe, the first time the angel of the Lord shows up in Judges, it was Samson's dad, and the dude asked him, who are you? Like, what's your name? Something like that. And he says, why do you ask me who you are? For my name is Wonderful.
Say it in the Hebrew. I love it. Do you remember?
Well, I don't. I don't know the verse.
Why do you call me wonderful?
The translation says, why do you ask what my name is? For it is wonderful. So, and then, I think of Isaiah. He will be called the Prince of Peace, Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God. Not Wonderful Counselor, Wonderful Counselor. Two different titles. Which is, I don't think it's relevant to the conversation as to whether or not he is Michael the Archangel. But I've talked to you offline, and I think that you make good points. And one of the ones that sticks for me is that he's defined as one of the chief princes. If you can show me outside of Genesis, I understand why you think Genesis may be an argument. I do. But it doesn't convince me. If you can show me somewhere else where echad is used as the word first, basically. First up, because if you're saying that in Daniel, he's not one of the chief princes, he's the first of the chief princes, then I could totally go with that and say, yeah, that could sound like Jesus.
Well, I mean, he's the only begotten Son of God. I mean, he's a son of God, and these other beings are sons of God. You know what I mean? It's just like that. It's just like you could just say because all that really means is he's appointed. We know he's the Prince of Peace. Does that mean he's not God? I mean, if he's one of the princes, we know he's not the only prince, but we know he's called a prince. So I mean, it doesn't prove he isn't the eternal Son because he's one of the princes. In fact,
Jamie. I haven't said you're wrong.
No, I know. I just don't see why. I mean, I don't think you could prove that it has to be the first, but it's no less viable than the way it's translated in a lot of the versions. That's all I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that if you can show me one verse where echad is used to be synonymous with the concept of the first of something,
sure,
outside of Genesis, then I would be forced to believe.
Why isn't that a good example? Why is there any reason it can't be said first of the days?
2 or 3 witnesses and a matter is established.
Okay, I'll try to think of another one. How about let's see. There is one.
I think I've given you a lot. I think that you really do have a good case.
Sure, yeah, and I think the best. Hey, here's another one that people throw at me. Jude says, when Michael was contending over the body of Moses, he said, he didn't bring a railing accusation against him or whatever, and he said, "The Lord rebuke you." See, the Lord. If it was Jesus, he wouldn't say the Lord's going to rebuke you. He'd say, "I rebuke you." People say that, right? Look up Zechariah.
No, then you go to Zechariah 3. I understand.
Which not only says that that's a bad argument that doesn't work, but Yahweh in that verse, I would say it's a good. You could say that quote is from that Zechariah verse because it's right in the right time period after Moses dies and Joshua takes over. I mean, it's at least in the
No,
vicinity. It's in the vicinity. It's that right period. And we
no,
have
it's
the
not.
Lord saying the
No,
y'all.
Zechariah is hundreds of years later.
When does Joshua take over?
Immediately after Moses dies. And
Well-
that's them entering into the promised land,
Oh,
which
look,
they didn't fully
I mean
take.
the point of the narrative's timeline. I don't care when it was written. I mean
Okay.
in the narrative, it's
Joshua
happened
happened.
taking over from
No, Jamie, Joshua happened immediately after Moses died, the book of Joshua. And then you have the book of Judges, chronologically. And this is hundreds of years.
I'm talking about in the narrative.
And then after that, you've got 1st and 2nd Samuel, where inevitably David becomes the first. Well, actually, Saul becomes the first king of Israel. And then David becomes the first king of Israel that God actually likes. And then you have several kings. And somewhere along those lines, Zechariah happens.
Yes, but the narrative in Zechariah 3 is when Joshua takes over. And I'm saying, when do you think the body of Moses?
No, not Joshua from the book of Joshua. That's Joshua the high priest. There was a high priest
I'm
who
sorry.
had the name Joshua.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, so my
there's a great number of centuries between the book of Zechariah and
I thought that was
Joshua.
I never studied it. I just saw that I was talking about that, and I thought that's
I only saw it recently. I've been listening to Andy
this up
Woods as he goes verse by verse through Zechariah. So that's probably the main reason that I was able to refute you so easily.
Thank you for correcting me. But the argument still stands in the sense that God himself says that to Satan. So
no, I understand. Yeah, that's
because I have read though that
we talked about this. My problem was that why would God say the reason Jude says that Michael said what he said was because Michael didn't dare raise a railing accusation against Satan.
Yeah, right.
And then your point was that technically Satan owned the world. So there's a sense in which I can get where you're coming from.
Oh, because you're saying yeah, like, because it would still be different if Michael isn't Jesus, then it would still potentially be different, especially when it adds this detail about not daring to bring a railing accusation against him. God he wouldn't say that about God potentially is the idea, right? And then so that could
seem like God would be totally fine with saying, yeah, I
right.
The Lord rebuke you. I rebuke you. And then your point was, well, in this verse it says, the Lord says, the Lord rebuke you. So then you draw the connection, and I get it.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not enough for me by itself.
Right. But I still want to explore potentially like how it may be an argument that doesn't work as good, in the sense that the Lord could say that, but would Jude say that if, let's say, would he add that thing about the Lord wouldn't dare? He wouldn't bring a railing accusation against him. I know you know what my answer is, but I just mean it's potentially possible that Jude wouldn't have said that. Although Michael presumably is speaking for God, right? Because he's obeying God's commands and wouldn't do anything that God wouldn't allow him to do. And you could speak for God in the sense of saying, the Lord's going to rebuke you. But I would ultimately say, if there's something going on with like jurisdiction, and that's the point of him saying like, wouldn't bring a railing accusation, implying that the railing accusation would be just like saying he doesn't have a claim, like he wouldn't dare say he doesn't have a claim, because he does, because man, he hasn't been redeemed yet, and so Satan has some jurisdiction over the dead, or the bodies of the dead, let's say, or something. That's the way I understand it anyway. If someone doesn't understand that being a part of the narrative of scripture, where these other spiritual beings have jurisdiction or control, or like Satan being the ruler of this world, sort of thing.
There's another problem, really. But if you can answer my first question, if you can show that Echad is, it just has to be the first of, then that would be a strong. I would be almost entirely convinced with your view. My only last question, because it kind of just popped into my head, is this idea that Jude, presumably a Christian, presumably a post-resurrection Jew who believes in Jesus the Christ, why did he reference him as Michael and not Jesus? Did Jude not realize that Michael the Archangel was Jesus?
Who knows? I mean, yeah, potentially he didn't know, or potentially there is like a development over understanding who Jesus is, potentially, in some of the early writers. They didn't affirm the Trinity yet, when he wrote that, probably. I mean, would he have talked of the Trinity? I doubt it.
Okay, hang on, Jamie. I want to try to make one point, and I'm not trying to argue or whatever.
No, it's fine. Yeah, no, I want to be challenged. If I'm wrong, I'll change. I don't want to make Jesus.
All you've done so far is argue.
Who, me?
I want to argue. I think I'm right. Yeah, sure.
I'm just teasing you.
It's because you're gay.
All right.
I'm just joking. I'm sorry.
So no, I'm not even trying to challenge you. I'm just pointing something out.
No, please do.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, Satan is the accuser.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't really beat his accusations. He's a better accuser than anybody. He's the top accuser. Just like the spirit of the Antichrist. There's no man that can do it like the spirit of the Antichrist, Satan himself. So Michael can't rail an accusation against this accuser where God himself obviously
can't or won't, or because it does kind of give you the feeling like he's like giving him respect as if he's like less than him in some way, right? Isn't that? I mean, it does kind of sound that way to me too. That's essentially what you guys are saying, right?
If you think that it must be Michael, then yeah.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Well, if you take the view that Michael the Archangel is Jesus, then you must take the view that Jesus is acceding, as he seemed to do when he was fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, that he's saying, okay, look, I'm not going to challenge your authority over the earth. Yes, I can see your view. But if you don't take the view that Jesus is Michael the Archangel, then you don't have that problem.
Yeah, I don't, but that's why I want to kind of explore it, because I want to say, what is the text wanting to tell us there? And I'm trying to be honest and fair and say, when at first reading, it does sound like that's the natural reading. Like he's saying, like, I can't dare rebuke you. The Lord's going to rebuke you, which is not me, obviously, because I could rebuke you because God can do whatever he wants, and he's the, whatever, right? He's the sovereign.
So like,
that's kind of cheap. Yeah, but Bob, I didn't mean to give you a hard time. You got me. Go ahead.
It's fine. You presumably have a deep doctrine, right? You have some doctrine that is very difficult to find. It's there. It's in the text, and it's available to anybody, but few people find it. I'm willing to accept that kind of thing. So presumably you have that. But the clear reading of the text,
honestly, man, it's that if you don't believe Ellen White's a prophet, then you're not going to be saved. And so she said he was Michael, so I have to defend it or I'm going to hell.
Yeah.
But go ahead, keep going.
The thing is that you have heard from Ellen G. White, or I don't know if she explicitly mentioned it. I don't know the entireties of your doctrine. I presume it's Ellen that has made this statement that Michael is the archangel, and I can see why she would make the connection.
Okay, but it's let me say one thing on that real quick before you go on, because it's partly true. So yes, I mean that plays into it obviously, because I was taught it, right? But I want to make clear also, it is not an official doctrine of this as Seventh Adventist Church. You don't have to believe that, although you're supposed to affirm Ellen White to be part of the church, and she did say that. But it's not like there's people that don't even that it's not a big thing anybody teaches. It's just kind of like a side thing, you know. But you know, they got it. She got it from the reformers. Many reformers affirmed this. So John Gill, Charles Spurgeon, and others, many others.
I mean, okay. There's some other questions that crept into my mind just from you saying that we may have to talk about later. My point.
They're not Calvinistic. The Adventists, no, none of the Adventists were. But we all are Reformed children of the Reformation, right? You know that.
I wasn't talking about Calvinism versus like Christianity.
Oh, okay, sorry, I assumed that.
No,
Calvinism
the idea
is Christianity. It is a Christian group. You don't think so?
I question it.
Dude, who's standing in the breach of the liberal Christianity? Calvinists. I don't agree with them. Obviously, I don't think God determines evil, but I do think they have their place and their brethren.
I don't want to say that they're damned to hell.
Oh, well, thank you.
I don't.
No, that's cool. Go on.
All I'm saying is I don't. Okay. This is what it is. Matt Slick had a debate with Warren McGrew. Now, Matt Slick does not speak for all Calvinists. I get that. But Warren McGrew.
But he does say what God determined him to say. Therefore, his words are God's words.
Yeah, well, that means anything a Satanist says is God's words.
So,
anyway,
Warren
McGrew was debating Matt Slick, and Warren McGrew presented two primary points. One, I don't want to get into it. The one that was really revealing to me, and it deals with the sin nature, is that he quotes not from the King James, which I perceive to be a problem, potentially. But he quotes from Hebrews that Jesus was made like us in every respect, and ties that to Jesus coming in the flesh. And then Matt Slick was unable to affirm his statement. Go watch the debate. Pay attention to what Warren McGrew is trying to drive at and how Matt Slick dodges. That is the thing that made me think that maybe Calvinists are not Christians. Maybe Calvinists are, if not the Antichrist, an Antichrist. I have not fully.
Oh, dude, how could you? What would make you think that that's the case? Wait,
watch the debate.
Why don't you share that? Find that clip and then share it, and we'll watch it.
Well, we can do it another night.
Well, I mean, if you can find it real quick, I'll play it. What does he say? I'm trying to think of what you're suggesting. I thought you were going to say McGrew was like a Arian or something, but then what was it that he was not wanting to affirm? That Jesus was fully human or something? Is that what you're driving at?
I'm trying to. You asked me to look, so I'm looking.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what do you think he was not willing to affirm, that Jesus was fully human or the divine? I mean, Matt definitely has written a lot on the hypostatic union. He affirms a classical idea that Jesus is fully God and fully man, because I've talked to him about it a little bit.
How do I share this link? Oh wait, no, it would be share.
I'm really interested in that topic too, and nobody wants to talk about it. They just.
What's the topic?
I'm going to share it with you on WhatsApp.
Oh, okay.
Well, hang on.
just
What?
that how Jesus is fully man and fully God at the same time. You know, it's a hard subject, but both do seem to be very important in Scripture, I would argue, because he has to be fully man in every sense because he's fulfilling what we couldn't do, right? And then in another sense, he's also can't lose his divinity while he's a man in some sense, right? He has to still.
But you don't track that, or
No, I'm saying it's a difficult. I think people make it sound like it's just no problem, and it's
oh,
yeah.
this is, you know what, is this because we have such a difference on the spirit and the soul and all that. Maybe that's what.
No, that plays a part in it, but I think no matter what your anthropology is, it's still tricky. That's all. I'm not trying to like say my view is superior. I'm not trying to say it doesn't work. I'm saying I think they all have potential issues if you're honest about it. Like, in what way? Like, is Jesus, when he becomes a man, like people say, well, say I'm a heretic because like if that's what death is and Jesus fully man, like God died in that way that you think people die, and I'm thinking like you don't think people even die. But getting past that, I wonder like is
Okay.
Jesus where's the eternal son when Jesus becomes a zygote in Mary's stomach? Is he looking at his watch going, when am I going to get legs so I can walk around and do stuff? Like, what does that even look like? Where is the eternal son at that moment? I mean,
So it's minute 19, second 19. So it's 1919, basically. In the video that I just linked to you, I think I did. Let me double check. But it's in WhatsApp. Yeah. So it's that one. It's 1919. It's the beginning of his opening statement. I think it's about like 15 minutes, his opening statement. But he brings up 2 points. One, the logical inconsistency of being able to affirm that you are actually an elect because of what is the term? Effervescent grace. That's one thing.
prevenient grace? What are you talking about?
Effervescent grace. Effervescent grace is the idea that there are people that believe for a time, and then they no longer believe.
Oh, okay.
Millisecond.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Is that? It sounds vaguely familiar. Like it's I farted grace, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to share it on the screen here.
I'm kind of wondering why these. I mean,
Yeah, it's not giving me a link for that, and it's just coming up as a little box screen, and I can't get the address for it. I just look it up myself, I guess. Well, we can just listen to it, I suppose. Can you hear me? Okay, hold on. What's the timestamp?
1919.
So get with God.
Can you hear that?
Says Romans.
Yeah.
Says Romans 1:18. That's when you've end quote with God. We could discuss that
It's the
even
best I
further.
can do.
Knows my time's up, but I'm done.
Yeah, till 4, you got about 30 seconds left.
I'm good. It's all right.
Yeah,
All right.
his opening statement is actually quite short. I didn't realize it. So yeah, I think we could just listen.
Open the statement.
I like Matt.
Sure.
He doesn't like me so much anymore.
Tonight's debate topic asks the question, is total depravity true? Leading up to the debate, Matt asked me to define total depravity and agreed to the following definition. Quote, total depravity asserts that as a result of Adam's transgression in Eden, all his progeny are born spiritually dead, condemned, and possessing his sinful nature. As Calvin and the various Reformed confessions state, our soul, flesh, will, and intellect are thoroughly corrupt and naturally incapable of rightly understanding God or seeking after him. We're incapable of even disposing ourselves to such reform, end quote. Now, in various articles on CARM and teaching videos,
You should see my feet.
Matt has described the effects of total depravity, saying, quote,
Totally depraved.
man cannot understand spiritual things, end quote. Now, this echoes Reformed confessions such as the 1655 Midland Confession, which tells us to, quote, consent not with those who hold that God has given power to all men to believe, end quote. Now, total depravity is often called total inability because it teaches that we're created incapable of knowing God, crying out to Him for help, understanding and believing spiritual truth, and must first be regenerated, undergoing a fundamental change in our nature or given a special type of enabling grace so that we can or will understand and respond to spiritual truth. Now, the question being debated tonight focuses as much on epistemology as it does on scripture. So we might very well ask the question, is total depravity in accordance with fact and reality or the laws of logic? So given this, before we consider what scripture has to say on the nature of man, it's critical that I first point out two glaring undercutting defeaters inherent in Mr. Slick's position tonight. One, he must rely on the very faculties he claims are naturally incapable. If he was created incapable of rightly understanding spiritual things, as he asserts, then to what can he appeal to that he rightly understands such things now? Second, he must use my worldview and operate as though we are able to understand and respond to spiritual truth. Essentially, if total depravity were true, then Matt saying the Pledge of Allegiance in Mandarin would have as much impact on us as his presentation tonight. So by seeking to employ reason, wisdom, logic to convince us, he assumes my view that such a thing is possible because total depravity is false. Now, does he point to scripture? Certainly, demonstrating that he trusts his God-given intellect and ability to reason, processing scripture through his natural faculties, all the while claiming these faculties were created incapable of understanding spiritual things, and thus undermining his own position. Essentially, it's like claiming, I know that it's a spiritual truth that I was created unable to know spiritual truth. Now, of course, he can appeal to the opinions of men with whom he agrees, but he is still assuming he can rightly understand spiritual truth as they present it, and hoping such men are not deceived as a result of their own supposed natural inability. He's also relying upon a lifetime of experiences and trusting his ability to know whether or not they were genuine encounters with God and spiritual truth, while claiming again that he was created incapable of doing precisely this. Now, in an attempt to counter these inconsistencies, he will inevitably assert that he's been regenerated and given a new heart and a new mind, and all of that is wonderful. But he needs to demonstrate how he can have any confidence in this claim, given he has to process even his own regeneration by way of utilizing the faculties he claims were created incapable. You see, total depravity is a view that attacks its own premise. By engaging in a debate, seeking to appeal to scripture, using reason, wisdom, discernment, and logic to convince others that he is correct, Mr. Slick is defaulting to the reality that we are able to understand spiritual truth and can be reasoned with, demonstrating both undercutting defeaters. That to argue against me, he must assume my view of reality, that men are created possessing God-given senses and faculties, able to consider scripture, the testimony of others, and various other facts and bits of evidence, and understand spiritual truth. Now, what can we look to if this doctrine were true? Scripture, theologians, and even our experiences have to be processed through our naturally incapable faculties. You can never escape your own mind, and you can never process the world apart from your own intellect. Now, this is not some minor point to be glossed over or dismissed. This is absolutely critical, and something I expect Mr. Slick to clearly address during tonight's debate. When did his corrupt and incapable faculties become capable? And how does he know this without relying on these very faculties?
I like this guy. He's interesting. It's interesting. I don't see why they wouldn't think we are not regenerate if we don't believe Calvinism, because surely God would regenerate you and bring you the truth of that total depravity, and that regeneration comes before faith, and spiritual truths are discerned by men who have been regenerated. I think that's probably why R.C. Sproul says stuff like, the non-Calvinists there are, saved non-Calvinists, barely. He says barely. We're barely saved if we're not Calvinists. But I mean, that's kind of like makes sense. I mean, why would God determine people to believe the wrong understanding? I want to know why God made it seem so apparent that we have free will. And even Calvinists seem to function in their lives.
Because God determined before the foundations of the world to do such a thing.
See, that's the thing I can't get over with the Calvinism is that look, God can have two wills that are not in agreement, right? Like he wills that
Who
all.
are you, old man, to
Hold on.
talk back to God?
Let me make my argument. Somebody, you tell me if you can come up with a good answer because I'm still waiting for one from a Calvinist position. If I can accept that God has two wills that are in contradiction, right? He has two desires that are in contradiction. Like he desires all men to be saved, and he desires to also destroy anybody who's doesn't trust him or whatever. And so he wants everybody to be saved, but everybody's not saved. That can make sense, but it seems to me it can't make sense if God determines everything. If God determines everything that comes to pass, then having two wills or two things that don't make sense together, it's like he'd have to decree that be the case. And why would you have? So it only makes sense that because he allows free will, and so people resist his will, but he desires them to not resist his will, but he allows them to. But on determinism, that doesn't make any sense. To say you don't want people to not choose you, but you determine that they don't choose you.
Well,
The answer is very simple. You do not understand Calvinism.
Okay.
I've never met a man who did.
Just listening to that, I mean, to me, I'm thinking, okay, well, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. So it's not really the spirit that's holding you back, it's the flesh. Now, I'm just wondering, the other guy, what does he say? And do you think that guy represented Matt Slick's position right?
No, not even close. He ignores it. Yeah, so this is the thing. And you guys are taking my word for it, and I appreciate that, but I encourage you to watch this entire debate. The argument that Warren McGrew brought in the opening statement is not the argument that I wanted you to see. I think it actually may be in his first rebuttal or something. I don't remember when exactly he makes it. The argument where, this whole idea of you having confidence in being saved doesn't make sense because you're relying on your own, presumably God-given faculties to assert that you have properly understood something that can't be understood by your God-given faculties because they're fallen. That whole thing, that's not the argument that I was looking to share with you. So I suggest that you watch the whole thing. I think it's an excellent debate. I think if you pay attention to what Warren McGrew says and you pay attention to what Matt Slick says and how he never honestly addresses anything that Warren says, it's clear. It's clear that Matt Slick cannot address the points that Warren McGrew brings.
Matt Slick. That's well, I keep thinking of SFT. Is that the Matt guy? Raw Matt?
No. Matt Slick is a Calvinist. Raw Matt is not. Well, I don't think Raw Matt is a Calvinist. Raw Matt's young Earth creationist, and that's his big stint. And he's tied with SFT. But Matt Slick is explicitly a Calvinist.
A different person.
He runs CARM. He runs CARM. CARM, all capitals. Matt Slick. I like him. He's a pretty astonished Calvinist. I
do not like him.
He ghosted me. So but I had some fun.
Have you seen the one conversation I've had with Matt Slick?
Yeah, I was with you that night.
Were you there?
I think so.
And you still like him?
You were well, you seem to still be just as hostile to Calvinists. I softened. I accept them as total brethren. I just think they're wrong. I can't.
I would.
I mean, things they have points. They have good points on a few things, like. But I just
Okay, I
don't
want to
think
be clear. I want to be clear for anybody in your audience.
it's just Janet.
I don't want to say that they are not our brethren. I question whether or not they are. I don't want to say that Matt Slick is damned to hell because he has some false interpretation. Okay? But the way that he acts and reacts to specific argumentations from me and my personal experience and with Warren McGrew in this and other debates, this is not the only Matt Slick debate I have watched. I don't want to say that he's bound to hell, but I think that he is, I wouldn't say deceived. He's persuaded of something that is nonsense.
CJ makes a pretty good case for it, I think. I just think you end up making God a Janet, my mother, Janet Duttridge here, my second mom. Such a nice woman. She's so friendly and kind. I wish she would join the room. I love you,
Janet's
Janet.
nice. I like Janet.
I'm gonna play my awesome. I just noticed I haven't been paying attention to the chat. I think Jesse Camping was here like an hour ago. He said, "You guys got to read history." He's like, "Dude, I've read history a little bit. I don't know it very well, but I don't know what he was referring to. Probably
I read the Bible. I know important history.
I wonder what he was referring to. Art Timberworth was saying something about that was probably when we were talking about the historical flow. I wonder.
Oh, he's probably talking about Rome as the Antichrist.
Oh, I mean, Rome is the Antichrist, period. I mean, I don't see how you get around it. I mean, Daniel says so. I mean, unless you don't believe that, and I think he does.
It would be difficult to do any other.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Jamie. You said yourself we're still in Rome, right? We're still in that time period of Rome. That's why I was asking.
Well, I just mean that it's the last empire before Christ comes. Although I guess you could make a case that was just till Christ happened, till Jesus
no
in the first time. And some people
go back to look at Ezekiel and you look at Zechariah, and
right,
there's clear judgment of them being destroyed. Yet that Rome was never actually destroyed.
Right.
It wasn't destroyed in the same fashion that the other ones were destroyed. Media, Persia, Greece, and Babylon, they were conquered by some other nation. That's not what happened with Rome in history. What happened was they just slowly kind of faded away. Nobody came and like took them, But there's promises in Scripture that that's what's going to happen.
Well, yeah, exactly. And there's so many details I didn't even mention because I don't have it all like really well organized in my head. But when you look at Daniel, like if you believe what it's saying, then it has to be Rome. But then there's other details that like you can look at it different ways. But every system of Bible prophecy that takes it as true extends Rome into the future. Or just thinks, or they're full preterists, which I mean, I hesitate to say they're not Christians, but like they have to basically say everything's fulfilled, and the idea of the future just when you die you go to heaven, and it's like this is totally not what the Bible teaches.
I think preterists just haven't read the Old Testament.
I don't see how so many people in Christianity seem to still like have this idea that like you die and you go to heaven, and that's kind of like the end of the story. It's like no. That's I would say that's not even actually correct, but it is in a sense but I think it's more like you die and you're dead, and then Jesus returns, and then everybody goes to heaven. Yeah, that's saved, and then, but the ending is on an earth and how we were in the garden, at least as being physical.
Yeah. And my perspective, contrary to yours, is that the dead presumably go to heaven and they wait until they get their resurrected bodies, which has occurred at the rapture. And, we can discuss this again at some point, but I know that you don't agree with me on it.
How do you get around my argument at the wedding? So God's teaching that Jesus.
I didn't hear your first question.
I said, how? So your affirmation is that this wedding picture of a Jewish wedding where the bride waits for the groom, he actually really sneaks his bride home before the wedding consummation, and she stays in the house while he's building on to the mansion, his thing to consummate the marriage, and he really sneaks her in beforehand and then pretends to come back to get her to consummate the marriage. He sneaks her in there first. Is that what you're saying? You're saying Jesus has taken his bride before the marriage to a drive-in movie in the back seat. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Now you may be making a good point, and I'd have to reflect on that. But I would say that the body of Christ, which is the bride of Christ, that doesn't come to fruition until the rapture.
Oh, so you're saying when you die, it's like he has a lock of her hair that he keeps with him until the wedding. And then
I don't know exactly
it's all about the bodies.
How it works.
He's all about their bodies. This is the thing. It says, the Lord will bring with them those who have fallen asleep. And I understand, and I'm told that when it refers to people sleeping, that's just their body, because dead bodies look like they're sleeping. So when Jesus brings with him those who have fallen asleep, he's actually bringing their dead bodies back from heaven to the earth.
No.
And it's not a white horse he's riding.
No.
He's driving a white hearse full of dead bodies, right?
No. When Paul says that a believer falls asleep, it's a euphemism for death. The implication,
only the body,
throughout all of his writings, is that
their soul isn't asleep, right? It's their bodies that are asleep.
There's a sense in which, yes, that's true.
So when it says fallen asleep, it means the body, not the spirit of the soul. So when he brings with him those who have fallen asleep, which is just their bodies, it's talking about corpses. And he's not on a white horse. He's driving a white hearse filled with all the dead bodies that he's bringing with him.
What are you talking about? Okay, the white horse, I think that you're referring to the second coming. I'm pre-trib.
People tell me that. Yeah, I get it. It's a joke, and a white horse and a white hearse just works because I'm just saying.
Okay, let's just with him, those record. It's on voice. It's on video. The next time I tell Jamie that he likes to joke about this stuff and then says, no, I don't. Yeah, you like to joke about this stuff. And it's fine. I don't get offended.
Well, just be consistent now.
I try to be.
So what does that mean? That those who have fallen asleep, he brings with them. The Lord will bring with him.
Okay. And in my perspective, the dead in Christ go with him or go to him, but they do not yet have a resurrected body. Now, for 1 Thessalonians 4:13 to the end of the chapter says that Jesus will come with the dead. He'll bring them with him.
Can you read it?
Huh? I can do that.
Great. So I agree with you. He brings with him those who had fallen asleep. Yes. I just think it means when he returns at the second coming, the next time he comes back, he will take those who had been dead that fell asleep in Christ, his people that are dead. He will take them with him back to the Father's house like he promised in John 14. He comes back for the bride, and he will bring with him back to heaven his bride.
Well, I don't see that in the text.
Well, wait.
For the context, this is verse 14.
He's talking about resurrected people.
Yeah. This is 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 14. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus. Right. So that there's the contention. There's these people that sleep.
Yeah, we agree. he's speaking of people who physically died as far as those who have fallen asleep. We both agree that those are the people that are
we both
Christ
agree.
died. Yes.
We both agree that this is
The dead in Christ, let's say. Right? They're the dead in Christ. Is that fair? I can't hear you. Maybe I got kicked. Fifth trumpet, can you hear me? Anybody?
Could you guys not hear me?
Now I hear you.
Man, okay, all right, fine. Let me grab my book.
Do you agree with that though, Bob? Do you agree?
When I switch tabs and try to read scripture on my phone,
yeah.
You can't
There's a way
hear
to
me
fix it.
after a certain time.
There's a way to fix that, by the way. I forget how you do it. It's in the settings somewhere in your phone. But
it's okay. I'll read from my sword.
Do you agree though that
instead of my pretend sword, my virtual sword?
Do you agree that we both believe that he's speaking of the dead in Christ, at least? That
we agree.
He brings with him that the ones he's going to bring with him, whatever that is talking about, is the people that are called the dead in Christ, right?
Yeah, we agree with that.
Okay, now read
nobody disagrees with that.
Right.
So I'm going to go back to. Okay, so I'm going to go back to verse chapter 4, verse 14.
Back up further though. A little bit, several verses back.
Several?
Yeah, just because I think there's actually an indicator in the text why this cannot mean bringing from heaven back to earth with him. There's a reason. I forget what it is, but I think it's in the context that it has to mean.
I'll read the whole chapter, and you let me know when I hit that point. Furthermore, then we beseech you, that's beg, pray, beg, brethren, and exhort you by the Lord Jesus, that as ye have received of us how you ought to walk and to please God, so ye would abound more and more. For ye know what commandments we gave you by the Lord Jesus. For this is the will of God, even your sanctification, that you should abstain from fornication, that every one of you should know how to possess his vessel.
By the way, that's sex before marriage. That's sex before marriage. Something Jesus would never do with his bride.
Right. You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Fornication. That everyone. Let's see. That every one of you should know how to possess his vessel in sanctification and honor, not in the lust of concupiscence, which you can look up. It's a very old word.
Living with your unmarried bride, your unmarried partner.
That's part of it. It's more like I may be incorrect,
Adultery,
but it's basically fleshly desires. It's living in.
Concubine is like a second wife, isn't it?
What?
Isn't a concubine a second wife?
Not necessarily.
Okay, keep going.
We can come back to that. That's a different topic, really.
It may just be that I want you to read John 14 with this, but yeah, go ahead.
Even as the Gentiles, which know not God. All right, so he's saying, we beg you, brethren, and exhort you by the Lord Jesus, that as you have received of us how you ought to walk and to please God, as you would abound more and more, for you know what the commandments we gave you by the Lord Jesus. For this is the will of God. This is the will of God right here. Even your sanctification. And then I would encourage anybody listening to go and look up sanctification and find all the verses that talk about it and what that means, especially the New Testament. You should abstain from fornication. This is what sanctification is in this context. Every one of you should know how to possess his vessel, that is your body, I think, in sanctification and honor, not in the lust of concupiscence, even as the Gentiles, which know not God, that no man go beyond and defraud his brother in any matter, because that the Lord is the avenger of all such, as we also have forewarned you and testified. For God has not called us unto uncleanness, but unto holiness. He therefore that despiseth not man, but God, who hath also given unto us his Holy Spirit. But as touching brotherly love, ye need not that I write unto you, for ye yourselves are taught by God to love one another. And indeed ye do it toward all the brethren which are in Macedonia. But we beseech you, brethren, beseech is beg, that ye increase more and more.
Wait a minute. Somebody told me, I said told somebody, man, hey, I love you, man. Because they were acting all like being rude and stuff. And I was like, and they called me effeminate because I said I love them. Paul must be gay.
Sounds like worldly people.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what? It's like, dude, actual love is. I don't think you understand what love is what I was thinking. But go ahead, keep going. Sorry.
I want to go off on an entirely different tangent about love. But yeah, love is not sex. That,
yeah.
right? Like just that. Love is not sex. Having sex with somebody is not what love is. I love Jamie. I love Jamie. I care about him. I want good for him. I love Fifth Trumpet, or me, which I love myself.
Yeah.
But I care about him, and I want what is best for him. And we have a great example. I have a lot of disagreements, I think, with Fifth Trumpet, but I love him, and I want what is best for him. And we both agree that the Word of God is holy. And I want to show my understanding of the holy Word of God to him that I think that I have, and work with him through the understanding that he thinks that he has of the holy Word of God. And I do that with Jamie as well. That's what love is. Love is not sex. Love is giving of yourself to somebody else. That's all the word means. I take something that is valuable to me and I give it to you because I esteem you as valuable. That's what Jesus did for us.
Yep.
Jesus did not love us by having sex with us. Jesus loved us by giving of himself, his very life, so that we
Hi, Gavin.
could be alive.
You can join Gavin if
This
you want.
whole modern day thing of this discussing, I don't want to go too deep into it, but the disgusting idea that love is sex is not right.
Gavin's giving you a hard time, Bob.
Is he?
No, I don't think he's slurring. I'm tired. I might be slurring, but hey, Gavin, I'd love to talk to you for a minute, man. Why don't you come in? But okay, Bob, why don't you finish the text? I appreciate what you had to say, though.
Okay, I am rambling a little bit.
Don't worry about it. Just drink a glass of water. Gavin says here. No. Oh, sure. Sorry. Don't give Bob too hard of a time right now. We're getting through a text here. Okay. That's not something to go after somebody for publicly, I don't think. Anyway, but
Despiseth not God, but God.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but as touching brother, this is verse 9. But as touching brotherly love, ye need not that I write unto you, for you yourselves are taught of God to love one another. One another. I just read this. And indeed ye do it to all the brethren which are in Macedonia, but we beseech you, beg, right, you brethren, that you increase more and more, and that you study to be quiet, and to do your own business, and to work with your own hands, as we commanded you, that you may walk honestly toward them that are without, and that you may have lack of nothing. But I would not have, here it is, all right? I don't know why you wanted me to read this context. I don't think it applies. It's all of a sudden, boom, change the subject.
Right, you're right. I know. Well, I think it's John 14 that kind of, that was my fault.
Okay. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that you sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself,
Okay, pause right there. That's what I was looking for. This is always kind of hard to get your mind wrapped around. Not you, I mean just me, or maybe not you or anybody else. But so he says, those who are still alive will not prevent those who have already won't proceed. So that means they won't go to heaven first, because that's what they seem to think. They thought the resurrection had already happened. It's like, but so think about that though. These people that were misunderstanding were thinking.
But no, that's not what the Thessalonians thought. The Thessalonians were concerned that some of their brethren had died.
No.
Paul, what happens to them?
No, he's saying they thought the resurrection had already occurred. They thought the resurrection had come, and he's correcting them. Well,
none of the people that were alive were resurrected. Why?
Wait. What do you mean?
Wait. Why would they think? Why would they think that the resurrection had already occurred?
Because people rose from the dead when Jesus did, walked around the city. How about that? Maybe they thought it happened because they saw people resurrect. But they didn't see some other people.
Possible interpretation. It's possible. I may have to look into that more. I don't think that it fits the context.
I just made it up, so I just crossed my mind because I'm always trying to think about what that means. Like, it just depends on what they were wrong about, right? Is the question, and depending on what they're wrong about would inform what you can deduce from what it's saying, because it depends on what
okay. So what do you get from First Thessalonians? There are people that had died. They died.
Well, I would argue it seems to suggest that everybody at the resurrection, every saved person goes at the same time. Seems like that Paul suggests that, we're gathered together with those people that fell asleep. Then all of us are with the Lord. It doesn't make it sound like there's people already with the Lord in some sense, other than that
okay. So you're trying to distinguish between soul sleep and
right.
Whatever is the opposite of soul sleep. I don't think that we have a term, really.
Well, just going to heaven when you die, I guess. But let me think about this. When John 14, think about what Jesus said.
Not a term for it.
Well, instant heaven teleportation instantaneum. I don't know. No, but consider this. How does Jesus describe
heavenification?
Why doesn't Jesus say, you believe in God, believe also in me? When you die, you go straight to heaven and you're with me. He says, I'll see you again when I return. He doesn't say, hey, I'll see you when you die. He says, I'm going to come back. Don't you worry. You can't go where I'm going, but I'll see you again. And when I do, it's when I come back for you.
You believe in God, believe also in me. My Father's house has many mansions.
Many rooms is a
I
better
go
translation.
to prepare a place for you. Well, actually, no. You believe in God, believe also in me. My Father's house has many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. If it were not so, I would have told you. Did I say that twice? Man, I
Yeah, you
quoted it.
started over. It's okay. Yeah. I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you so that where I am, there you may be also.
And yeah, and he says he'll come back and receive them unto himself.
Yep. He has to
That
come back to get
sounds
them.
like the rapture to me.
Yeah, it is. It's when he. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's telling him, hey, look, you can't like in the chapter before or whatever. He's like saying, where I'm going, you can't come, but where I'm going, you know the way. And so he's saying how to get, to the afterlife. But he tells them they can't go where he's going, and they're like, why can't we go with you? And he's like, and then he describes him that he promises he's going to come back. Their hope is him coming back, not going to heaven when they die. And so look, he's describing the Jewish wedding. He's saying, look, in my Father's house are extra rooms, right? Like there's enough rooms for everybody. And he's saying, I'm going to go and prepare that place for you, right? So the place he's preparing for you is in heaven, but it smacks of the Jewish wedding where he goes and builds on an addition to his Father's house for his bride. Then he comes back and the bride watches for him in the night, like in Matthew 25. And so he's saying, look, I'm going to go and build onto my Father's house. You can't come yet, but don't worry, I'm going to come back for you. And what did he teach about? About telling his followers, there's 10, they're watching. That's what the watch in the night is. It's the virgin bride watching for, will he come in the first watch or the second? So she's looking for her husband because that's who she's waiting for. Don't get caught up doing other stuff. Be watching for the bridegroom, because not when he returns, he'll come like a thief in the night, and you won't be expecting him, and you won't have enough oil. So watch for, like we're told to watch for him, and he's coming back for his bride. There's nothing about that about going to heaven when you die. It's the hope is Christ's return. That's my preaching for the night. But so you guys can say your final words, and then I'm shutting her down.
All I want to say, I don't even care about the conversation anymore. Like, Gavin, what? Why are you attacking me?
Okay, Jamie. They can't go where he is going because they're still in flesh. He's going to the heavenly realm. And I understand what you guys
Okay,
say
wait a
about,
minute. Are you saying Jesus didn't go to heaven in the flesh?
what? Look, he said you can't go where I'm going because they're in the flesh. They're in the flesh.
Oh,
Christ is going
like
to heaven.
Enoch and Moses and Elijah and them, right? They went, but they can't.
Well, neither can you. I mean, you
I think
can't
you
go to
could.
heaven in the flesh.
Well, yeah, I can't, but that's not what's keeping me. That's not the necessary condition that's preventing me per se. I'm
Okay,
just
well,
saying,
okay, fine. Look at it however you want. I'm just giving you my opinion. That's
yeah, I'm
how
sorry. I
thinking.
said you could have the last word. Sorry, go ahead. Hi,
Yeah,
Gavin.
so they can't go where he is going because they're in the flesh. He's going to the heavens. The flesh can't go to the heavens. And then, as far as I understand what you guys say about, the last day and the resurrection, and as far as I know, it pretty much follows. But I think the way it's that I'm kind of taking it is, like, that's everything up until then. Like, the whole, time period up until that last day is the time. And then at a certain point there's a last day, and that would be the end. That would be, I don't know if you follow what I'm trying to say, but
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's fine. I understand that. I just think that divides the Jewish wedding picture, but I get what you're saying.
yeah,
That
no,
could work.
the points that you're making there about the wedding and the rooms, yeah, I follow, because I'm looking at John 14 myself right now, so that's why I was curious to hear it.
Oh, did he leave? Oh, hey, there's CJ. What's up, man? How are you doing?
Howdy ho.
You probably got some critiques of the Calvinism thing, huh?
Well, I haven't been able to tune in too much, so unfortunately.
Oh, good then. No, it wasn't too bad. I was being pretty fair about it. Bob was saying you guys are all going to heck.
Yeah, a lot of people are very, very hostile towards Calvinism, but that's okay.
Oh, what are you? What have you been up to?
Oh, just working and preparing for stuff. I got to. Speaking of Calvinism, I got a debate with Leighton Flowers on Thursday and a talk with Veckel on the same day, both on.
I saw that.
That's awesome. I saw that. Do you?
Yeah, that came up on my feed.
What's up, Gav? How you doing, man? Free the Racers.
I've got no audio. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, Bob, you're a disgrace. You're drunk. You're a drunk. You're a drunk, and you shouldn't be handling the word of God in a drunkard state. You're a pathetic excuse. Fifth Trumpet, what are you doing listening to these losers?
Gavin says that unironically while being in the same room, by the way.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Thanks,
Gavin. Have you let Smokey get into your head?
It's okay.
I'm not
Gavin
gonna let him call my
negative
people
race
losers.
subscribers.
That's not cool. Gavin, you need to you should actually come to someone first in private, in my opinion. So, but you're not gonna call me a loser in my own channel. So see ya.
I would just like to point out that, I'm fairly certain that somehow scientists have figured out that Gavin's videos are actually able to get negative views. They haven't quite published their findings, so I don't know how it works, but that's how little people actually care about what that man has to say. I'm obviously kidding, but
yeah. Well, whatever. I think he thinks he's really like a soldier for God there, but if you're gonna I said not to do that, or I hinted at it pretty clearly, and I was polite to him, and then he calls everybody in my room losers. Didn't ask me if I had talked to Bob about any of that stuff. I hinted to not bring it up, and that because I think you shouldn't do that publicly, or at least not to start with, if you believe there's a sin someone has. And I'm really sick of people saying that they don't have to follow that rule because so-and-so is not their brother. There are circumstances where that's probably the case, but I really get irritated when people try to get out of using biblical principles because they're deciding, well, that person's just a dirty heretic. It's like, look, I don't think you just don't want to have to follow the rules. That's all.
Well, on top of that, if you actually go back to the Sermon on the Mount, or excuse me, Olivet Discourse, I guess those are the same thing, aren't they? No, they're not. Olivet Discourse is 24. Sermon on the Mount is 5. So I was right the first time.
Yeah,
it's Matthew, right? It's all
that's
the same
5.
thing.
Yeah. But if you go to Matthew 5 is the point. Jesus actually specifically rebukes you do this to your brother. Well, so do the pagans. You do this with your brother. Well, so do the pagans. Right? Talking about even the pagans and the tax collectors know how to give good gifts to those whom they love. So I think it's funny that people will say that because it literally actually exposes them as not knowing their Bible, or at least not caring what it says.
Oh yeah, Gavin's about him. I just didn't like that very much, and he didn't respect me on my channel. And
well, I didn't either, but he's not necessarily wrong.
Yeah, he just disrespected my request and my channel, and he called me loser. So it's not cool. I'm not gonna let somebody treat me like that or my guests like that. So
Well, it is though too. I mean, I would like to point out, just for the record, because while I'm here and on this particular topic, so this is precisely why I don't go into these people's rooms or agree to debate them or anything like that, because they aren't serious. This is all shock jock and humor and entertainment.
Bravado.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the bravado there.
Exactly.
Thought this
Gavin
was
and
supposed to be
Ryan and Ray
fellowship.
and all these guys, they all know that what they're doing, right? They're not. You don't have to try and convince them of what they're doing. They're aware of it, so just ignore them.
Yeah. I thought, when I first met Gavin, he was. It seems like he's really shifted his attitude. I don't know. Maybe Smokey beat him up too much. I don't know. I just hate to see something.
The case. He's never said anything bad about me before, and then all of a sudden he shows up here. No, look, he accuses me of being drunk, and I'm. It's 1:37 in the morning for me, and I have been drinking, so he's not.
I know. Yeah. I just don't. I'm gonna take it to. I'm gonna talk to you in private about it, at least to start with, anyway. But I don't need people calling other people on my channel. That's for, I'll do that if I feel necessary. That's all. Oh, there he is. Bob is drunk, Jamie. Knows nothing. Oh, I don't know, but okay, Gavin, tell me what I know. No, I asked you. Everybody in here losers. Maybe you can tell me why I'm a loser, Gavin. But whatever.
Well, I mean, my opinion is that the Revelation 12 thing, for me, I got something out of it.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, you guys have talked about a lot of things that I disagree with, but yeah, like you said, I'm just listening. I didn't really combat anything. You guys want to have these different opinions or whatever, I'm not going to argue about it.
Well, that's what I was hoping for. I wanted to talk about it, and I know people have disagreements with my interpretation, but it's interesting to hear other. I don't do this because I don't think of myself as a teacher. I do think certain things I have right that other people have wrong, and I'm gonna try to defend it. But I am largely interested in understanding other views more.
None of us are teachers, but I think that we all have the Holy Spirit. And the thing is that Revelation 12, verse 1, states that it's a sign in heaven. So I just want to reiterate this, and then let it drop. You can say what you want. I won't make any further points. But Revelation 12, verse 1 says that it's a sign in heaven. So I think it's reasonable to conclude that this is a sign in heaven. And I think of heaven. Now, I understand that there are levels of views of heaven. Okay, right? You've got
I think I actually agree with that.
You've got the sky, you've got the stars, and you've got the third heaven, as Paul references in what is it? Romans or 1 Corinthians? It's one of the two.
Yeah, I'll pull it. I'm going to pull that up because I want to talk about it. CJ's here now, too. But go ahead, keep going.
I'm going to go to
the
bed
Revelation 12 again.
My sole point is that it seems to me that because he says it's a sign in heaven, and I think that you can understand Scripture the way that it's spoken, that whatever is going on in Revelation is actually a sign in heaven. And unless there's something that happens or is described in that period of time or in that section of Scripture, I think it must be a sign in the literal heavens, plural. And I'm willing to listen to any argument contrary to it.
All right. Get some rest, Bob. Are you saying you're going to bed, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I'm out.
All right, buddy. Love you, man.
Love you too. Bye.
I think that's a decent request. I mean, CJ, the one thing I was going to ask you about or point out to you that I thought was I couldn't think of a way how you would read this, but so if this is a future prophecy, right? How do you understand like verse 14 through especially 17, but like what is that describing? I guess you like with the woman being fleeing to the wilderness and the flood thing with the dragon, all that. Can you want to describe that from your perspective? I mean, I'm curious.
Well, I don't know that it would necessarily be necessarily be necessary. I don't want to use redundancy there, but I guess I don't get the question just because to me, I don't see anything in those verses that would be like coming into question if I said it was put in the future, right?
No. Yeah, right. I just want to hear how.
I'm going to interrupt and try to answer. Is that okay?
Well, I guess, but
yeah, just for one that'll be real quick. They come out of Egypt and they go into the wilderness and they get to the promised land. While they're in the wilderness, they have to rely on God to get them through it. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, that could be I guess if it hasn't happened yet, you wouldn't know what this represents per se, other than some specific key things that it's speaking about, who it's about. I guess verse 17. Would you say that this is the result of if it's the physical nation of Israel? I'd say the woman, right? I'm presuming that's your view, CJ. And then so. Is this describing them after they accept the Messiah, or something that ends up? Is this the outcome of being like saved from this flood language about the dragon and all that? I guess that's what I wonder.
Well, in a way, I'm not 100% sure. The thing about my views on Revelation is I know a lot more of what I don't believe than what I do believe. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So in this particular passage, my sort of running theory right now, which of course is a terrible way to put it because that implies I somehow came up with it, but the view which I most accept is, as you were saying, the view that the woman in Revelation 12 is actually Israel. Now, how exactly all of that fits, I guess, to be honest with you, you would have to talk to somebody who is a little bit wiser in the book of Revelation than I. But that being said, that it's sort of those two comments kind of bleed into each other, right? In that, the reason why it's my running theory, quote unquote, and not something that I'm incredibly solid on is because I don't really know how all the particulars work. And I'm not exactly this Revelation theologian or anything like that. But let me explain really briefly why I eliminate certain possibilities. For example, the view that this woman is Mary. The language that we see, even the language here on the screen, right? Which of course you can go before and after this, but it's all future tense, right? When the dragon saw that the child was cast onto the earth, he persecuted the woman, right? It's like this thing that's hasn't happened yet. Seems like it's off there in the future. Unto the women were given these two wings, right? And this is exactly the way that you see Isaiah talking about, when Cyrus comes in, or when you hear, and I saw this beast come out of the water in Daniel, and all this other kind of stuff, right? It's all this, in the prophetic sense, at least, because ironically, if you place something in the future tense prophetically, it sounds as if it's in the past. But it's because of that prophetic that it's in the future, right? But I digress. I know that we three all know that, but the audience obviously would have to have that.
Yeah. That is kind of the case. I don't really thought about it that way, but it seems, although I can't really point to anything particular that I can think of, but it seems like, I guess I would just say for me, it seems like often the tenses are could be tricky. And so it's not, of course, all of it is usually future, although I have never read this as being future. I just see it as like a picture of, I've always been taught it a certain way too, though. So that's why I'm curious in other perspectives. But I've read this. I like that argument about prophecy, because I tend to think that way too. But I've always been taught that this was kind of a sweeping. I mean, I've kind of come up with some of my own interpretation of it, or like my own understanding. Maybe subconsciously I was taught it particularly. I don't remember being taught it per se, but I know it fits within the system I was taught, let's say. And so this parts of it for me are like past, and parts of it are at least potentially future, I would say. Maybe not this section here, but
Well,
do you know what my perspective is on that? It is, I understand this to be actually.
If he mentioned the 3.5 years, you know what time frame you're in, right?
Which is what would you say?
1,260 days. Well, that's the 3.5 years. That is the end times tribulation, so to speak.
Oh, yeah. So I don't necessarily think that that's referring to that. I don't know that there is any particular literal time frame like that. Like I would say, like I said earlier, I think I kind of tend to see this as being I would say it when it gives increments that are based off a 360-day year calendar, that they're not literal. But it is. This is something that's been on my mind for a long time. You know, this 3.5 years. You know, 1,260 days, 42 months, 3.5 years, times half the time. Why does the Bible? Why is it given in all these weird ways? That's like a.
Well, the ones that have to do with day is the light, and they're like for us, for God's children, and the ones that are in moons or months are for the dark side.
Now, but why times and half, which is just like 1, 2, and then half? So, CJ, how do you think about all that?
What, as far as the times half a time being the 3.5 year tribulation?
Well, it would be 3.5, but I mean, why does they say it in so many different ways in the scripture?
I guess I'm not 100% sure. You know, God obviously would have his reasons, so I don't think it's arbitrary by any stretch. But I guess I've never given serious thought as to why it's in one place it's, you know, a certain set of weeks, and in another place it's counting every individual day, and in another place it's times half a time. But I don't think that it's necessarily abnormal. At least we can say that much, right? Like, so for example, God himself is referred to by numerous different phraseologies, like the shepherd or the master or the Lord or God or etc. You know what I mean? And so it's not necessarily uncommon for people to refer to the same thing by a whole litany of different terms, especially a really important thing.
Well, why times and half a time? What is that about? I get like you might refer to a time period where, hey, it's 3.5 years. Hey, it's 42 months, or for whatever reason, just random, almost in a sense. It may be something not very big of a deal or whatever, not for a big reason, or maybe it's a different writer or something, and he's just expressing it based on when he's writing it for some other reason that's not necessarily super relevant to like the overall arching idea. But it's just interesting that it's mentioned in so many different ways. Is that an indication that it's a literal time period? Is it an indication that it's not a literal time period? And the one that gets me is the times half a time. And this has just kind of bugged me, like kind of like an OCD thing. And I'd just point out that last thing I'll say is just, that's half of a week, which is also 3.5 years, right? Like if you look at it like, well, maybe that's too weird, but it's just like it's half of a week. And so you could look at it like it's some sort of pattern, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's a definite pattern. And like you say, he says it over and over in different ways. So yes, he's talking about a very specific thing, of course.
Well, and let me say too, and it's hard because I can't give a lot of answers as to what is the case, right? Because I just don't know. And I just say honestly, people should get their information on Revelation from someone who is not me, as far as theology, right?
I guess I have to say that too. Dang it! I want you to think what I do, but I can't really vouch for myself, right?
Right, and we can't all be experts on everything.
I think the Pope is the Antichrist, yeah.
See, and it is interesting. There are certain elements of Revelations that I'm fairly certain that I understand, like Revelation 17. That's a chapter, and even then, there still has to be a heavy asterisk whenever I talk about Revelation 17. You know, and again, that's just going to be normal for everybody. I think everybody's going to have something they're not quite as proficient in. But I do think, just as a principle, it can be dangerous for us to read too much into changes in phraseology and stuff like that. Just as an example, with my debate with Kent Hovind on pre or post trib. Now, regardless of what you actually are, pre or post trib, I still think we could probably agree, potentially at least, that this issue existed in that debate, which is that Kent and a lot of other people who share his view read the day of the Lord and the day of Christ as different things because there's different phraseology. But that doesn't make any sense because Christ is the Lord and the Lord is Christ. So the day of one is clearly the day of the other and vice versa. And Scripture definitely backs that up, right?
I agree with you. Yeah.
Sure.
And you see, so my point there then is just to say that, like, you know, if we have this thing that's being emphasized in 3 or 4 or 5 different ways, or even in 2 different ways in that case, I don't think it is necessarily wise for us to read a whole bunch into that. At most, it might be adding some additional information, but more likely it's probably just referring to the same thing by different terminology.
You know what's
It's a different
interesting?
way
I
of
think,
describing it.
where's the first place it talks about a 3.5 year period? Is it Daniel? I think so, right?
I believe so, yeah.
I think it's in Daniel 9, maybe. The question is this 3.5 years? So that's what's so interesting about it, because the debate over 927, like, is that Jesus talking about Jesus, or is it talking about some future Antichrist, right? Because if you take the view that it is talking about a future Antichrist, then this has to be all future stuff. But so I'm going to say, in a lot of ways, the language that Jesus comes in the midst of the week, right? He's cut off in the midst of the week. I think everybody agrees that that's said about Jesus in the first part of Daniel, right? Or no? Does it? I always mix that up. Because doesn't the Messiah, the Prince, cut off for himself, not for himself, but for the people or whatever?
Yeah, in the midst of the week.
That's Jesus, right? Or
that's
no?
the commonly accepted view. Yeah, there is a minority view that says that that is actually
also the Antichrist.
Yeah, but that's the majority view is yeah, that's Jesus.
Because it says Messiah the Prince, and it's because it's bringing in everlasting righteousness and all that at the beginning of the Daniel. And so I think I got into this with someone just recently. And it was like, the thing is, it was Bob. If you don't make that the Antichrist, then it's almost seems like the next part is talking about the same person, but it calls him Messiah the Prince, and then it says, and the Prince of the people that shall come, right? So it's like, is the Prince of the people that shall come, is that Prince the same as Messiah the Prince? There's reason to think it is, because it's referring to the people of the Prince, but then it goes back and it uses the he pronoun, at least in the KJV. And so it's like the he must be the Messiah the Prince, because he doesn't say the Prince and of the people and then say he. It says the people of the Prince, so the he can't be referring to that Prince of the people. You know what I'm saying? Or is that just totally whack?
I'm not familiar with this part, so I can't really say.
Did you get what I was saying, CJ?
Well, not exactly, if I'm being honest. I'm
no, that's okay. It was.
I didn't mean to be rude. I didn't quite follow.
No, it's fine. I didn't think you did, because I was kind of all over the place. Okay, so I could pull it up, I guess. But when it says the Messiah, the Prince, and then I forget exactly what it says, but then it refers to, and then the people of the Prince that shall come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. And then it goes back to saying
that's the Antichrist.
Then it goes back to saying he. And so the he there after that, the people of the Prince, can't be referring to the Prince of the people that it just mentioned, because it's not referring to the Prince when it says the people of the Prince. It's referring to a people group, like a plural, right? So it would presumably mean the he is referring back to Messiah the Prince that was before that, is what I'm trying to say. I guess I need to pull it up.
And so let me, just to make sure I'm following. So are you saying that this he drawing on the Messiah the Prince indicates that the other Messiah or other Prince that is mentioned in 27 would also be the Messiah? Am I following that correctly? So like what we see in 28
or at least the singular pronoun that was referred to before the people of the prince is mentioned. I forget exactly what it is, so I don't want to missay it. But yeah, it's definitely not that. Next he is can't be talking about the same prince that when it says the people of the prince, right? Because the subject is the people, not that prince is what I'm saying. So whoever that is, if it's whether it be Rome or whatever that's referring to that come and destroy the temple, the people of the prince, if that's Rome or whatever, the next thing when it brings up he again, it must be referring back to the referent before it mentions the people of the prince. And I'm going to pull it up so I can make sure I'm being clear here. See, where is it? Daniel 9:20. Oh, see if I can pull up the full chapter, I guess. Okay, right. Oh, right here, 26. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, after 62 weeks shall Messiah be cut off. So that's presumably Jesus, right? But not for himself. And okay, so here's what I'm talking about. And the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city. So most people think that's Rome. I'm undecided. It's either Rome and it's describing the sacking of the Titus and all that, or it means because I tend to lean actually that this is actually maybe talking about the people referenced in the beginning of this, which that is these people. The people of the prince, right? Or whatever, the people of the people that's referenced at the beginning of this section, right? Which would be thy people, right? And so is that talking about the people of the prince, the Messiah of the prince? That is the Jewish people who reject Jesus. And so that ultimately is why the city is destroyed. I'm sure you would not be able to agree with that, but that is one thing that kind of makes sense because then it all stays on track. We're talking about the Jewish people and the Messiah who is the Messiah for the Jewish people. And so, and did the city get destroyed? Because if they had accepted their Messiah, would the city not have been destroyed? So if that's true, then is what ultimately destroys it is the fact that they reject the Messiah. But that aside, my point was just that. So after people of the prince that shall come, and then it says, and the end shall be a flood. And then it says, and he shall confirm the covenant. That's that he has to mean the Messiah, not this prince of the people, because that's a plural subject here, right? A group of people. The he can't mean this prince that shall come if that's
Well,
real.
hang on, Jamie.
That's what I'm saying.
We just saw the
so I
flood.
think
We just saw the flood in Revelation. The flood came out of the devil's mouth.
Well, and I think my major disagreement is, I guess I just don't see that callback, so to speak, in verse 27. Because when I read this, and maybe it's just my own tradition kind of bleeding into the way I read it, right? So we'll have to, of course, examine all this. But when I read this, I always just kind of have flown into the last character who was mentioned is the last he. Which is, I guess, kind of a general rule. I'd never thought of it this way, but it's somewhat of a rule when reading, right? That the last figure mentioned who could be described by the pronoun he is the one who is being described if something general like the pronoun he is being used and there's more than one character in question.
Okay. So you do take that as Rome, the people of the prince that shall come and destroy the city. You would say the next he
from the
refers to
sea.
that prince that destroys the city then, right? You're saying?
One more time, sorry.
So you're saying that the he in 27 is referring to the prince of these people that come and destroy the city, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah. I'm arguing that shouldn't be the case. It has to be referring back to this Messiah that's in 26a because this is actually the subject of that portion. Of course, it's a colon, and this is all in English now. So the question is, what does the Hebrew indicate? And I can't make any case either way. But
yeah, but Jamie, he says the abomination shall make the sanctuary desolate. That's the Antichrist. That's the beast from the earth.
Wait,
and
which
the
part?
people in 27.
Oh, so I would say there's a parallel. What do they call that? So I'd say 26a and 27a are talking about Jesus, and possibly 26b and 27b are talking about another figure. So it's like what do they call that? A parallelism, I think. There's actually a case for that in the Hebrew. I do remember reading a paper about this. So it's like it's a literary structural thing. But I actually tend to not take 26b as necessarily being Rome, so I need to look at that again.
Okay, I'll just give a quick like synopsis or whatever. And the people of the prince shall destroy the city, beast from the sea, and the end thereof shall come with the flood, beast from the earth, and the beast from the earth goes all the way to the end of 27. That's the
oh yeah 27b I definitely think is like describing the end of everything, I guess. I mean, in some sense, maybe, or typing it anyway. Typing it anyway. But it doesn't say the abomination of desolation. It says the abominations that make it desolate. Does that get? It's kind of like what you were talking about earlier, CJ. Does that necessitate that has to be this abomination of desolation that we both agree is at the end of the final Antichrist? It might just be a type or something related, but I don't think you necessarily have to read that as the same thing as the abomination of desolation, quote unquote, right? Because that's also mentioned in Daniel like 12 or 11, I think, and other places maybe. I can't remember where, but I mean, it's reasonable to say that it's the same thing, and maybe it is. What does it look like in the Hebrew? I don't know. Is it the exact same phrase? Maybe I'm being an idiot. I don't know.
It seems to me like abomination that makes desolate is similar enough.
Yeah.
Well, I guess let me see if that's actually what it says. So, and he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, and in the midst of the week he shall cause the sacrifice and oblation to cease, and the overspreading of abominations he shall make it desolate. Yeah, see, it's so it's not exactly how I'd worded it, but it does seem to me like it's similar enough language that the writer or speaker, I should say, because Jesus is actually speaking audibly in the quote we get in the Gospels. The speaker in that instance, namely Jesus, is hearkening back to what the writer has said in Daniel, which I believe, of course, would be Daniel. So I don't know. So to me, it would kind of be like saying, if somebody in the 1700s had said, the 1770s to be more precise, had said something like, on this day we declare our national independence. And then later on, somebody said that was the Declaration of Independence. It's like, well, he didn't use that exact phrase, but he used
yeah, sure. But here's the thing. But look at this. So we all agree that 26a is Jesus, right? 26a.
Yeah.
Okay. So we know he's cut off, and we know that there's 70 weeks, and it's mentioned that it's after all the weeks besides the 70th week. So I guess you would probably say something like he's cut off before the 70 weeks even starts. We can't even be sure exactly when that would necessarily be. I'm going to argue that 62 weeks and 7 weeks are done and over with. So all we have left is that last week. And all that says is that it could be at the beginning and middle, potentially just from that sentence, but he's cut off sometime after the 69th week, which now it remains up to you to say whether, to the reader to decide, does that mean this is the midst of the week, the after times and half a time that he's cut off? So there's this weird thing where it's like, no matter what, we all have to that's like the times and half a time. That's Jesus being cut off halfway through the week. But that's that same time period that's mentioned in all those ways, which even I take to be spread out into history, like a day for a year, 1,260 years. And then you would say, well, that also, maybe that's not even true, and maybe that it's just all future, but yet the Messiah does fit in a historical accounting to be cut off in the middle of the week. And it does say that the Messiah will be cut off in the midst of the week. And all we have left after 62 and 7 is one more week. And you know what I mean? So it's like that period seems to have a lot of potential ways to be interpreted in the 70th week back. And it was Jesus in the future of this Antichrist thing. And, because that set of time period could be literal in Jesus' 70th week, if you take that understanding, and then it could also be, all those different ways it's said. I would say it's also a time period of, like they said, like a long stretch of time in the history. And then you would also say, right, it's a future literal thing again. So, it's It's an interesting little period. It's something like God didn't want people to know for sure, but he said it well enough to where he's not lying. I know some people say that about Jesus too. Like that's how God tricked Satan into killing Jesus, is like he gave the prophecy, but he also, is that lying? I mean, no.
Yeah, and I don't know. I've never thought that Jesus was necessarily tricking anyone or anything like that.
No, I know. I don't like that idea at all. I'm just mean. It says that if they had known who they're crucifying, they never would have killed him, right? They never would have crucified the King of Glory if they had known, right? That
So my whole thing with that is I've always kind of thought that, first off, that's I think a separate question from why there's some apparent ambiguity in certain scriptural passages.
Sure.
So in other words, you can make those related if your answer to those ends up being one and the same, but since mine isn't, those would end up being different questions, right?
Well, how do you interpret what do you think that's saying when it says like they never? Is that just kind of like a turn of phrase, just kind of like they didn't realize what they were doing? Like when they fulfilled it.
Well, let me set that aside just for a second, just so I can get to the
sure.
other point real quick, which is just to say that I think that the reason why Jesus talks in ambiguities sometimes, or parables might even be a more apt way to put it, because of course he literally does talk in parables. I think it's explained perfectly in what he says to the disciples. He says it wasn't for certain people to know. And what ends up actually happening when these certain people decide that they're not going to know is precisely that, right? They decide, they hear something he said, like eat my flesh, drink my blood, and they become offended by it, whether it's because they can't understand it or it sounds gross to them or whatever it is, and they leave, right? And so Jesus has effectively weeded out the crowd here. There are those who were following because of whatever it was, right? There could be tons of things. Maybe it was the healing, maybe it was the miracles, maybe it was a thought of prosperity. They thought he might overtake the kingdom. They wanted to be with the crowd, whatever. It doesn't matter, right? And he weeded them all out by telling a story in such a way that it offended their sensibilities. And only those who really wanted to stay, who were just as confused, those 12, right? But they stayed and asked questions. And so they end up being the disciples, and the others end up being departed who serve no more. And I think that's why God talks in mysterious ways, is to basically kind of cut through the crap, right? So there's a bunch of people who aren't really willing to go the whole 9 yards, so to speak. That's most people, if we're being honest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, totally. There's probably something to that. I mean, yeah, for sure. But so Jamie,
so long as he didn't determine that state to begin with, since he's changing it.
Jamie, can I give you a reference?
Yeah. Because, let me just say really quick, though. I wanted to say something about
sure.
Even that joke aside or whatever, joking aside, it's not a total joke, because that is a question I wonder from like a deterministic point of view. But then I kind of think, I wonder, is this kind of what, like, when I know Chris's idea about like God writing a story, it's like it would make sense even if God is determining everything to use that kind of language, like even if like ultimately in some like ethereal sense God is like determining everything, like it still needs to play out in a sense to like be an actual like story, right? Since we are like seemingly at least free in some sense, that seems to be going on in our lives, right? Like it feels free. I'm trying to be like as understanding as I can about a position I don't necessarily believe, right? I don't believe God determines everything, but I'm trying to like think about like how you guys think about that stuff, like what is he changing if he determines everything? Like, why does it talk about God like changing them or making them not believe, if he's determining everything in the first place? And like you could say, well, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to get my head around that a little bit more.
Well, and I think part of my answer would honestly just come down to the simplicity of not. Well, first I would just say I don't think I necessarily need a why, and then I would go into this answer I was going to give originally, which is that I think it's simply the fact that it could happen is enough. And my reason for saying that is because you could just as easily ask the question, why does C.H. Greenblatt, the guy who created the Chowder cartoon, insert himself into the Chowder cartoon to persuade Chowder from doing things that he designated Chowder to do in the first place, right? Which is something that actually happens in that cartoon. The creator will insert himself in a fourth wall break and communicate with his character, and he'll actually have impacts on the story that change his character's motivations, even though he's the one who placed those motivations in his character, right? And you might say, well, I don't get it. What's the whole point of that whole endeavor? And the thing is, that question's kind of irrelevant, isn't it? Because it happened, and we're not really here to talk about whether or not we can get to the why. That's something we may get, right? That's a possibility. But as far as what actually is, that's what happened in that Chowder story. And so likewise, when we're coming into this situation where it's like, okay, well, why does God decide to operate in such a way where he, quote, breaks the fourth wall and persuades creatures to do what he had already written them not to do in the first place, thus needing the persuasion? Am I answering simply?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I think you're describing how I was thinking, what like Chris means, like when he says, it's like, that's what God's doing. He's writing the story. It's like, it's almost like it's like another dimension though, but like a part of me says that seems kind of dishonest because it's suggesting as though other people are making decisions and then God's like acting in allowing such a thing, and then but like directing it in such a way that it's responding to another choice, which makes it sound like he's not controlling it. But if he really is, then why say things that make it sound like you're responding to somebody else's choice? That's my only thing that kind of makes me uneasy about that idea, because it seems to be like painting it in a way that just naturally we would seem to be just like how we interact with another person, right? Like they do what they do and then we respond, kind of thing. And so is that giving this impression of something that isn't real, how it really is? That is, he's not responding in a like a base sense, you know what I mean? But
if you look at your real life, your true life, and the things that happen and the way he works in your life, you can use that. I would take that as a rock solid thing, and then you can look at the verses and see, find it in there, because you can trust how he works in your life. That's true.
Well, that's the one that is a so like I just, like I've told you, CJ, like the whole determinism thing, if God's determining everything, it doesn't just seem like something I can't explain. It seems like God is guilty of something he says he's not guilty of. And so, but on the other hand, I would also say, like, when I look in my life and the things that I think are tangible, that I can say honestly that I think is God working, I can't really make sense of how that's the case without it being more deterministic, I guess, than, because you look back and you go, wow, that was God, and then you look back and go, wow, that couldn't have happened if I had just like done this differently and this had happened differently. So it almost seems like the things work. It seems like it worked out just right. We're so based on my choices, but how could God make that happen if it was because of my choices that's happening, looking like something God did, right? So evidence seems very deterministic, in other words, is what I'm getting at.
Well, and I'll make it a little bit more confusing for you, if you don't mind, with two things. The first thing is that your problem with this setup that you said you'd heard from Chris, and that I'm also kind of providing now, which you probably are thinking the same thing, because both me and Chris are very fond of the author analogy. I think it's as close as we can actually get to understanding what it's like to be a creator, to be honest with you. I don't think it actually comes close to what it's actually like to be a creator, but I think it's the closest humans can get.
I get the notion there, especially from a Calvinist point of view, and I think people dismiss it a little bit too easily, because it doesn't totally work like from our point of view, but like on certain aspects. But like I get what it's like reaching at, and I think, and you both equally agree that my idea about these indications in scripture that would actually prove a deterministic case, more so that God's like showing that he knew everything was going to happen a certain way, and then he's going to do all these things particular. You both reject it outright. And I feel like this would help your case for the authorship thing. So,
well, but let me real quick though just point out that the issue you have, as far as, and I sympathize with it, by the way, I'm not dismissing it, but the issue you have as far as it almost appears like there's a dishonesty here, right? Well, that's actually an issue you got to deal with anyways, because God does some super peculiar stuff in that book there, like changing his mind and repenting of stuff when Moses says, hey, if you do this, then the Egyptians will think thus and such about you. And then God actually changes his mind and relents and appears to calm down even. Now, I mean, was Moses, talking God off a ledge? Of course not. But that's what it appears to be going on, right? And I certainly think that event took place in history. I think that God actually told Moses at a point in time, I'm going to do this. And Moses actually argued with him, and God actually relented. So if God had some kind of ulterior motive in that demonstrates he's still sovereign and still all-knowing, is that dishonesty, right? And perhaps to some people it is. I don't think that it would be. And then this is my second monkey wrench I want to toss in, which is, would you consider, and I always ask this question, but I think it's a great question to ask. At what point, when you were watching Avengers or Star Wars or whatever the most recent super awesome action blockbuster that you watched is, right? Let's just assume it's Avengers so that I can put some names to this. When you were watching Avengers, at what point did you start to say, this villain, Kevin Feige, something needs to be done about him? You probably didn't, right? Because that doesn't even make any sense. Kevin Feige is the director. He's not the villain. And
yeah, but if Scarlett Johansson really died, I would think he was evil if he actually killed Scarlett Johansson.
Well, Black Widow did really die, though.
Her into my wife, and he didn't, but he killed her.
Right, but Scarlett Johansson is just a surrogate, right? The character that he actually has the power over, or not a surrogate, a conduit, sorry. The character he actually has power over, of course, is fictional, don't get me wrong, but Natasha Romanoff did die, right? And it was totally Kevin Feige's decision. And it was, in a way, Thanos was as powerless to do otherwise in that situation as a rock is powerless to be solid in the Antarctic winter, right?
I was more thinking, how did they get Josh Brolin so beefed up?
Right. but you see what I mean, though? Like it's the worlds are so utterly detached, the author and his actual work, that thought doesn't even cross your mind at any point in time, even though the character that you're actually experiencing emotional distress over was totally killed by that director. And by the way, sometimes every now and then you'll meet a kook who totally does actually see things this way, and they'll be like, oh, I hate the writers of thus and such a show because they killed my favorite character.
Oh, yeah, people really get into it, don't they?
Yeah,
they're also schizophrenic though. But hey, man, you kind of reminded me though of how William Lane. I'm just gonna be a little bit hard on you here. I do kind of get what you're saying. But at the same time, I want to say something like, well, it kind of sounds like how William Lane Craig dismisses animal suffering because they don't have actual memories or whatever. It's kind of like the other end of the spectrum of that. It's like, yeah, these are not real people though, and real people suffer in this world. So
be that as it may, though, it doesn't necessarily change the point, right? Because when you're listening to a story or watching a story or reading a story or however you're consuming your medium here, right? Media, sorry. The story relies on that distinction not being something that you're really grasping, right? And now, not literally. Of course, we don't think that people in the movie theater are actually deceived into thinking Iron Man's flying around, right? So you don't want to take this too literally when I say it, but the whole gimmick that is Avengers relies upon you being emotionally invested to such a point that when Iron Man dies, you feel sad, and when he defeats Thanos, you feel triumphant, and when he has a child, you feel happy for him in particular, like emotionally attached to this person's happiness, right? And if all that stuff wasn't true, then it wouldn't work. Why go to the movie? You can just watch Lights if all you're interested in is the sky beam, right?
Well, but what about this, CJ? I would say the reason stories like this work is actually because they are derivatives of a hierarchy where the pinnacle is the greatest story ever told. So it's actually feeding off the reality of the one actual meta true story of redemption or whatever, let's say. And so it's actually feeding off of the true story, and that's why it's able to actually do that. And so in some sense, I'm saying, like, turns out like that's what's going on. It's like, well, couldn't God just program everything like without the suffering? Or like, would you say you're suggesting a soul build, like God needs all these things to occur for some purpose, like soul building or something? Do you take that kind of view? Or
well, I don't like the word needs just because of the implication of necessity, but that is essentially the point, that God has a story in mind, and this is how he means to tell it. This is the method in which it is told. If it was a different story, then he would have told it in a different way, but he wanted to tell this one.
What would you describe that story? What's break down this story to like the absolute simple minimal way of describing what God is doing. I mean, besides like showing his glory, let's say, but be a little more specific than that. But like, what is he wanting to display in the story? Like the essential attributes of it. What is it about?
Well, I mean, so that's hard to tell, right? Because unfortunately, there's no point in the Bible where God ever explicitly says, this is exactly why I created it like this, right? There are multiple things that we know are part of it. For example, you've already brought up his own glory, his glorification. I think the manifestation of his attributes is probably a part of it. For example, God in a very technical sense is not God unless something worships him, right? Because that's what God means, is a object of worship. So when he's just solitary and alone and not being worshipped by any lesser being, he definitionally is not God as we understand the word, right? Same thing with creator. You just logically are not a creator until you've created a thing. Now, God is eternal and his attributes are eternal. So there's obviously another sense here where he always is judge. He always is creator. He always is God, despite not necessarily having these things. But that does, I think that little contradiction there explains a little bit as to why, a little bit, not the whole thing, but as to why we have a creation at all, right? Is it does manifest God's attributes: Redeemer, Judge, God, Creator, and so on. So that's the second thing. A third thing, the Bible says that all things work together for good for those who are called according to his purpose. So God does actually actively have yours and mine and anybody else who's a believer are, not to sound like a TV preacher, but health, wealth, and prosperity in mind, right? What's best for us. It may be that we never experience any of that on this planet, but nonetheless, he has that in mind, and he's actively leading us towards that goal, which all occurs, of course, on the other side of eternity. That's really the big problem with prosperity preachers, is that they place all the emphasis on this side of eternity. But regardless, so those are at least three different things we can say. Another thing could just be, of course, that he wants to. As simplistic as that answer is, let's just be honest, at some point, everything does break down to that, right? God has decided, if he's truly sovereign and he actually is a personal being, then he decided that he wanted it to be this way, right? Like he actually had a desire for it to be this way. And that for certain things, I honestly think that just is the answer.
Because God did it because he felt like it. Do you want to say something there, fifth trumpet?
Oh, CJ, are you done?
No, go ahead and finish, CJ.
No, are you done,
I'll
CJ?
leave it to you to go after he's done here, okay? Because
No, CJ's not done.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'll just say two things. One, I mean, you wanted me to, you wanted to break it down, his story, to the simplest form. Well, I would say his story is the word, and the word is the truth, and the word became flesh. Pretty simple. The other point I wanted to say
God wanted to be a man. Is that what you're saying?
Is that what I said?
No, I'm asking you. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Okay.
I'm curious.
Well, no, let me just go on to the next thing. The other thing I was going to say is I wanted to give you a reference.
Okay. Yeah, that's
for
fine.
this. Look, there are people that understand the end times scenario, and they understand it very well, and they can articulate it very well.
Yeah.
So I want to give you a. Well, no, that's why I'm going to give you this reference so you can look at this.
Sure.
Guy.
Yeah, I will. Sure.
Okay, it's on YouTube. His name is Mark 13 records. It's, it's Mark, the number 13 records, and he's an expert. Everything he talks about is end time. So if you look wherever you want to look, you're going to hear it. The only thing I'd say is a little bit hard to listen to because he talks so fast. You almost have to slow him down to 0.75%. But I'd say he's a little kooky, but he's also good.
So can
So
you give
if
can you
you
say what his position is? Is he a dispensationalist? Is he a covenant theology? Is he?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know any
Oh,
of those. But when it comes to this subject about the middle of the week, the sixth trumpet, this type of stuff, he's an expert at it. All right.
Right on. I'll check it out.
Okay.
Yeah, CJ. So what else were you saying? I will check it out. By the way,
Yeah. Check if you're interested. Check it out. Sure.
Because I got people too, man. I got people too.
Well, and to finish, I was just simply pointing out. I think there's numerous things that that can be said to be, points of the story, the themes, if you will, of the story, the story arcs, whatever you want to call them. But as far as why exactly is God doing it this way, I don't think we can say definitively that we know the ultimate end all be all. This is the one reason, and all other reasons are subservient to this reason. Other than he desired it, I would say that one is probably as close as we can get. And I know people will probably not like that because it sounds kind of arbitrary. But I would just point out that in the end, that's at its core, that is the fundamental reason why God decides to do anything, right? Is because it pleases him. It's because that's what he willed to do. And that's not saying something, that's profound about God or anything like that. That's just describing the nature of having a personality. Like, if you really
if he's God, he has to, no matter what, he's not God unless what happens is this ultimate desire ultimately. Even if you're not a determinist, it's like, even if you say God found it, you have to say God found it pleasing, the idea to give people free will and for suffering to occur, even if it's not determinism. It's like ultimately God did decide he's not going to make everybody be saved for whatever reason, and because that's say it's because of their own desire or their own mistakes. Even it's like he would even if he wants people to be saved, the fact that he allows people not to be saved means that that was his, you're going to say at the end of the day, that was his a higher decision,
Yeah, exactly. It means that it's just as you said. It means that at the end of the day, God decided that it was better in his mind. It was better that some people would not be saved than that all people would be saved. And that is what he desired. Now, what does that mean? That's where the whole conversation comes in, right? Because you can desire certain things for a litany of different reasons. And those reasons, for example, and this is not, I think, what's happening to God, but just to give an example, if anybody's ever seen the movie Sophie's Choice, you can desire to choose one of your children over the other if somebody puts a gun to your head and says one of them is going to die. But it's not as if you desired any of your children to perish in that scenario, right? Now, again, that's not analogous to what's happening to God, but it's just to demonstrate the point that desires are complex. But in the end, that is true, exactly as you say. God has.
I think that is exactly what it is, almost, though, in a sense. I mean, other than that, God's sovereign, but in a sense, I think it is that, never mind. Keep going.
Well, the point is just to say, exactly like you're saying, in the end, we have to acknowledge that the questions do kind of stop at God willed this. This is what God desired, what God wanted, and we may or may not know the reasons behind that. But in the end, that is the fundamental kind of question. And it's kind of like another way too. You could say, well, what's the story God's trying to tell? Well, it's the one that's been told. We know it because it has been told, right?
And if it wasn't the one he's trying to tell, then he wouldn't be God, essentially, in a sense.
Exactly. Or he would have
have the attributes that make it
God.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Although I think there is it's like it always just comes back to just like the basic question. It's just like, explaining free will is magical if you take a libertarian free will in some sense. But I do think the one thing I like that I think is I'm still trying to wrap my head around is like the problem with saying we don't have libertarian free will is that I cannot think of a reason why you should, like, I get the rub, right? And we've talked about it before, but it's like once you say man absolutely has no libertarian free will anywhere, you actually have no reason to have, you have no art, because anything I point to in scripture or theoretical or philosophical about libertarian free will, you've already exhausted every potential answer to why we should think there's libertarian free will, and now you have nothing you can use to say to think God has it. You have no reason to say God's free, but man isn't. That's just a mistake. And then, but then I don't see how you have anything left to have a reason to think God would have it. Now you have nobody with free will, and God's just a robot, and we're just confused robots that think they're free. So why would his God have it? Why? How do you dare declare God's being free or whatever?
What I would say to that is I don't necessarily think that you're wrong in the sense that I don't think that God does have libertarian free will, because I don't think it exists. I think it's just a mirage. It's an idea we've come up with. Now, the question for me is, does libertarian free will have to be the end all be all of free will, or is compatibilist free will something that is sufficient, right? Does it suffice as an actual truly free will? And I would say that it was, or that it does, excuse me.
But that only works because God. But what is God's thing? What's determining God's compatibilist free will?
Well, it depends on what exactly the compatibilism is actually demonstrating at that point, right? So, like,
yeah,
example,
right, which is not easy to put your finger on.
Well, it is and it isn't, right? Because so for example, I always go back to total depravity when we talk about these things, right? The fundamental claim behind total depravity is not that man is incapable by virtue of will of doing something. It's that man is incapable by virtue of nature, that that man is incapable by virtue of nature of doing something, namely accepting the gospel without regeneration, right? That is a claim that every Christian agrees with when it comes to God. We believe that God is bound by his nature. He can't break covenants. He can't lie. He can't.
I struggle with that, though. I do affirm that. I do affirm that, but I'm the guy that's usually like, no, God could like feasibly, or God could do it. People give me such a crap for this too, and I'm just saying, like, he has the power to do whatever he wants. It's that he won't. It's more like won't.
Right. So what you just described, though, is what I'm saying about nature. Right. It's not that God is physically incapable. It's not like, I can't open my jaw real big and swallow an entire caribou like an anaconda. But that has absolutely nothing to do with my will. Right. It has everything to do with the fact that I'm not an anaconda.
Okay. Right. But my problem with that is that, in a sense, though, I feel like if you describe the cause of everybody's choices to be that it's because of their nature, it's almost like, I don't know that I think there's like a causal chain order or whatever, like a temporal order to like what's your nature and what's and what you do. It's almost like, I feel like that's actually just a definition. Like, your nature is what you do, and it's not really like a before and after thing. It's like, that's literally just, it's almost like this. It's like saying, why did you eat the apple? Well, because I ate the apple. It's like, your nature is who you are, and it's not that you are who you are because your nature. That's like kind of, in a sense, it's almost like, that's like a priori determinism. So why can't nature just be a description of, like, maybe even after who you are? Like, who's to say your nature? You know what I mean? Because that almost makes God not God, but his nature God. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm saying,
well,
I'm
how
just
would
like,
you separate somebody's nature from themselves, though?
Yeah, you don't.
Exactly, right? You can't.
But does the nature actually determine it, is my question. Are they just synonymous?
Well, either way, though, it wouldn't necessarily change anything per se, right? Because if it's within somebody's nature, or to put it another way, to be a little bit more compatible with what you're saying, if somebody every time would do a certain thing, like, for example, not lying. If you gave somebody a Google chances and multiplied that number by a Google, and they did the same thing every single time,
Right.
which
They
was
wouldn't
not
be a
lying,
person.
right?
They'd be they'd be a robot.
So there you go, though. But now you've actually already brought this full circle, right? You say they would be a robot, but we know for a fact that if you had that scenario and you were talking about God lying, that he would fit
He would
into
never
that
lie.
category of Jamie's self-described robot, right? So now here's where this comes back to me.
Yeah.
So now I have a question for the person who believes in libertarian free will. If God doesn't even have a will that's unbound by nature, what sense does it make to say anything else does? To me, it doesn't, right? If God is incapable of lying, not because he's not powerful enough, not because he's physically incapable, not because he's mentally incapable, but because his makeup, his nature, his personality is such that it wouldn't happen. And that means that somebody's personality can be such that certain decisions or certain mechanisms of the will are just not actual options. They'll never manifest.
Well, here's my problem though, and I feel the rub, but here's the problem for me. It's like, okay, so is what you're saying is I want to say then that, but God is like a real agent. He's not just a robot pumping out automatic decisions. So it's like I tend to want to think, okay, well, so the free will doesn't really come so much in like being able to do otherwise, although that's part of it, like an essential part of it, but it's more like maybe the freedom to do, like, where's God free to do anything other than the best decision, right? And what does that even mean? So it's like maybe making the right decision is just like intelligence. It's like, so the freedom is more like in your creative ability to do this or that and just be like artistic or something, or creative, let's call it. Because how else would God ever make a decision that has an outcome that's not ideal, in the outcome? And like, we want to say, even like he's obviously allowing evil to display his attributes, which have some like purpose that's higher and worth, let's say, worth it or something. But then the question is, if that's the case, then nobody seems to be, to me, guilty of hellfire or destruction of any kind, because they're really just dumb. They just need to be shown why that's wrong. In other words, why it's not a better decision. And so they're really just guilty by ignorance. And so how could anybody even be judged or whatever? Because if they just knew the right decision, they're just making the wrong decision that they could have learned it better from. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what does it even mean to punish somebody if there's not like something there, I guess, is my problem.
Well, let me kind of weave a little bit of a dark scenario for you, if I'm being perfectly honest, but one that I think is pretty good at hammering home this particular point. Let's imagine, hypothetically speaking, that you were one of these Marvel characters, right? So you have some superpowers, and your power is being able to determine the nature of a dog, such that anytime somebody is attacked by their pet, with 100% certainty whether or not this dog can be rehabilitated, right? And so you use this power to make sure those dogs who can be rehabilitated are indeed rehabilitated, and people can have their family pet, right? Well, what's the inverse of that? That those who can't be rehabilitated can't obviously be reconciled with their families. And so what do you do about that? Well, you probably do what every state in the country so far does, and what we've done for the last 6,000 years, which is you put the dog down.
You kill them all and let God sort them out.
Well, kind of though, right? Like, think about it for a minute. That's because to an extent, what you're saying when you put a dog down is this dog will not change. This dog's nature is such that it is better for us to do an evil thing, which is take life, right? Because it would be more evil. It would be less beneficiary for us to keep this thing around. Its nature is that way, right? So now take that back to the human. If God has that kind of justification, right? Their nature is such that they won't change. Well, that justifies the ultimate destruction and the cruelty, quote unquote, because I don't think God is cruel, right? But the penalties are severe. Let's just be honest about it, right? What the atheist would consider to be the cruelty of God, right? You put the dog down because the dog is not going to rehabilitate. That's just the facts. And likewise, God puts the sinner down because the sinner will not rehabilitate.
So why didn't he poof everybody out of? Why did he just poof them when they were conceived, or make them those the abortions or whatever?
Well, I think that's where the question of free moral agency would come in. I think that there is a sense in which, and we can even use God as the example for this to describe libertarian free will and why, or to show it as an inverse of libertarian free will, because I think I've already explained why I think God can't have libertarian free will as we understand it. But
he couldn't have done otherwise. He couldn't have refrained from creating, you think?
Well, see, that's what I mean. What do you mean by libertarian free will, right? Because libertarian free will is incompatibilist free will. And what I'm saying is God's will is not incompatibilist. God's will at its bare minimum is compatible with his nature.
I usually just look at it like could do one of two options in every scenario, especially if you're God, I guess, because he would have no limitations except for maybe logical impossibility.
Would you guys say that this is a what do you call it? Psychological argument, or what do they call it? Philosophical. Is this philosophical arguing?
I would say so. Yeah, I think there's a lot of theology in this as well, but for the most part, we're talking philosophy for sure.
Sorry to cut you off too, CJ. What were you saying? I totally cut you off there. I just
well, so what was I saying? Excuse me. Oh my goodness.
Gavin, as far as I'm concerned, you're a moron compared to either of us. So shut up. Sorry, that was my flesh. Forgive me.
No, that's fine. I asked Gavin when his next debate with the Godless Engineer was. I haven't gotten an answer yet. I'm very excited to watch that debate, Gavin. So let me know. Tag me in it, and I'll.
I've been sticking up for the turd. You know that? I really don't appreciate that, Gavin. But to be just really manly and honest with you, I don't think you're in a position to really say that.
It's fine. Gavin will Gavin, and I just don't care. But
I just I hate to see lying. It's like, dude, the blind leading the blind. What are you talking about, man? You're an idiot. No. Okay, now I feel bad. I guess I don't know though. I'm supposed to be really bold and honest, like all the tough guys out there. What are you doing, dude? You just stay out of here, dude. If you're gonna be an idiot, I'm not gonna. I'll probably save this conversation anyway, but so I can pretend I'm holy and stuff. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, so hang on, shoot, kind of lost my train of thought a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm super tired, and so I'm kind of irritable. I just find that amazing.
That's all right. I'll probably let you go here soon too, because it is about 1:45 even where I'm at. But
I debate Gavin anytime on anything. Okay, Gavin. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I would not. I just wouldn't waste my time.
No, I just meant theoretically.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to talk about I guess in the pit of wits, so to speak, I'm not scared of Gavin's wits. If that's what you're trying to imply, like you're saying, you're not scared of Gavin's wits. I agree with you there, right? But I just think because and I'll be honest, and you guys don't know this because only me and Nick know what me and Nick talk about in private emails. But one thing that is quite prevalent in our private emails is which this is not something that's unnecessary to share, by the way, just so you know. He's shared the same thing on his channel, but nonetheless, is I don't necessarily agree a lot of times with his standards. In other words, let me put it this way: his standards can be a little bit too zealous for me. I think. For example, he would say that he wouldn't have a conversation with Dr. Michael Brown because of his conditionalism, or he wouldn't want to have a conversation with Ruslan because he thinks that having progressive leanings while claiming Christianity makes you an infiltrator and not actually, therefore not somebody who you should talk to, right? Because infiltrators shouldn't be given a platform and all these other kinds of things, right? And I don't agree. And we've gotten in a lot of back and forth between, ourselves as far as how do we judge people who adhere to certain doctrines? How do we judge certain leaders? How do we judge whether or not this or that or the other is okay, right? But one thing that I will say that not only did he convince me on, but he even convicted me on, if I'm being honest. I started to feel guilty about this, and I think it's because he was right. Is there are some debates that you just have no business taking, right? Because there are two very distinct kinds of conversation in the apologetics world, and in any academic field for that matter. There is blood sport, gladiator matches. Excuse me. Can't talk right now. The football game kind of thing where it's like, oh, my team just scored a knockout hit or a touchdown or a home run or whatever sports analogy you want to use. I don't care. And then it's, oh, no, he just fell back a little bit and wasn't doing so good there. I guess we're going to have to deduct some points, you know what I mean? All this other kind of stuff. And there's that kind of debate. And then there is a kind of debate where I have a position, you have a position. We both honestly believe the position. We both honestly believe in the integrity of the other person. And we are both trying to pursue truth honestly, even if we're doing so in an incredibly biased manner, which I think that probably describes most of us, right? We're all pretty heavily biased, but we're still honestly looking for truth. I'll say plainly, I think Godless Engineer is honestly looking for truth. I just think that he's very heavily biased. He probably thinks something similar about me, right?
CJ, you're just like effeminate, and you're not tough enough, and so like you're not trying to have honest conversation. You're just like you're just a wuss. It's like,
right? Yeah. No kidding, right?
I'm so sick of hearing that crap, dude. I really am. Like, just because people are like can't keep control themselves ever, and like they have, I don't know. I mean, I could be really, really mean about it, I think, and I'm not sure if that's just being honest or if I'm being irritable, but it's like people are out of control. I've been out of control for sure. I'd say things I regret, but it's not. It's like, get a life, basically, is what I'm thinking. Like, you're just trying to like assert yourself online because I'm not sure you have a life, and this is how you like. I don't know. There's a lot of like, this is really unhealthy in a lot of ways for a lot of people. I think.
Well, and this gets to the point I'm trying to make, right? It's not just unhealthy; it's kind of sinful. And let me say plainly, I've done this when I debated Smokey Saint on Annihilation. That was two people who were participating in a blood sport. At least when it was set up, it didn't end up turning out that way. It actually ended up being a decent conversation. But as far as
because you're a decent person and you pull back from being being an ass and not being Christian, and I think that's what it seems to me. And he it seems to me also, and this is just what I honestly believe, that he's about promoting himself and getting glory.
And I think I largely agree with that too, if I'm being honest. And I do hope to see change in that. I actually don't have. I can't say that. I think that probably in my flesh, I probably do have a lot of ill will towards a lot of people, not just Smokey, but probably towards a lot of people who get on my nerves. But that's obviously the flesh, right? As far as what the
I get you, man. You know what's right. You know what's right and how you should feel, but you want to be honest about it. And it's like, it's so easy to justify anything online. And like, I want to try to be honest. Like, I get caught up in it. And there's some points like I probably back off because I'm like, no, I just couldn't pull it off anyway in that sense. But like, when you really just sit back and think of it, like, you want the best for people if you're a Christian, I think. And I just get so sick of the blustering and and I get that way too. And it's fun to like rank on people and stuff. But it's like, then you step back and you realize like, this isn't healthy, dude. Like, it's just really starting to like get to me and depressing. I just want to, I'm interested in the theology. I want to hear what people have to say and I want to understand them better. But,
and I want to let's keep in mind too, we're, in the end, there's the two biggest things. We want to glorify God and be in his will, which I think those are the same thing, but we want to make sure that we're doing that. And we also want to actually bring people to the truth, the knowledge of the gospel, right? If those aren't your goals in apologetics, Tim Tebow managed to make that his goals in playing college football, and you can't do that in Christian apologetics. Are you kidding? Right? And obviously that's not directed towards you in particular, but it's directed towards a lot of people, right? That we all know, and there's no need to go into names. But the point that I'm trying to get at, right, is like, so when it comes to like, and you know what, I guess I will name names because it's necessary. We already have been, right? But so when it comes to Gavin, when it comes to Praise, Ryan, Sky Out, who I regret debating for the same reason, Praise I Am, right, Smokey, all these guys, there's just, you need to ask yourself the question when you're going to accept this debate: am I doing this just so I can fight with somebody that I don't like, in which case I'm committing a sin? Or am I doing this because I actually think that this conversation has the potential to lead to edification for all parties involved, including the audience? And so, yeah, and that's why, and that's, you can thank Brother Nick for that. I was obviously perfectly fine with debating these guys, and I started to get convicted. Honestly, he kept hammering on me in the emails, and I'm glad he did. I'm glad he did, because I have no business talking to people who I just want to smack across the face in my flesh anyways, right? In fact, if that's how I feel about somebody, then I should be praying for them, not fighting with them. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah. And sometimes I don't want to be like tossed around by like a mood or whatever, but when someone sometimes you can be mad at someone and really want to like actually destroy like what they're false about or whatever, but it's just so easy for that to like turn into something else, you know what I mean? And but
sure. For
me
sure.
for me it's so hard to like refrain from or like to separate like when it starts to go too far and when I'm just trying to like assert myself as well. And so it's like I'm not just saying other people are like horrible at this and then I'm totally like I get it or something. But I don't know. You get walked all over if you're too nice too, and that's not good either for anybody. Right?
Yeah, and that is true, of course, right? You have, in a way, it's a little bit of a game, right? As far as, because you have to make sure you're being honest. You also have to make sure that you're being at least somewhat strategic. Also, so a conversation with somebody who is like, I'll give it an example, right? So somebody who is Ryan's size as far as a YouTube channel, right? But has Dr. Kenny's personality, is somebody who you might want to have a conversation with despite that size. And somebody who's Godless Engineer's size, but Ryan the Presbyterian's personality, you also might want to have a conversation with because that size, right? And you notice the
right, I get it.
Are
fundamentally
different. But if you have somebody who is both lacking in the size, meaning they don't have any real influence, and also isn't somebody who appears to be serious, then now there's not really any reason for you to get in that conversation, right? Now that's purely strategic. You haven't in any way, shape, or form accounted for evangelizing at that point, how you can best glorify God, whether or not this is going to be necessarily an honest pursuit of truth. You've done nothing but plan strategy there, but that is important, right? I don't think it's the whole thing. If it was the whole thing, I would have never debated Stanley Terry. Sometimes, you just want to talk to the individual, which as good as I think I performed intellectually in that debate, I actually think I failed in that aspect. So I do kind of wish I could have that one back a little bit. But
wait, which one?
The Stanley Terry one.
I thought you did fine. It's just like he was kind of wasn't engaging with what you were actually. So like he didn't seem to totally get what your points, and so it wasn't as effective as it could have been. But that was kind of his fault. Like you were like, or he was pretending like he didn't or something, But I forget exactly what it was, but he was like, he didn't seem to totally get the implications of what you were pointing out.
Well, let me point out though too, when my regret with the Stanley Terry debate is not that I think I did poorly as far as demonstrating the points or anything like that. I actually, as far as the talent aspect of it, if you will, I think that's one of my best, honestly. But
right, you just got kind of mad, didn't you, in that one?
Yeah, exactly. That is 100% it. The whole point of talking to somebody like Mr. Terry is to speak to him because he's got a small audience and he's got a personality that doesn't really jive well with my audience, right? So to talk to him, I'm talking to him and his group of people, and to get insulting while tried to do that. That's the exact opposite of where I'm trying to go. And I did. If I'm just being honest, I totally did. That's really, I think, part of doing.
I tried to contact him. He's one of those people for me where I'm like, I have like a chip on, or not a chip on my shoulder, but like like I can put up with more of the nonsense. I think because I can relate to him a little bit, with some of his beliefs a little bit. So
Right.
like, I wanted to get a hold of him to see if I could talk him out of some of the extreme style of the way he was going after the certain beliefs. Because I think to me, it reminded me of somebody who didn't go and get taught by like an elder in the church and like took those beliefs and like went to extreme with them, kind of thing. That's the way I was seeing it anyway. And they had a particular personality too. So if he had like totally just different beliefs, I probably would have just like been like, I can't, I would have had no purpose with that person. But he wouldn't email me. He left me some messages. I was hoping I could talk to him. So I think he just took some bad directions with what he believed, and some of it I thought was like on the base right. Like a few things were not, obviously, that what were you saying? I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you that. I was curious if you ever get a hold of him. I wanted to talk to him. It could totally not go well either. So,
well, no, my only point is just to say in that particular regard, right? I think that if I could do that one over again, I would try to make the same points and perhaps even employ some of the same tongue-in-cheek mockeries as a way of pointing out absurdities. But as far as the actual insults, I think that was a flaw on my part, honestly, and that makes that debate have a little bit of a foul taste in my mouth. And a lot of people think I'm just too critical, and perhaps I am, but I think that perhaps
a lot of it was deserved. But yeah, it was almost like something about him seemed to like kind of tick you off a little bit or something, like just not jive well with your personality, maybe. So but I get that. If he had been like, let's say he had more reformed type beliefs, like maybe you would have, been easier to not be as irritated at him or whatever. But I mean, he was like egging it on, really, like the way he, what I mean? When people like pose what you're saying in like such a dishonest light, like it gets kind of old after a minute. It seems like he did that a lot.
Yeah, and for sure, for sure, you know what I mean? You start to just, it starts to wear you out as far as why you're even there too, because you start to think to yourself like this, I'm wasting my time with a person who does not care. But the thing is, it never is really wasted time, right? Anytime that you have to talk to somebody who is zealous for the scriptures, even if they are just completely bonkers, I think it's time that is probably well spent. Not always. There's asterisks to this, but I don't know. I see.
No, I know what you're saying.
Carry this kind of, a real reverence in a way for the Bible. I think that it's a flawed reverence. I don't believe that he's regenerate at the moment, if I'm being honest. But
right.
I did, well, you're right, because he doesn't accept the gospel, right? So how could he be?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I totally understand all his positions. So I think some of it he's just using language that he maybe didn't learn properly. So I see that in a lot of people. Like, of course, sometimes they'll end up surprising me and be like have such radical ideas that they're like crazy. But sometimes there's I feel like people misunderstand what people are saying because they think they understand the words they're using and they don't. I probably have that problem too. But
and the thing is too is as bad as some people can get, and this is a good thing about Mr. Terry. I think as bad as some people can get, there's just something to be said about when you feel like you're talking to a person who has a certain zealousness for the Bible. There's almost a sense of, in a way, I don't want people to go read too much into this because I don't think that me and Mr. Terry follow the same God by any stretch. But there's a sense of being a kindred spirit there. You know what I mean? In the same way that there kind of is when I talk to Fro. I don't agree with Fro on anything, but Fro believes stuff, and I like that, right? if we're just being frank with it. And
Yeah,
you
dude.
know,
I do like Fro. I do, for multiple reasons. I just hate that I have to hate his religion so much.
right, exactly. But the point though, to just kind of end it real quick, because I know you said you got to go. Is just to say that I absolutely, with Mr. Terry, see a certain zealousness for the scriptures that makes it like I want to talk to you because I feel like you're going to make a very good Christian one day. You know what I mean? I just feel like you're not there now. And then, Mr. Terry, if you're hearing this, that's my opinion about you. I hope that that's not offensive. I actually hope you would see a little bit of love in that. But, that's kind of that's the only reason you should take a debate, I think, with somebody who is going to, get in a little shouting match with you like that, is because there's a little bit of a, I don't know, a admiration, I guess you could say, for that, for what's causing him to get in that shouting match. If it's shouting like Alex Stein, in other words, it's nonsense. But if it's shouting like I'm actually quite zealous for this, I believe what I believe, that kind of stuff. If perhaps there's a, I don't know. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. I'm kind of rambling now, but
I agree with that. No, rambling's my language, man. You know that. You just gotta like get on the right vibe, right? I could only speak like I think better than I speak. So, but that's maybe just my own vanity. Do you think? Last thing here. What was I gonna say? Oh, did you hear about? I sent you Chris's Theo Apologetics. I don't know if you watch it regularly or not, but did you know he's coming to Boise like next month or something? For a
I did
conference?
actually.
Yeah.
Me and him have spoken about it actually.
Yeah, I might go to it, and I'm gonna. There's skiing down there too, right? You guys have a mountain down there?
Well, not quite down here. There's skiing on your way down. You will pass numerous places where you can go skiing, like Bogus Basin and Cascade, for example. But technically, those are definitely a couple. And I'm using the word couple very colloquially here. Definitely a couple miles up north from where I am.
Yeah, for sure. Like Schweitzer is like 30 minutes, so I don't know if that's considered a very good place. I thought I've heard that it is. It's just the one that's the closest to me. But I know, like, how far is Utah, by the way, from Boise?
It's probably like a 4.5, maybe 5 hour drive.
Just to get over the state line. What am I thinking? Am I thinking right? Is it Utah right below you, or is it kind of Nevada? And I can't even remember. I used to know the states really well. Now it's been so long. Let's see. Trying to think of
it is both
Utah and Nevada.
and Nevada. Yeah.
How much of Nevada is on the bottom edge of Idaho? I can't remember. Is it like
roughly half? Actually.
Oh, really? Okay. I was thinking it was like less than that, and then Utah. Part of that is it over half of the top of Utah that's attached to Idaho?
Well, so Utah is strangely shaped, so it's kind of all of the top of Utah in a way.
Okay, yeah.
So what it is Utah's got this little nook kind of thing at the top. It's technically a panhandle, but it's really tiny, so it doesn't look anything like.
Oh, that's right. On the left side, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And Nevada's tucked against California, right? Right.
Say again.
And then California Nevada's hunched up against in the crook of California, right?
Yeah, exactly. So what you end up having, if you look at a map, is half of Nevada borders Oregon, the other half of Nevada borders Idaho, and then half of Idaho borders Nevada, and the other half of Idaho borders Utah. And then that half of Idaho that borders Utah is actually bordering that entire nook of Utah.
Okay, that's right. Yep.
Yeah.
I was just like, in my head, like I'm picturing California, or Nevada not going up so high. That's my problem. Because then there's New Mexico and what's the other one? I guess just New Mexico and Nevada and Utah, and then what's the other one?
Colorado and Arizona.
Colorado, yeah. Arizona and Colorado, Utah and Nevada, right? Okay, so 4.5 hours really from Boise just to get to Utah. Because is it eastward a little bit too?
From where I would be, yeah. It would
Yeah,
be
right. Okay.
But
I see.
the other thing you got to remember too is Idaho's huge. Like this state is
Yeah.
enormous.
Yeah, I always do forget that. It's tall as hell. So tall.
For sure.
Do you know it's closer? I did the thing on Google Maps too. Like because I keep thinking it's not so tall. Like I'm like, it is like substantially longer to get to Boise from where I am than it is to get to Seattle, which is basically on the coast, right on the ocean.
Yeah, you know, I am closer actually to my hometown of Reno than I am to you.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
I feel so small because when I look at my little end of Idaho, it's like narrow, right? It's like so skinny, and I get to, even though I have to travel down the Panhandle to like hit I-90 to get in, to, go to Seattle, because I've gone back a couple times, but I can get to Montana in like 10 minutes, and even Washington I could get quicker if there was a way to get over there, but straight over, and then I get to Canada in like 10 minutes. So it just feels like it couldn't possibly be that far, but it is. It's like 8 or 9 hours just to get down there. Of course, it seems like there's not a really great highway straight down either. It looks like it's kind of windy, and I'm used to lots of roads, man.
Well, yeah, because you got to think that's the other thing about, and I'm sure this is a little bit of the case in Washington. I don't know if it would be as much though. I'm sure you guys have just as much forest there as Idaho, or maybe at least did. But I don't know about mountains. You'd have to tell me. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, it's weird. It's Washington is the most like diverse state, I believe, and it's like I believe it might be the only state that has I don't even remember all the categories, but like every type of environment, I guess, and I forget how they classify it, but there's a rainforest on that side of the mountain, the far side of the mountains. Like I forget all the ones. It's like 5 different major desert, plains, forest, mountains, and and then even a rainforest, and like but yeah, when you get over the mountains, or like once you get over the pass, it almost seems like it's more mountainous than Idaho in that sense. Of course, I've never been down south, but the Cascades run pretty much all the way down. With Mount Rainier, like where I used to live, dude, is like this towering white mountain in the background. I mean, like crazy looking. Like if you've never had something like that, I think it's the tallest mountain in the lower 48. Of course, it's an old volcano, and that was like literally in my backyard. And so you see that I can't even explain it. It's like 3 times as tall as the moon from the in the horizon. It's tall as the like 3 stacked moons or whatever. Plus it spreads out. But then there is a lot of forest until you get over the mountains going east, and that's actually the far landmass of the state. And there's not as much forest there, and there's some lower mountains, but so I'm not sure which would have more trees in it. Although when you get to the west side of the Cascades, the I-5 corridor, which is really not that big a part of the state, right? But it's all forest, right? Except for around the freeway. So yeah, I should look that up. I'm curious now.
Well, and the thing that would add even another monkey wrench into this too is Idaho is not quite as straightforward with forests either, because where I live is a lot more deserty than you might actually be imagining in your head. There's a lot of dirt and sagebrush around Boise for sure. There's
more mountains in Montana, right?
Yeah, for sure. And as far as forests, there are no forests where I am. You have to go a little bit farther out to get to the forests.
Yeah, I kind of looked at a map. How far would you say you have to go?
It would probably depend on what direction you're going. For example, if you're going to the west, I'm not aware of any heavily wooded areas in the west at all. There's wilderness areas like in the Owyhee Mountains, and I'm not sure that the Owyhee Mountains are. In fact, I might even be wrong about where the Owyhee Mountains are real quick. I don't know if they're actually west of me or not, so I'll have to double check that.
So does it look pretty flat there in the Boise area? Is it pretty flat, or is there like kind of like high hills there?
Quite a bit of mountains for sure. We're on the foothills of the Rockies.
Okay, right, because it's okay, yeah.
And let me double check real quick. I'm going to look up where
I need to just pull up a map. I have the Google Earth, for goodness sake. You've never been to Seattle, huh?
No, I've been to Vancouver.
Okay.
Which is obviously on the It's just as deep west, but it's on the southern side, whereas you're really high up north.
Vancouver. I can't. Is that into Washington or is that North Oregon? I forget. I always forget.
So Vancouver is in Washington. It is. You know where Portland is?
Yeah.
So Vancouver borders Portland.
Oh, that's right.
Portland
That's
goes
right.
into Washington, it becomes Vancouver.
Yeah, because there's like Vancouver, BC too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Which that's actually where Dr. Falk lives. I think.
Oh, he lives in Vancouver, huh? So oh wow, he's not far from where I used to live there. I always get mixed up what people are talking about there. You've been to Canada though, right?
I've been to Canada when I was very young.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's not that great. It isn't actually. It is kind of cool. Banff is awesome. Have you ever heard of that place?
I don't think I have. Well, right now it's basically a freaking
Lockdown?
communist dictatorship.
Right. I heard. Yeah, I got to look at the news. I haven't looked at it. I've been hearing just murmurings, but look up BANFF, Banff. Banff. It's probably one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in my life. Like crazy. Like there's mountains, like the blue ice, like sky blue ice, mountain lakes and all that. Although I want to go to Yellowstone. I've never been there.
Oh, dude, I actually just went this year. It was the first time I had ever been to Wyoming, and that I might move to Wyoming or South Dakota. I'm not even kidding.
Richard Madsen was in here earlier. He was like, "You're moving to Idaho, dude." He's like, "I think the geyser thing's gonna explode." I was like, "Well, my friend CJ is definitely in the death zone of that."
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, and here's the thing, though. I've kind of just reserved myself to the fact that if that happens, I'm going to die anyways. Like, if I'm in Maine, I'm still going to die. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I think would we die? Would I die too? I guess so, right? It'd like take out the whole thing. I forget how they say it. It's crazy how big it is, right?
Yeah, because you got to think people in China would die because like the volcanic winter from that would be decades long. You wouldn't be able to grow any food. We'd go into an ice age. You know what I mean? So like.
Do they claim it like does the old Earth model, like the people that talk about it? I forget. Do they say it exploded in the past? Don't they? I wonder what the evidence for that is. Because don't they say like
actually, I'm not even sure about that.
I know. I was just thinking about it. I was like, because if it's they must say it's due based on some cycle that they think happened, but like, what is the how good is that evidence? And if it did absolutely happen in the past, I'd like to know where we'd fit that in our model.
Well, and I'll be honest, I'm always skeptical of that stuff being YUC, right? Because I think, honestly, and it's not just because I'm YUC, but this plays into why I'm YUC. I think a lot of times people, when they start talking about like 10,000 BC and 150,000 BC and all that, I think they're just making stuff up a lot of times.
Yeah, in a sense that it kind of is because. I swear, dude, it is always surprising, and I don't care. People can laugh all they want or say I'm dumb. No one's watching anyway, but I honestly think there is an arrogance thing. In a lot of cases, they do know more stuff, and it's probably justified in a lot of cases, and that's what I like. I just get sick of all the rhetoric and stuff, but I also don't want to compromise either. But I think, like, I've noticed this about people that are like seemingly like. Learned or whatever, learn it and with that kind of thing. And it's like, you start to, when you really look into stuff, you start to realize like, they're really just arrogant because they think that you're an idiot. You know what I mean? And by you, I mean just me or anybody. And like, they really, they just like, it's almost like they memorize a bunch of stuff and they can make up these models and they actually are more naive in the sense that they think they know stuff that, without actually like really knowing whether or not it's true, but it just sounds like they just sound smart or whatever. And they think you're an idiot. And because of course this is true. And you really see it from the people outside of the United States more. I just really don't think it's because they're just like being taught better. I think, like you said, a lot of it's essentially just kind of made up. And I think people neglect the idea that these are just like, so much of it is more not facts as much as it is a model. And they don't really differentiate the difference. Like I really feel like that's what's going on. Like they don't appreciate the difference between actual facts and models, and they actually lose track of which is which. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and I'll tell you what was a huge. I'm sorry, I'm eating a little bit.
I could have said that much quicker, and I was trying to get it out. I couldn't exactly get my words together. They forget. Like I feel like I notice that more than they do. Like, no, that's just part of your model, and you're not realizing how much of that is built on that assumption, and you've totally lost track of what the facts are, actual facts are, and what's just a model. There's so much built on it, right?
It's not even just that too. It's also like, I don't know if you ever had this moment in high school, but I totally did. And it blew my mind having this moment, which was the moment where I got to sit back and realize that every single one of the kids in my class, especially when I was in high school, by that time I had already moved to Idaho, by the time I was in my sophomore year at least, right? So that means that there was a lot of suburban kids, around me. Not all of them were suburban kids, because there's been such an influx of kids into Idaho that quite a bit of kids, quite like me, had to come from, their parents left some ghetto somewhere in California or Nevada or wherever, right? But I'm sitting in this class, 30 students. I know that at least 6 of them are high because I got high with them at lunch 45 minutes ago, right? And the girls are currently texting some of my friends at the moment, and nobody's paying attention to anything. Homeboy's copying homegirl, all this other kind of stuff. And these dudes, if their parents actually get their way, and if everything goes according to plan, every single one of them is going to have a college degree in about 5 years, right? And that, for me, that was a real eye-opener, because it's like these guys, Dr. So-and-so, Professor So-and-so of whatever the heck, they're literally
just some dick kid, some dick guy that like
literally
cheated his way through school.
Literally, it's not even a joke, right? Like they're just some dude who went through the proper hoops to get a piece of paper that says they're qualified to say stuff. But in the end, that's the same kid that you got high with behind the bleachers, right?
Yeah, that crapped his pants at band camp in the 6th grade.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and it just smashed this facade for me.
Right? I know, dude. It gets worse, bro.
Literally. Yeah, and I mean that's just all I think that's like, I think people neglect that so much. Like another thing that was a big moment like this for me is being in the food industry, right? And how many different times I've seen somebody stick their finger in the ice cream and scoop out some of the ice cream for themselves, right? And it's like, and you just go into a restaurant, you just assume, even though you would do it, that nobody else would. But everybody back there is you. Literally all of them.
Yeah. You just learn to try not to think about it, I guess. You don't know won't hurt you, Mm-hmm. But yeah, horrible stuff gets proven. That the fact that they catch horrible things that happen like that just tells you how much horrible stuff happens that you don't know about. It's better not to know, I guess. Yeah. That's the kind of OCD stuff I think about all the time and just like torture myself with. But I've worked in the food industry a lot too when I was younger, and like I don't know. I haven't seen that a lot, but I know I'm sure it happens. But the other thing is, what was I gonna say? Oh, the thing about like it's just a big facade. Like, yeah, I'm 40, dude. Like, yeah, I kind of messed up parts of my life or whatever, but you do realize that like so much of that is just a facade, and that people, some people, there are extraordinarily intelligent people that just happen to be in just here and there in any industry and in life, it seems like. But like, I mean, like I remember when I was working at and people buy into their own BS too. It's like, for instance, and some of them are impressive or whatever, but it's kind of just here and there sprinkled. It's nothing. It's not because of what they're projecting necessarily, but there are extraordinary people like that. But it seems like when I was working for a painting company, and like just never. My point is kind of just like don't underestimate anyone, and on both ends of the spectrum, right? You never know when there's like some really intelligent people out there that you didn't realize were really smart or had some really good, insightful things to say, even if they're not even super intelligent. Some of them are just wise. But like when I worked, I remember, you know, some guys deserve to stay in or whatever, and others don't. Some of the most humble people work in like the industries and stuff. And like I remember a kid was like new in the trade, so it was kind of like a good job for him. And like we were working at this Microsoft on the Microsoft campus, or maybe it was I think it was actually like Google actually, and like the kid was his first day on the job, and he parked in this parking spot at one of the buildings, right? Because it's like a campus of buildings, and you know some of the offices have like high end people working at them, and like the kid didn't know, and he was like running late or whatever. And he parked in like a reserved parking lot for like one of the CEOs for one of the departments or whatever. And like this dude was like such a piece of work that like he's like demanding, it was a pretty big company crew that was doing like, like I forget what they're doing, like painting or doing floors or something. And the guy was like taking the boss aside in front of everybody that ran the crew and like was demanding that that kid get fired, right? Because he parked in that spot, his spot, right? His reserve spot. And it's just unbelievable, like how some people are just so arrogant. And like it was like the kid's first day, and it was like he honestly made a mistake and he's running late and all that. And it was his first day, and like the guy was like, I don't care. It's like, you gotta fire him or we're gonna like let your whole company go from working on this or whatever. And it was just really disgusting. Anyway, I don't know what the point of that story was, but I just remember that it just reminded me of what scum some people are. And
well, I think one of the other things too, that because I agree with you, right? And it's one of the other things I think that's always helped me with this, and I tend not to talk about this kind of stuff because it very much sounds like I'm bragging, and I promise that I'm not. But I have had the great luxury of rubbing elbows with the semi-elite for my entire life. The governor of Idaho from 2007 to 2019, name is Butch Otter. My dad's his barber. And the Republican candidate for Senate in 2010 for the state of Nevada is my grandpa's ex-girlfriend. And you know what I mean? And the
crazy
representative from the state of Idaho, Raul Labrador, my dad's also his barber. My mom was.
Your dad have like a boutique barber where he like uses those little things to like put on? Does he use a straight razor to shave people's and stuff too?
Yeah, he's for sure. He's a trade barber, like professional
tight.
barber.
That's so tight. Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
No, yeah, and it's and the point is just that like and I've gotten the opportunity to like speak with professors at like if you've ever seen Battles BC, which was a very popular History Channel show. There's a I believe he is Mexican, but he's certainly Hispanic gentleman who comes onto that program and starts to talk about, he talks about Joshua and Alexander the Great and all that kind of stuff. And he's one of these History Channel professors who's obviously a lot more popular than the rest of his peers. My grandmother's on a first name basis with him.
What's the show called? What was the show called?
Battles BC.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love that show. I thought I misheard you. Yeah.
Well, and the point is just to say, and let me actually just kind of get a little bit clearer because I literally could go on.
I think
my mom went. Sorry.
Go on, please.
Well, like my mom used to go to church with Colin Kaepernick, right? My dad knows Gina Carano's father. Gina Carano, the girl who just got fired from the Star Wars thing. You know what I mean? Like the life that I grew up in, right? Even though for a long period of it, we were quite ghetto. Despite that, I have had the opportunity to rub elbows with some of the people, like I said, the semi-elite of American society, governors and athletes and millionaires and things like that. And the thing is that's been another thing. It probably was a reason why I was able to see this at such a young age, whereas some other people might have to wait a little longer. It's just like they're just dudes. They're just like the governor of Idaho is falling asleep right in front of me, just dozing off, scrolling through Facebook on his phone like any other dude does. You know what I mean? And it's just one of those things where it's like it's so the facade is just so thoroughly smashed when you hang out with these guys because they're so.
But it's
regular.
fun, isn't it? It's fun though. You get used to it, right?
Yeah, well, and it's a good thing too, right? Because it's also humbling in the sense that, it shows that a man who is very regular, like Butch Otter, can have, the power of a governor in the United States of America is more powerful than the national leaders of certain totalitarian countries. That's not even a joke. That's not even close to a joke, right? And yet this guy, you could be that guy. You literally could be that guy. That all that responsibility could be on your shoulders at some point in time. And obviously there's certain things that would have to happen in order for that to be the case. But the point is just to say that it's, it in a sense shatters the facade of them being these like super gods, but it also is kind of humbling in a way because it is one of those things where it's like you actually could be neurosurgeon Ben Carson or San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl winning quarterback Colin Kaepernick or the governor of whatever state you live in. You know what I mean?
I've met.
And then, can you imagine? Think of yourself in that position. Think of yourself in you have all these opinions on whatever political thing you were thinking of last time that you were thinking of political things, right? And you have all these opinions on it. Now imagine you actually are making that decision, like for real, right? As well as like 400 others. And it could totally happen. Like that regular of a guy could totally do it and has done it before all the time. Harry Truman was in debt when he was elected president of the United States.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, one thing I have to admit, I would say Barack Obama is smarter than the last three Republican presidents. And I don't like Barack Obama and I don't mind the Republican president, but it's hard to. It depends. He knows more stuff. It seems to me like you know what I mean. But then it makes you wonder, how what do you mean by smart, and what is it that I don't know. I think Barack Obama had a pretty high IQ, and but I also do think Trump did too. But I don't. I definitely think Barack Obama probably has a higher IQ than say, George Bush and. Yeah. And I know Bill Clinton is really smart too, actually, but he's a real nasty person, I would say. But sorry, I forget. I didn't mean to distract you. Sorry, man. Keep going what you're saying.
No, you're totally fine. I think that's probably true. I don't know if I agree with that with Trump. Trump is interesting to me. I think he's smart in ways and also not as smart as I believe in others.
And Ben Carson didn't even know what the Knesset was or whatever. That was amazing.
Right.
That was I knew it was over then. You can't not know that, dude.
Well, and think about that. I mean, Ben Carson is a brilliant neurosurgeon.
Oh yeah, he's my hero, dude. He was the guy I wanted to be a brain surgeon because of him for a long time too. For real, when I was 4th through 7th grade, maybe. I thought that guy was amazing. He's just yeah. Anyway.
Well, and to kind of wrap up my whole point with all this, right? It's just to say that, when people say this kind of stuff about the PhDs and all this, that, and the third, right? It's one of those things where it's and it's funny because I've actually heard Tucker Carlson talk about this too. And if anything that I've done can be considered remotely rubbing shoulders with the elite, then his life, I mean, he was born and raised in Washington, D.C., right?
Oh yeah, right.
So, he's seeing a local politician and a rock star somewhere is probably just going to the supermarket for Tucker.
Yeah, I wonder what he's
and it's funny because he says a lot of the same things. It's and you know what else too? It shatters the facade of conspiracy. I think it's part of the reason why, a lot of guys who share my beliefs are a lot more conspiratorial than I am. Because it's really hard to believe that everybody's an infiltrator and that there's a cabal of people secretly planning on bringing in the new Muslim hierarchy in Canada and all this other kind of stuff when you actually know those guys. You know what I mean? You're
totally.
hang on.
I agree.
I actually kind of I've spoken numerous times with the people who were going to replace the people who I already knew.
Okay.
And you're just, I think you're just reading way too much into this. You know what I mean? And that's like I don't know. I'm not trying not to name names because everybody I could name would be a friend.
I know.
But it is one of those things, right? Where it's like, I know that that's not true because I know these people actively.
It's easy to fall into that too, right?
And there's no cabal going on. There is sometimes, don't get me wrong. I'm not like anti-conspiratorial. In fact, everybody's well aware that I'm probably labeled a conspiracy theorist by everybody who's even like a little bit left of right center. But a lot of the times you'll get people talk about like, this guy is he's an infiltrator into the church, or this guy is trying to set up a propaganda company, or this guy is actually working for some other weird cabal that has this hidden agenda, and that's why he wants to be the representative of this conservative county. And it's just like, that's just not true. It's just not true.
Well,
this is just some dude. He lives on a ranch like the other people who grew up in his area. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you an example on that. So is what's easy to fall into that, I think, is, and like I've grown a lot in this area because especially when you get into it and you really go deep and you start really seeing stuff, or think you see things. Like if we believe like there's spiritual manifestations, I think sometimes stuff like that can be going on and it just manifests in a certain way, and like that could just be in your head. But at the same time, like it's almost like a drug in one sense. And like the scary thing is, I'm sure things like that do happen, right? Where like people are into like some really sick stuff and like they do it privately and they'll do anything to like keep it hidden. But some of it's not even like, I don't know, the thing where they go to like that place, like Alex Jones, what do you call that, with the owl and all that?
Yeah, Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, like that's probably not as like crazy satanic weird as you think, and they're just a bunch of sick old guys that like some of them are like to get off doing gay stuff and all that, but it's more of like a fraternity, just like a vacation thing for like weird old dudes and like that are into weird stuff, and like maybe some of them have done like some weird ritualistic thing for like some, but it's like there is no room with a guy smoking like cigarettes like in X-Files, you know what I mean? It's like, but yet we believe that there is a satanic conspiracy, right? But it's like, it's not how people imagine, I think,
Yeah, exactly. In fact, you can even use some of the top examples, like, do the members of the Vatican, for example, know that they are Antichrist? And I don't think so. I mean, right. I think the Pope Francis probably actually believes all of the crap that he says. I think he's clever and he's deceptive and all these other things, because that's to a certain extent just the nature of a politician, right? And he's a good one. But is
like, does he literally worship Satan like when no one's looking? I doubt.
Yeah,
it.
Exactly. Like no. I think that he's got an agenda and he wants to push forward that agenda, just like any other politician. And it just so happens that his agenda is the satanic one, but he actually believes it, and he's not getting messages from Lucifer. And you know what's funny, actually? You know how you always see people in the music industry being labeled as like satanic, Illuminati, and stuff like that. I think a big part of the reason why that is because people like that, in other words, people who have a financial incentive for you to know what their name is, those are literally the only people who do that demonic stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're just they're mocking the idea. I think they think it's funny, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like the reason that Jay-Z puts his occult symbols on his albums and stuff like that is because he knows that people are going to buy his albums and talk about Jay-Z he's an entertainer. He wants your money. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, like that dude who made those satanic shoes or whatever the year ago.
Yeah, like exactly. Lil Nas X is the guy you're talking about. Lil Nas X ain't worshiping the devil. Lil Nas X has contempt for Christianity, and he really would like your cash, and that is the 100% of the explanation for. Now, does he have demonic influence? Of course, I think that, right? But that doesn't mean that he's aware of that. That doesn't mean he's doing a seance somewhere, right? It means he's a person. But the idea that like he's trying to like, I don't know. I always try to kind of mock this idea by saying, oh yeah, the leaders of the the faux leaders of the free world are really trying to control your thoughts by what's going on with Nicki Minaj's ass. That's how they're going to do it. You know what I mean? And it's like, excuse my crassness, but it does kind of point out the absurdity of the whole thing. But at the same time,
totally
right
there. It's. I have a friend that's basically schizophrenic, and like he wasn't always schizophrenic, so like he came to visit me or whatever, and he used to live at our house, so we'd take in all the bad kids and stuff, and like he had a hard life or whatever in a lot of ways. Even his adoptive family, like a lot of bad things happened, but like I hadn't seen him for years, right? And like so I don't know what happened, but anyway, I didn't get it at first. Like, oh man. Anyways, I'll tell you about it later. It's crazy.
For sure.
It's sad though. What's wrong with his soul, man? Like, what's going on there? Like,
say that one more time.
Like, things that are like people no one ever really discusses that are difficult, like regarding like, you know, like when people like if you die, no matter where you go, like when you go wherever, but like think about how people, even if you believe in a separate soul, it's like who is it that's like when does if you get like what do you call it, dementia, right? How do you think about that, like with who gets restored, like because you're still like having some memory that's building you, so you can't just like how do you detach that from the, you know, the sickness where you're essentially reverting back to like being a child or a baby, like how does that even work, you know? Or how does I knew a guy who was like a pastor for a long time, right? Like a really beloved, good, godly man. And it's like, you start to get this weird like dementia or whatever. And like they like start, it changes who you are. You know what I mean? Like you start, some of them get like, you know, don't recognize their family and hit on their own family members or whatever, because they have no like filter or whatever. Like, who is that guy? Who is that person? You know, if they were saved, let's say, or whatever. Did you ever wonder about that stuff?
Oh yeah, all the time. And you know, there's a lot of things I wonder about with that actually. Like, for example, if an aborted child goes to heaven, which I think they do, like who is that child? Right? Like because there's no personality in that child.
Yeah, it's
right?
a blank canvas, it seems like. That's part of the reason I'm a physicalist. But it's still difficult for me. And the thing is, in like, who's influencing them? Like, I like the idea that they die, right? Let's say a wanted child even, but like not that a aborted kid isn't wanted by God or anybody else, right? But like Ellen White actually talked about this. It's kind of interesting what she said about it, but like it's just like, who does that kid grow? Like, let's say I'm wrong about the intermediate state and people are conscious. Like, is there like angels raising the baby, and like, does its spirit body grow, or does it like become 1,000 years old when it gets reunited with its parents, and it has to grow from like a baby's body being 1,000 years old in heaven as a spirit, like stuff like that. Like, what do you do with that? Have you ever thought about it?
I definitely have, and I don't have answers if I'm being honest. It's because it's baffling to me, and I'll give some other things that have always made it baffling to me too, because I can't. Unfortunately, I can't help, but I can certainly muddy the waters for you if you want some nice.
Yeah, because you can come up with ones for me too, and potentially the parents would die not 1,000 years after the kid. So if everybody was going to heaven, like they'd only be like at least only like a lifetime, right? Distance and age or whatever. But it's like, do they have to? If you die before you're like, you know, your peak body or whatever, like do you have to like live as that body until the resurrection, and then have to switch back after you've been in this weird, you know, a certain spirit age body, and all that stuff just gets like complicated. That's just fixed by like everybody just stops where they died and then picks up where they left off, right? It's easier that way.
Well, sort of though, right? Because it's like there's also, you know, so let's look into this situation of, have you ever heard of, I can't remember the name of the guy, but to be honest with you, you probably wouldn't even know the case by name as much as you would the case by scenario.
Oh, the spike in the head guy, and then he like was a totally different person suddenly.
So that's a interesting one too, and actually Chris Date talks a lot about that one. But I was actually more going to refer to, there was this guy who was a really famous legal case. He had a tumor on his brain, and to make a very long, very terrible story short, the tumor made him sexually attracted to children.
Oh yes, I've heard this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and he started to have pedophilic thoughts, and in fact actually went forward with pedophilic actions while he had that tumor. The tumor was removed, they went away, and then it came back, and the pedophilic thoughts came back. And
yes, yeah. They were like trying him, right? They tried him, and then they proved that was the case, and then it came up again, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that came up in a Sam Harris talk or something. I've definitely heard this one, right?
It might.
I think that's hard for you, Calvinist. What's the difference between a guy who does something because he has a tumor and a guy that did it freely? How could you see him any more guilty if God determines everything?
Well, it's an interesting kind of thing, right? Because I would almost say I do think that they're both guilty, and we could get into a long conversation about that. But as a way of making it a little simple, I would almost say both are diseased. And you almost get rid of them for the same reason that you take chemotherapy when you have cancer.
Potentially, but you have to admit that this guy with the tumor is clearly a victim of a sickness in a sense that the other, like a regular pedophile, isn't, or no? Or would you deny that?
Well,
because there is a sense where I can kind of agree with you.
To me, it gets weird, honestly, because it's like, really, what that tumor demonstrates to me, well, there's a couple things, actually. The first thing is it demonstrates to me just how unknown the concept of desire is. Like, nobody has any clue. Why did you eat chocolate? And
why is it
you ate chocolate? You liked chocolate. But some other random Chinese equivalent to Jamie ate chocolate for the first time, and he thought it tasted like absolute crap. Right? Why? I don't know. But that's like a super baffling question to me, because that question it's not just as simple as liking Hershey's, even though that's the way I asked it. It's a question that's like fundamentally perception changing as far as what causes somebody to desire something.
Well, yeah, I can almost make a case that the guy who doesn't have the tumor, who's a pedophile, is a bigger victim of being a pedophile. Like, he's more, it's more unfortunate for him in a certain sense, or like, that he's a pedophile without the tumor, because he doesn't have a good excuse. But like, you know what I mean? This is what I was talking about earlier, where it's just kind of like, you can almost, if you're not careful, you can argue everybody who's deserving of hell is such as a victim. I mean, if they had only had a better life and only had seen the truth, if they only knew better, right? That's essentially, I think some people will argue that for universalism, essentially, and that's the best argument they have, really. Like, is there a way they could have been saved if they had known or not been abused, or not like had this circumstance with that DNA and that sort of thing, right? This is one of the biggest, hardest things for me. I've been wondering about that forever, because it's a difficult thing no matter what, because it's like you can blame God or you can blame circumstance and chance. Either way, it's like, could that person have been something else? And if they couldn't have, why even have them exist?
Yeah, and I think about that kind of stuff all the time too, because
are we supposed to think that way and like just desperately love everybody like blindly and be walked over and abused and murdered and raped and for being totally naive? Or ultimately I think that probably must be naive in some way, right? But I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, when is mercy too much in the face of a suffering world where justice is needed? It's like, that's the difficulty of the cross, where justice and mercy meet in some sense. And why do some people get it and others don't? And why does one man believe and another doesn't?
Well, and the other thing too that makes it really uncomfortable, and it just muddies the waters. I'll be honest, it doesn't make anything better. But
Well, muddy it up, dude. All I know is like the person who is Jesus never has a man spoken like that. And that's
true.
That's at the end of the day, I can cling to that.
Amen. And let me say though, like, when it comes to this kind of like, I have often wondered, and it's a very uncomfortable pondering. In fact, it's a pondering that has, kept me up at night, if I'm being honest with you. And I think if people sat and thought about things more than they do, we would all be a very depressed lot. But nonetheless, you know, I've tried
We
to
have
sit
Jesus.
back.
We have that. We have him.
Yeah, true.
And when you contrast that to the world, whether you're determinist or not, it's like it's just something to look admire to, and it stands out on its own. That's what I always say. It's like people don't talk about who Jesus is enough, like the man he was, like that's given to us, like that out of nowhere in history. Like it's not just some guy made up, in my opinion. Anyway, it seems like that way to me. Maybe I'm naive and silly or whatever, but he really does seem like this anomalous thing when you really start considering the culture and just what made up stories looked like when those were written. It's not. I always just laugh when people say that stuff about it's just made up, it's just fake. Like these people, like fiction doesn't have like a historical, line of development or something. Read the Gnostic Gospels that came out 150 years later that were trying to like make up cool stories. It's like, no, this is not that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. But to kind of get to the point I'm trying to make, right, is so I'd sit back and I'd think here, what exactly is it that makes me or my friends or my wife or my dad, what makes us different than Adolf Hitler or than Aaron Hernandez or than any of these other kinds of people? Like if a tumor can lead somebody to be a pedophile, what makes us any different in any way? And you can think of this in kind of different ways too, like how likely it is, if you were, and this is going to be very,
if you were born Catholic and you were one of the 30%, maybe that's all it would be taken.
No, that's a serious question though, because you're one of those people. So you happen to be born Catholic, which means there's a 3 in 10 chance that somebody touched you as a child, right? Because you happen to be born in a devout Catholic family. Now, because I think they say like there's like something like 80 to 90%, if I remember correctly, of pedophiles.
Is that a real statistic? Because I just made that up.
Well, I believe the number that where they get the 30%, because I've heard that before.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I was making a guess.
It's 30% of people who went to a certain school in Pennsylvania that I thought you were referencing, which was a very popular story, like 3 or 4 years ago. Maybe a little bit more than that. It was actually when Trump was elected, so probably about 2016.
I probably heard it then. And by the way, that sort of thing, just to be fair, like that exists everywhere to some degree. I think it is rampant within some large parts of the Catholic Church, of course, but it's also rampant everywhere in a certain sense, right?
Well, but that's true. To an extent, I think. I think there's some systems there that lead to problems, but I digress a little bit.
Yeah.
The point is just to say, so you are part of this group, right? Because you happen to be born at the wrong place and time. Nothing that you had any control over. So you get touched as a kid. And now, and again, I could be wrong about the exact numbers, but I think it's something like 80% of child molesters were molested as children, right? And we're supposed to believe that there's not some causal relationship between that. Or of course there is. Of course there is, right? And so
yeah, it's worse than we think.
Do an infinite regress back on that forever. Like you get to, and make it even worse, get to a society like Afghanistan, where it's just a thing that you do. You just get a 7-year-old kid, usually a boy, and you dress him up like a chick, and then everybody fucks him. And I'm sorry to be, so
don't worry about it.
It pisses me off if I'm being honest. But the thing is, like, you grew up in that. You're one of those kids, and then you do the same thing because of course you did. Everybody else does it, right? And now I'm sitting here, 3:00 in the morning. Ironically, it's actually about 3:00 in the morning where I am right now, but I wasn't talking about right now. But I'm sitting here now at certain times in my life at 3:00 in the morning, trying to deduce what makes me different than the people who live in that Afghanistani society, or who grew up in that Catholic church, or who lived in Nazi Germany or anything like that. And I got to be honest with you, the painful, terrible, disgusting, nihilistic, damn near suicidal answer that I found is not a damn thing. Literally nothing. I could have been born in a place where I was abused in such a way that I wanted to abuse other people. And everybody thinks I could never. I could never be a pedophile. I could never be a Nazi. I could never be this. I could never be that. And it's a lie. It's a bunch of crap, right? If you
No,
were born,
totally. Most people would be that way, including yourself.
oh,
And
100%.
But
right?
here's
They
the thing,
totally
man.
would.
What should that drive us to be? What should the answer be then? I mean,
I think Jesus. That's the only answer.
Yeah, right. And we should take very seriously our conduct, not to earn anything, but to like for the sake of the calling or whatever you want to say. You know what I mean?
Well, and exactly. That is true, because realizing, and I'll use the example of my marriage because this is one that's real, right? That's actually like happened to me as far as, I've never had to fight off the will to be a serial killer, thank God. But I have, every man who's ever been married has had to fight against the natural urge to look upon other women with lust. Or if you're in my particular case, I had a very nasty struggle with pornography. So to look very intently on other women with lust, right? And the realization of, hey, I'm literally just as adulterous as some of the people who I won't mention for sake of their privacy, but in my family who had scarred me very much because of their adulteries. That had a dual pronged effect on me. Number one, of forgiving those people, and number two, of taking my marriage vows a lot more seriously, right? Because it was like, man, I'm just a hop, skip, and a beat away from the local brothel. You know what I mean? Just make a couple of decisions, and all of a sudden you're in a state of mind where you think that's totally cool. And again, that's, everybody wants to think they're not that guy, but you are that guy. You exist, so you're that guy. And I absolutely think, exactly like you're saying, that should cause people to be far more holy than they are, not less. Not because you're earning anything, but because you see everything for what it is. Like, you see just how close you are to a murderer, or to even the terrible things, like I said, an adulterer or a rapist, all that kind of stuff.
Especially in the heat of a moment or whatever. It's like, I think one thing that helps is it's so easy to get like caught up in yourself. I think for all types of people too. So I've found that like whenever I'm motivated to do what's commanded in Scripture, basically, and I've realized this because I really just think all the time and overthink stuff too much. But if you're doing stuff for other people, it actually is like the answer. I really do think that. Like, it's when you're thinking about yourself, sitting around thinking about yourself too much, like, even when it's hard to do at times, like, but if you're like, it actually like is like something you can almost get habitual about to some degree at times. I'm not saying I'm like ever doing stuff for other people. I just mean it's so easy to get caught up thinking about your own crap that it's just depressing. But I think true joy really does come from you actually learn to like enjoy helping people, but you got to be careful too that you're not like, it's not like in the sense where you're holier or you're doing so much good, look how good you are. But when you literally genuinely actually get, when you help somebody, like truly help somebody in some way that they need help with, putting yourself second or whatever, it actually is more fulfilling. That's what's kind of cool about it. I think it's it takes the focus off of your being selfish, because you don't even realize you're doing it. And I struggle with this, even though it's like what to do, right? And then you don't do it. It's pride and vanity, and so easy to get lost in that too. I still do all the time, like especially online with stuff like you fantasy and stuff about like ruining people and all that. It's so easy to get into that mindset too. It's embarrassing too when looking back on that sort of thing. So easy to get caught up in your own crap, right? Like your own mistakes and failures. And
yeah, and I'll say too, one of the things that has been helpful for me is trying to go out of my way to pray specifically for people who I spite. Like who I have genuine feelings of sinful feelings of disdain, disgust, anger, those kinds of things for, and praying for them even first if I can manage to get myself to do so. Because one thing that, and I can only speak for myself, right? But one thing that always kind of happens to me when I do that is I very quickly start, because when you're in the presence of God, right, which anybody who truly believes they're praying to the Creator, right, you get down there and you start telling lies and you start to get real convicted real quick, right? And so like, just to give you a little peek into when this kind of has happened sometimes before. So I'll get down, right, start praying, and I'll be praying for some person who I genuinely hate. I'm just being honest. I hate this person. I have sinful thoughts towards them, right? And I start praying for their actual well-being. And not 4 milliseconds, excuse me. Sorry, I wanted to make that, a little shorter than I ended up making it. My apologies, but you get the idea. Not a terrible short period of time after, it comes out of my mind's mouth. Do I think, well, that was a lie? I don't care about their well-being. I just lied to God. What am I sitting here praying for these people's well-being as if I actually care for them? And now I'm convicted. Now everything's been shifted, right? Over to me. It's like, all right, so now there's some CJ things to deal with, because as it turns out, this very egregious sin on your account, Mr. CJ, is showing its little wicked head, isn't it? Right? And now it's like, you
are a little demon. No, in a sense, we all are, right? Lord, help us want to not hate people. Help us want to love people, Lord.
Yeah, exactly, right. And
sometimes you got to pray that God gives you the right motivation that you don't have.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's easy for people like us to say too, because we've had drug addictions, and anybody who's ever been an addict has probably had that prayer. God, I have literally zero intention of quitting this drug, but I know I need to.
Yeah, and I know I'm not, and I'm so jaded I don't care, and so you got to make me care if it matters.
Yeah, exactly, right. And he does. He is a on time and trustworthy and faithful, and any other word you could say.
I have to admit, like, it had to have been God that convicted me to desperately feel needed to pray that I gotta like figure out how to care about this, actually care about this again. And I just like got, you could say it's like working yourself into a frenzy or whatever, but I actually don't think that was the case. Like, I was like, it just struck me one day that like, if something doesn't change dramatically right now, I'll wake up in 30 years and having not cared. Not that I care so much now, but I mean, it doesn't even matter. And then it just suddenly hits you that you're, that you're not going the right direction. And of course, I didn't often really think about losing your salvation. I don't know, but I've always kind of thought about, you can't really not think about the scripture and stuff if you grew up like taking Bible every year for your whole life or whatever. But going to church every week, but you do drift away. Almost everybody has that stage, right? And so seems like anyway.
Well, I mean, I think if we're being honest, I think everybody has that stage a couple times in their life, even. I mean, and that's something that I'll be honest. I if I could just, since this has been a very honest stream, so we'll just continue with it, and I'll speak a little boldly here. I get frustrated with Christians sometimes when people start to talk about depression and doubts, and then people will jump on their case as if they themselves don't feel depression and doubts. And I honestly think it's a defense mechanism. I think that people jump on the doubter who's honest about his doubts because it makes them feel like, oh no, I don't really doubt. I'm sticking up for the scriptures. And it's like, you're a liar. Yes, you do. And you do.
Yeah. Or they're a lucky retard. And I mean that technically.
Right, exactly.
Not thoughtful or whatever, but yeah, I agree though. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick. I mean,
you know, and you know, doubts are one. There's the depression's another, anger's another, anxiety is another. You know what I mean? These things that are like psychological problems, and people will start to be honest about these things. And don't get me wrong, there's totally people who are, you know, trying to get the sympathy points from everybody, and I get that. But a lot of times you'll have people try to be honest about these sorts of things, and it's just, you just run them out, right? Like being depressed is somehow the equivalent of being a practicing polygamous homosexual porn star rapist all at the same time. You know what I mean? And it's like it gets frustrating for me, honestly, because I again, I really do think it's people. They want to feel good about themselves. They remember the last time they doubted, and when they did, that thought went through their head. Oh man, maybe I'm not saved. Maybe I'm even reprobate, and I'm supposed to believe that I'm not saved this whole time, and then God's just going to mock me, and I go to hell. And so they get this opportunity, and now they're going to be gung ho. They're going to be God's white knight. They're going to be his hero, right? And
CJ, what if anything makes me doubt Christianity is and I'm lucky enough to be not notice my own issues as probably as well as I do some other people. But when you start to look at like how fake so many people are about it, it's like, and you think I'm probably the same way, and it's like you look at how it's just, it looks like a crutch on this guy and this over here. It's just a total sham, and they're just really doing it for their own glory, or maybe it's just me because I'm jealous and all the social motivations and stuff. It's like that makes me doubt any of it's real. It's like this is just, you're just a fraud. Everybody seems like a fraud at times, you know what I mean, including yourself. And that's my biggest thing. It's like, if this is real, why am I not seeing more real Christians or whatever? Why am I not a real Christian? You know, like that, what do they call that? Imposter syndrome. And it's like a real thing. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
You
no,
just
and
throw
I
your
totally
hands
know
up.
what you're talking about. And I think it's, you know, it is one of those things that makes it so important that you trust Jesus, because it's true. I mean, if you start to look to, and this is one of the things that's caused me to get into some spats recently, because, you know, it seems like every teacher on the planet is being labeled a false teacher or a heretic at this point. And, you know, every time this comes up,
Enough already.
yeah, like
right?
exactly, like knock it off. Like let's crack into your head and see what kind of crap you believe.
Yeah, right. I know. I mean, you don't want to be a total like pushover about it to anything, right? And there is a balance, but I mean, that's where I'm at, anyways, too, man. With it, it's
Right?
just like,
No, and I hear you, right? And it's
character
like,
is the only judgment that's left really anymore. It's like, what kind of qualities do they have that you can say like Jesus is actually doing? I mean, you got to be careful going that way too. But like on the other hand, I just want I want people who like love people and like are seeking after Christ and are really wrestling with what he said because they admire him and stuff. That says a lot to me more than doctrine at this point, at least for right now. For me, it just that's where I'm at.
yeah, and I feel it.
To a point, you know.
Well, and the point even that I'm trying to hammer home really is just this, you know, people want to they want to sit up here and just like levitate over others as if they don't have a doctrine they're wrong on, or a time that they've doubted, or a sin that they struggle with that they're just not honest with other people about, because they know if they were, that those same brothers and sisters are going to jump down their throat, right? And I'm not saying these people aren't brothers and sisters, by the way. I want to be clear. But I am saying that crap's got to stop, like because it's foul. It's real foul, and I don't like it. It actually, like, it irritates me. It makes me angry that people have the audacity, because like everybody wants to be
embarrassing,
so confident in what they say, but what they say is just as crap as what the last guy said. And if everybody just got that for 5 seconds, I think that we'd be a lot more Christian for at least 5 seconds. There'd be a lot more Christianity in the world if all the Christians could just realize they were full of crap for 5 seconds, just like everybody else is, right?
Oh yeah, dude, especially online, because it's like, dude, and this became more and more apparent to me since I've been online. Like, you're kind of naive at first, but because I've only been really paying attention to this kind of thing for a year or two now, I guess, maybe 2 or 3 years now. Time's going by so fast, but it's like, you can't possibly judge that person that well. It's a freaking avatar online, dude. especially the thing with Janet. That's just I actually realized that one day when I was like getting along with Smokey, right? What he said about Janet, I just took a step back and I was just like, dude, how can you possibly know what you're claiming about her and justifying what you're saying? Like, you don't know this person. How well do you know this person, really, dude? Like, what are you talking about? Like, don't you know what I mean? That just hit me one day. I was like, and I actually started sticking up for her, and I was like, and then I started to realize you're just justifying your own like lack of self-control. That's what you're doing. And then you're Monday morning quarterbacking and looking for anything you can to like make that person look bad. I like that. I'm actually kind of embarrassed for you. In fact, I'm kind of sad. Like, is this your defense mechanism that you're just good at? And it's like, this is where you got to pray for your enemies, I guess, and not.
Yeah, and I do want to be clear too. It's not that, because obviously, Brother Nick has heard me go on this rant before, and he's pointed out I do need to be careful not to blaspheme in the sense that I'm saying that the Spirit does no work, because of course he does. There is a discernible difference between a crowd of Christians and a crowd of non-believers, right? But I do think that Christians start to get off the beaten trail when they start to think of themselves as not wretched. They think that they think Christianity is a cure in the sense that now, it's like now you've gotten your injection and now you're immune to being full of crap. And
Yeah,
that way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, once a day we should humble ourselves, and I don't do it enough.
Yeah, and I don't either. I mean, this rant applies to me as much as it applies to anybody. Believe me,
It's
there
so
is
hard.
nobody who hates CJ Cox more than CJ Cox, I assure you.
But only when no one's looking. No,
yeah, exactly.
In a sense, and I mean that for myself, but it's really like, and this is something Leighton Flowers actually said that really struck me one day. That's just really like was a really honest thing to say. Like, he was talking about people when they say they get an award or something, or they're honored at their job, or they win an award or something, and they get in front of everybody and receive their reward, and they say, "Oh, I'm so humbled." And that is actually like the furthest thing from the truth of what's going on in those kind of moments. Truly humbled is when you lose the blood in your face and you admit and you're honest in front of people and you're like humiliated. That's when you're humbled in a sense or whatever. I forget exactly how he said it, but it was like so like, and that's like those little situations you get into where you're like, what do you mean by humbled? Like, what does that mean to you? Like, it's so hard to humble yourself, like actually humble yourself, like lay it all on the line and be like, not, you know what I mean? You don't want to do it all the time, and you can't do that I'm not even sure self-esteem is a thing, honestly.
Well, I'll say I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing.
That's what I mean. Like something to worry about so much on a certain level. I mean, I don't know. I'm struggling with this idea. It depends on what you mean, I guess. But
I do see what you mean, though, because I've it's not the exact same comment, but I've often made the comment before that I think self-love is just a synonym for narcissism.
Yeah. Although, but like you can't totally hate yourself because you got to take care of yourself, or you won't be able to be of any use if you let yourself get so like unhealthy and deteriorated. We are the temple of God, right? So I mean,
right.
On some level,
and that's one of the things that's interesting about this too, right? Is everything that I say has to be taken with the grain of salt. Of that doesn't mean you go to, because you could listen to the rant I've gone on for the last 25 minutes and think, and by the way, in case anybody wants to have some ammunition, Smokey, I'm talking to you. This should be your next video topic here, okay? One of the things that I struggle with tremendously to this day is nihilism. Just the idea that like anything I do has any value whatsoever. That is, because when you see human evil the way that I do, and the futility of people's actions the way that I do, it's like I seem to have more clarity on those issues, if I could just speak boldly, than other people. But that causes other issues for me to be muddied, where for other people it's not, right? Like the whole idea, like, well, why do I do anything? What I mean is everything's just inevitable anyways, right? And so,
I do like to piously say that I as a Calvinist am so piously monergistic that I don't even get out of bed usually.
but But you see what I mean, though, right? It's like, and that's everybody has that struggle with something, right? Like you can be somebody who's so loving that you start to just deteriorate on the moral side of things, right? Or you can be somebody who's so pious that it just seems like you've never been a 16-year-old in love before, if you know what I mean.
Really.
You know, or and so on and so forth, right? And it's like
Examine yourself, bro, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But like actually. And I'm just saying, like, it's so easy to lie to yourself.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. And that's exactly the thing, right? It's like you can't, and it's like you always say, right? It's like, where's the balance? And sometimes the balance is just your whole life. You're going to be doing the balancing act because you don't really know how to find it, right? And that's just God's will for you, is that you never end up finding it in this life. But there's a balance in all of it. And I've found out usually the balance tends to be 100-100, not 50-50. In other words, the law is 100% righteous and you should follow it. And also you are 100% saved by grace, and there's not a single thing you could do to lose that nor gain it.
You can't lose by good deeds what you didn't gain by good deeds. By bad deeds, I mean. Totally. I think that, but yeah, if you're struggling too much with the balance, you should probably just go out and help somebody. Distract yourself by helping someone. You'll find that you feel better. I definitely noticed that, and I have so much hard time with that because I'm such someone who will like talk all night about it. Like, dude, if you need to help somebody, just come over and paint my house or wash my car or whatever if you need to.
With that said, though, I'm tired, and
yeah, good talk, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Good night. I got to get up in like 3 hours, so.
Oh, rough. I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's a good conversation though. I'll say bye. Good night, Smokey. Good night. Maybe let's see, who is the other person that's watching right now? Maybe it's Kenny.
Yeah, we know Gavin was watching for a minute. It was funny. I gotta say that real quickly, Gavin, if you're listening, my dude, you might want to just pay attention to what you are saying before you say it, because when you say things like, "Wow, I'm really glad that nobody's watching this," and then you comment 25 minutes later because you're still watching it, I don't know. It's just like,
yeah, I miss Gavin. Gavin, I miss when you were like, even if it was fake, when you were nicer, it was kind of fun, but whatever.
I don't know. It's just like, you ever seen that meme where it's like, I get high off of my own irony starters kit.
Yeah, right.
Like, yeah. Anyways, love you all in the Lord. Reconciliation is possible in His name.
Always. Good night.
Good night.